What is up? What's going on, boxing fans around the world? It's your man, Sean Zittel, holding it down from the elaborate, illustrious, high-tech, cutting-edge headquarters here in my basement in Las Vegas. And right now, Abdullah Mason is, fighting LeBron from Puerto Rico. Abdullah Mason, one of the best prospects in all of boxing. He's halfway through the second round, and he's already marking up LeBron's face quite a bit, already turning his face into a bloody mess halfway through the second round. This is a guy a lot of people think is the best prospect in boxing. A lot of blood coming from the nose of LeBron with a little over a minute left in this second round. And Abdullah just doing a beautiful job of not having excessive movement and, just making this guy miss in the pocket and getting off with some good punches with both hands to the body and to the head. Now Abdullah lowers that lead hand all the way down to his knee, picks it back up to his hip, shoots a left uppercut, shoots a right hand. Down goes LeBron in the second round. It looks like it was really that left uppercut that did it. And blood is just leaking from his nose down in New Jersey. Abdullah Mason, long arms, nasty in the pocket, likes to fight, even though he's got long arms, fast hands, and a good skill set. And now he's going in for the kill. 30 seconds left in the second round. The southpaw comes up top with two right hooks, a third right hook, just grazing LeBron, and LeBron takes a knee. It looks like he's had enough. He is well outgunned by this, superior prospect. LeBron looked like he don't want to fight that much more. 18 seconds left in the round. Referee almost trying to convince him to keep fighting when it's kind of clear he doesn't want to. Female ref goes ahead, lets them continue. And Abdullah Mason in the high guard. 7 seconds left in the round. Straight left hand in the center of the ring. Pulls out away from a straight right hand from LeBron. Comes back with his straight left hand. And that's it for round two. This fight's going to be over pretty soon. And I wanted to start the live while Abdullah Mason was still fighting because he's so good. Got his dad training him. Abdullah Mason, man. I remember first seeing this kid spar Devin Haney back in the pandemic of 2020. I think I still got an image of it here somewhere on my phone that I'd be happy to share with everybody. Let me see here. I remember Devin saying about Abdullah, I like him. And being sincere in saying it. Let me try and find now. Here we go, by the years. Let me take my phone back to 2020 and dig up a photo for you guys of young Abdullah Mason as a teenager sparring Devin Haney when Devin was preparing for Gamboa during the pandemic. Just trying to find it right now. But I'll continue calling the action once we get back to round three. I'm going to shout out some people who came through this early. You guys are the best. But here we go, round three, and I'll bring that photo up of Devin and Abdullah shortly. But right now, I'll get back to the action. Abdullah Mason looks like he's on his way to a stoppage. Takes a little half step back in the center of the ring. LeBron coming forward, eating that right hook on the high guard. Straight left hand, right uppercut, straight left hand by Abdullah Mason. Quick little three-punch combo, two of them back-to-back. Fighting out of that shoulder roll a little bit. Rips the left uppercut to the body. Comes back up top with the straight left hand, right hook. Popping in that jab and shooting in a short straight left hand at a short distance straight left hand. Didn't need full extension there. Abdullah Mason on the front foot right now. Not playing with his food. Wants to get him out of there. Shoulder rolling in the pocket. And I noticed Mason gets touched a little bit when he shoulder rolls in the pocket. But it's because he's willing to stay in the pocket against these guys. Left uppercut to the body, right hook to the body. LeBron stepping over to his left, eats an up jab, beautiful up jab, almost thrown like an uppercut jab by Abdullah Mason. And he works his shots on the inside, in the pocket. Left uppercut, right hooks, the four threes by Abdullah Mason. And he backs LeBron into the corner, and that's it. Referee and corner at the same time agree to call this fight to a halt. It's another stoppage for Abdullah Mason, this time in the third round. And we haven't even seen anybody have to force this kid out of the pocket yet. But you like that temperament from an entertainment point of view, from a fan perspective, that, yeah, he's got long arms. Yeah, he's got great skills, really good speed. But, like, one of the things Shakur Stevenson gets criticized is, sometimes the excessive lateral movement. Abdullah's not fighting, championship-level fighters yet like Shakur is. But he looks mean right now. Even getting his gloves done, it looks like he still wants to punch on something. He comes from a very humble, kind of Islam fundamentalist family. All his brothers and his dad, raised in Islam, not even converted to it in midlife. Like they've been raised like that from their father out in Ohio. And all the brothers are very humble, almost meek kind of personalities. But Abdullah's the one out of all the brothers that had that edge to him, that a little bit of cockiness, a little bit of meanness to him. Whereas his other brothers, I'm not saying they can't get mean in that ring, but they are, very humble and meek. And Abdullah's humble too, but he's got a little bit of that. I'm the shit. I'm the one. I'm gonna be that guy. A little bit of that edge to him. And then he's got all his brothers around him to keep him training hard and to keep him grounded and accountable. And he's got a mean streak in that ring. A little bit Terrence Crawford-esque in that this kid likes to fight in the pocket, even though he can outbox you on the outside with long arms, skills, and fast hands. But he likes to fight a little bit, and he's got a little bit of a mean streak in him. And just he'll inevitably run into someone during this development stage that'll make him look less than A+ on a certain night. That's gonna happen to any prospect at some point. But I mean, he's a surefire future world champion. 14-0 now, 12 knockouts. I don't even know if he's 20 years old still. He might still be a teenager at 19 years old. Might have just turned 20. I'd have to go to the box rec. But he's a bad dude, man. He is a bad dude who's got all the ingredients to be elite. And you guys already know this tuning into the chat. You guys know your boxing. Let me say what's up to some people in the chat. Titus, what's up, Titus? Thank you, my moderator. Titus in the house. Mason gonna be trouble. The discipline is obvious, says Ryan's speech. R3 says Mason got that Benavidez fight style when he's in the pocket. What's up, Connie Charles Lindstrom says, hey, from Stockholm, Sweden in the house. Always good to see you, Connie Charles. Definitely not your first live you've hopped into. Ben hitting me with the prediction, Sean. Stevenson via decision and Diaz via decision. Haven't heard of Stevenson's opponent, so I'm just assuming he's tough enough to go to the distance. I agree with your. I got Shakur winning probably 10 rounds tonight. Worst case scenario, he wins 8 or 7 rounds. Best case scenario, he stops Artem Hardatunian with an accumulation of breaking him down gradually as the fight progresses and getting him out of there. I see Shakur winning 10 or 11 rounds tonight. I see him winning a wide, very clear-cut, pretty much dominant, unanimous decision. But I don't see him getting Hardatunian out of there. And I expect a good performance from Shakur, a strong performance, but not a performance that's going to convince any non-believers. So that's what I'm expecting to see from Shakur Stevenson. A pretty dominant, clear victory where he shows he's better than Frank Martin, but he doesn't convince people that he'll beat Tank or that or the non-believers. I don't think he's going to do enough to just completely sway them. I mean, a lot of the non-believers, even if he runs through Hardatunian in 5 or 6 rounds, they'll say, who is Artem Hardatunian? But, I expect Shakur to win about 10 rounds and to look good, look strong, but not to, sway the non-believers and not to – I still think after this fight, he'll be a slight underdog to Tank Davis. That's what I'm expecting, but maybe not. Maybe he looks amazing, blows Artem out of there in 5 rounds, and I change my tone on that. But that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Keyshawn to win his fight handily, maybe get a stoppage. I think Foster and Conceição is the upset alert. I think Foster's going to win. I think Foster might be the best of the 130-pound champions, the super featherweight. But Conceição, Foster's not a big puncher, even though he shows flashes of real power at 130. That's how he's been able to have these dramatic comebacks late in fights, the last 2 fights. But Conceição's a big guy. And, Foster isn't a huge puncher, and that should be an interesting fight. I think all the A sides win. Abdullah already got a knockout. I think Shakur is going to dominate. I think Keyshawn's going to win. And I do think Foster's going to win, but he's the most likely to get an upset tonight. And then on the Diaz Masvidal card, I just figured you guys would want that round by round 2. I bought this card not even so much to do a round by round on Diaz and Masvidal, although I will do that as long as it doesn't conflict with Shakur. But I really bought this pay-per-view for the Shane Mosley Danny Jacobs fight and the Sean Garcia Amado Vargas fights. So we'll get to that. We'll get to all of that. Molly Mall says Abdullah beats Andy Cruz right now. And I think you said that in a previous chat where Abdullah was fighting. I don't know, man. Andy Cruz is more of a full-grown man than Abdullah. But even though Abdullah got 10 more professional fights than Andy Cruz does, but, Andy has already fought better pros early in his career than Abdullah does. Look, I think I said this to you too last time, Molly Mall. Abdullah Mason projects long-term, big picture-wise to be a better professional than Andy Cruz. But Andy Cruz, even though he's only got a couple of professional fights, is already being closer to being a finished product than Abdullah because he's a grown-ass man. And Abdullah is still a young man, really growing into his man strength, So I think right now, maybe he could beat Andy Cruz because he's Abdullah Mason. He might be the number one prospect in the sport. But timing matters, and right now I would have to favor Andy Cruz because he's a grown man fighting a growing man. And that matters when both guys are extremely fast and skilled and smart. So I'd give the edge to Andy Cruz right now, but don't get me wrong, long-term, big picture-wise, Abdullah Mason projects as the better professional than Andy Cruz. But thank you for the super chat, man. And always good to see you, Molly Mall. Always good to see you. Connie Charles Lindstrom pointing out that Artem Hardatunian versus Frank Martin was close. It was. Frank dug down and pulled that fight out in the championship rounds and dropped him. Shout out to Maria C. I saw Maria C here somewhere. Where'd her comment go? Hey, Sean, nice shirt. Thank you. Thank you so much. But good to see you, Maria. New York Knox said, has Stevenson fought yet? No, not for another, probably 2 hours or so. No Dice, what's going on? Says, what's happening, Sean? Bebop Jones says, what's up, Zittel? Rob the Barbarian says, what up, Sean? My man, Marvelous Irv, always in the chat, says, what's up? And Dane Sampson, who's always in the chat, says, what's up? Always good to see you guys. Shout out to Mike Hicks, G-Day Blanca. Do you think distance is a safe bet with Shakur? I think it's a good bet. I think I'd recommend it. Yeah, I'd recommend it. But he could stop Hardatunian as well. Very well could stop Hardatunian. But what's the odds on your bet? If it's even money, forget it. But if you got, plus 200-300 odds that this fight goes the distance, I think that's a really good bet. Sean, I never would have thought Fisher takes out Babbitt in 30 seconds in the first round. I saw that. I didn't watch a whole lot of either one of those guys, overseas guys. That's my fault. I'm not condoning it as a journalist, but I can't be that shocked, Titus, because I don't watch a whole lot of Alan Babbitt. Am I even saying it right? Is it Babbitch? Is it itch instead of ick? But, apparently a good little upset overseas today in the boxing world. That's what's up. Dane Sampson says Navarrete versus Foster, Nakatani versus Bam. Who wins those fights, Sean? The way Navarrete looked his last fight, I'd give the edge to Foster. And when it comes to Nakatani and Bam, I got Bam. Because even though Nakatani is really tall and has a really good left hand and he's a really good fighter, Bam is a special kind of great fighter, truly elite fighter. And Bam has more in his bag than Nakatani to make up for the height disparity and the fact that Nakatani has a heavy electric left hand. But Bam just has more in the tools. He has better footwork. He has more of a punch arsenal and an assortment of punches. He moves his upper body better defensively, moves his feet better. I think Bam is just a better fighter than Junto Nakatani, who's excellent. But I think Bam's better, so I'd pick Bam. RH with the super chat. Thank you, RH. Appreciate that. Roscoe Stark says, love your content. Thanks, bro. Thank you so much, man. Titus says, Sean keeps the business clean, but keeps it real on the overseas guys. I'm keeping it real. If I should be well informed about every fighter 1 through 15 in every weight class, but as my career has gone on and I got 2 kids and I'm often in the field and not home as much to study tape, some guys I don't get to their tape until it's time to call their fight or cover their fight, or they're in the top 5 and the top 10 and they're fighting in championship caliber fights or title eliminators. Not proud of that, but, you know, like I managed to drop a few excuses in there as well. But, hey, Keyshawn Davis coming to the ring looking very happy and enthusiastic. This is a fighter I definitely like, and I like him personally. He's got a good personality, does Keyshawn, good smile, just a bright, kind of vibrant personality. I've had concerns about Keyshawn's motor going back to the Olympic gold medal match in 2020 or 2021 with Andy Cruz, because Cruz won the first round. Keyshawn hurt him with a right hand and won the second round very well, like almost dominated the second round. Then in the third round, he just lets off the gas. And down the stretch of even the second round that he won, he let his foot off the gas and let it turn back into a boxing match. Couldn't turn it into more of a fight. And Cruz was a step ahead and won the gold medal. And I didn't like that from Keyshawn. You know, easier said than done, of course. But I'm like, hey, he's got to fix that motor a little bit. And then his first several fights as a pro, he would wait 2 or 3 rounds, almost too much, before he eventually stopped most of these guys and looked good. But he would play with his food a little bit too much. Then he stopped playing with his food and started to look really impressive against Yigit, against guys like that, against Pedraza the last fight. But then Nasir Albright, he was a little lackadaisical in that fight. And then, hey, I'm a pothead. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not productive towards becoming a great fighter, being a pothead. And he talked about the weed, and I said, that kind of corresponds with my worries about his motor. You know, that would help explain it a little bit. He says he's gotten off of it. He looked really good against Jose Pedraza. And even if he never fully fixes that motor issue or whatever, I still think Keyshawn's going to get to a world title in this 4-belt era, where if you're a legit talent, you're going to be a champion at some point. Maybe not lineal, maybe not unified, but you're going to be a champion. I definitely think Keyshawn's going to be a champion. If he squeezes every ounce out of his talent and potential, he could be an elite fighter, no doubt about it. But we got to see if we get that. He looked really good against Pedraza. Miguel Medueno is 31-2 with 28 knockouts from Mexico. It's a solid opponent for Davis's 11th pro fight. So let's see how Keyshawn looks. I think my pasta just got in. What's up, Ishmael Bermudez? Thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. Always good to see you, Ishmael Bermudez. One of the regulars in the chat. And shout out to George, just plain George. Says Abdullah Mason versus Miguel Berchelt in a fight or two. Oof. I don't think Miguel Berchelt, and again, thank you, Ishmael. I don't think Miguel Berchelt should be getting anywhere near maybe a boxing ring, let alone maybe the best prospect in the game, in Abdullah Mason. That's not going to end well for Abdullah Mason, man. That's not going to end well for Abdullah Mason. Excuse me. That's not going to end well for Miguel Berchelt. Excuse me. That's not going to end well for Miguel Berchelt. He's going to get lit up. That's my mom bringing me some food. Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Wifey's not home. Wifey's at my mother-in-law's house with my son. They're doing some bowling. They're having some summer fun with his tia and his abuela. So I'm at home alone calling the fights. And Mom's was nice enough to get me some of my favorite pasta. Shout out to my mom. Sean, I'm banning this UFC's favor. Please do. No, that's all you, Titus. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, George, don't get me wrong, bro. It would not go well for Berchelt, is what I'm saying. All right, Keyshawn immediately starting with 2 or 3 jabs and then a 2-piece to the body. Long jab, sweeping right hand, left hook to the body. Back comes Medueno trying to back him up with 1-2s. Touched him a little bit with that right hand. Now Keyshawn resets in the center of the ring, works his jab. Got a nice jab, nice long jab does Keyshawn. He set up good combinations behind it. And now Medueno trying to get rough on the front foot. Getting a little bit rough in the clinch, putting that forearm on Keyshawn. Keyshawn gives a look to the ref, and they break him apart. Center of the ring. Davis with little half steps back, gets backed up on the ropes again. Medueno trying to pursue him with the right hand. Nice left hook out of the clinch by Keyshawn. Now Keyshawn does what you should do. Puts his forearm right back in Medueno's face. Instead of complaining at the ref, he gives him his own medicine. And Davis, just a second before that, had a nice dirty left hook out of that clinch. just to let Madueno know, if you want to do the rough bullshit, we could do the rough bullshit. Good jab to the body by Keyshawn. Stepping over to his left. Good defense early on and good jab by Keyshawn in the first half of this first round. Landing his jab very accurately and doing a good job slipping. So now he gets touched with an uppercut on the inside. He's holding and getting back to the ropes a little too easily by Madueno. But early on, his upper body movement, though not perfect and smooth, is getting out of the way of Madueno's shots. So back to the jab to the body in the center of the ring by Keyshawn. 1-2 back up top. Now Keyshawn drops both hands, takes little half steps back, shoots the jab to the body, gets underneath, and clinches Madueno and picks Madueno up in the clinch. Really trying to send a machismo message to the machismo Mexican style of Miguel Madueno, trying to give him back his medicine on the inside with some of the rough tactics. Good jab by Keyshawn, and he pulls straight back, but good reflexes and a nice pivot out to get away from Madueno's right hand. Madueno trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Davis calm and moving to his left. Back touches the ropes. Madueno with a straight right hand, a left hook, straight right hand again. Davis getting away from those shots, but sometimes backing away in a straight line. Back to the jab by Keyshawn, dips underneath and comes back with a nice right hand. Good job leading and punctuating that exchange by Keyshawn. Now Keyshawn gets back the ropes and clinches up, and he's got a little confident grin on his face as one nice 1-2 by Keyshawn. That jab is beautiful in round one. And now a nice left hook by Keyshawn. Good sense of distance after landing the jab plenty. He got a little bit closer and led with the left hook. Didn't hook off the jab, didn't set it up in comedy, just led with the left hook and clipped Madueno coming in. Nice jab to the body again by Keyshawn. Keyshawn pulling straight out a little bit, but with a slight angle and not getting touched by anything by Madueno. Really, lots of rough housing at the end of that first round, and they chest up on each other. 10-9 Keyshawn Davis. So let me thank Connie Charles Lindstrom all the way from Sweden, from Stockholm, giving me the super chat. Says, on point as always. Thank you so much. Roscoe Stark saying, Masvidal, I believe, will stop Nate Diaz. Let me see. RH said, yo, Sean, messed up on my super chat. Can you compare Golovkin with Madrimov, please? I think they're similar. They look similar in build. They even look alike a little bit. I got to take a deeper dive on Madrimov tape-wise. I've definitely watched his fights. I've covered some of his fights ringside. Last time I saw him ringside was earlier in his career in Texas. I think Mikey and Jesse Vargas were the main event. I don't see a whole lot of similarities, RH, with them stylistically. Golovkin was a high guard guy. He was a high guard guy with kind of fundamentally sound style and a busy jab to set up the power shots. Madrimov likes to drop his lead hand and do fancy, flashy footwork. Golovkin's footwork wasn't flashy. He was fundamentally sound and fought out of a high guard. Back to Keyshawn for a minute here. Keyshawn got touched with a right hand, and he's backing straight away. Got touched on the top of the head a little bit there by a clubbing right hand and went immediately defensive and began to cover up and slip combinations. But Madueno tried to follow up that right hand early in the second round with some combinations. Now Keyshawn's got some distance between them again. Stepping over to his right. Tries a little check hook. Keyshawn doing a little bit too much of backing straight up and pulling and having his chin out a little bit when he pulls out. But Madueno not making him pay for it because Keyshawn is relaxed and is moving that upper body. But just something to note. Keyshawn backs into the ropes again and ties up Madueno again. He's not really fighting consistently on the inside with Madueno just yet. He's tying him up pretty much every time they get in close. Keyshawn stepping over. His back is touching the ropes again. Madueno on the high guard, straight right hand, but Davis, good upper body movement, gets out of the way of it, gets back in the center of the ring. Gets back on his jab and dips underneath, really getting low with his head movement in the center of the ring is Keyshawn. Keyshawn backing straight away with that chin up too much, but Madueno not slow, too slow and not skilled enough to make Davis pay for it. Keyshawn dipping underneath. In the center of the range, sometimes dangerous, moving his upper body well. Don't get me wrong. That body's shifting to the left, it's shifting to the right, it's pulling back, but the chin's a little exposed while he does it. Davis trying to deal with the pressure and the power of Madueno, dips underneath another shot and ties Madueno up again. Maybe, it's only round 2. A little bit too much clinch in there from Keyshawn. Not working on the inside. Not comfortable working on the inside with the heavy-handed Madueno just yet. But let's give him some time. Keyshawn getting to the body a little bit. Covering up with the opposite hand and ripping to the body in the pocket that time. That's better. Now back on his jab. Madueno with a good right uppercut to the body as Davis is near the ropes. Nice little pull right hand counter by Keyshawn, but Madueno eats it and goes back with a left hook to the body. Keyshawn covering up in the center of the ring. Keyshawn got a nice left hook to the body in too as Madueno got in a good body shot 10-15 seconds ago. Madueno is the busier fighter trying to out-hustle Keyshawn this round, and Keyshawn looks a little uncomfortable, and yet at the same time comfortable but not fully comfortable from Davis. Davis now stiff-arming with the lead hand, shoots a 1-2. Madueno actually gets his head off the line to get away from it, and Keyshawn clinches him right away after that 1-2 misses. So Davis not firing the 1-2 and then finding another move to keep working on the inside. He's resorting to clinching a lot early. Nice jab to the body by Keyshawn at the end of the round. Competitive round to score. Madueno dictated the pace. He was the aggressor. He did touch Keyshawn with a right hand early on and followed up with combinations. Keyshawn wasn't as busy as he was in round 1. Wasn't as dominant with the jab. He landed the jab to the body, to the head. He countered with a nice right hand with about a minute plus left in the round. Got in a nice left hook to the body as Madueno nailed him with a right uppercut to the body. That was a competitive round that could be scored either way. So either 2-zip Keyshawn or 1-1 right now. Joey Sasso, what's going on? ¿Cómo está? ¿Qué se dice? And Joey Sasso says, what's up, Sean? What's up, Joey? Isn't Madrimov southpaw? I don't think he is. But maybe he is. Oh, God, I know this. Come on, man. I know this. Covered this man ringside. No, he's Orthodox. He's Orthodox, not southpaw. Yeah, he's Orthodox. He's not southpaw. But yeah, to go back to the Golovkin comparison, they look alike. But no, Golovkin was a fundamentally sound, high guard, more pressure fighter behind a busy jab. Madrimov tries to be a creative, dynamic, kind of flashy footwork guy, lead hand down, 2 different types of styles. But some similarities. There's certain movements because they're Golovkin from Kazakhstan, Madrimov from Uzbekistan. A lot of those Eastern European countries have certain similar movements they teach. But back to round 3 of Keyshawn. Keyshawn has some nice pull counters, but there's leaks with some of those movements of the pull counters with his chin exposed. Beautiful pull counter, left uppercut, short left uppercut by Keyshawn. Madueno coming, 2 left hooks by Keyshawn, off the back foot, beautiful by Keyshawn. And Keyshawn, just a sliver of a movement, and he snuck that left uppercut in, very uniquely thrown by Keyshawn Davis off the slip counter. Then he came back and sat down on 2 left hooks as he took little half steps back. And now Keyshawn starting to settle down and letting the heavy artillery rip in the 3rd round. Madueno applying some pressure, but I think Keyshawn got his attention. Beautiful 1-2-3 by Keyshawn, and then a roll to come back with the right hand. He's got some beautiful pull counter game to him, even if that chin's a little exposed with the pull counter game. A little bit like Jared Anderson, who has a beautiful pull counter game, but that chin is exposed, but they're not at the championship level yet. These are things they're still shoring up. Keyshawn on the ropes, trying the shoulder roll, and eats some of those right hands, touching him in the shoulder. Another right hand touches him. He's rolling the shots and slipping on the ropes, but it's not a perfect type shoulder roll. And some of those right hands, those he's rolling them, are touching him on the top of the head there by Madueno. Now Keyshawn clinches him and gets back to the center of the ring. Keyshawn in an awkward shoulder roll, a little bit awkward there with it, and he gets Madueno into a clinch. Minute left in the round. Keyshawn shoulder rolling again, shoots a left hook, overhand right, beautiful kind of unique angle on that shot. Madueno dips down to get away from the right hand, back in his high guard. Keyshawn backing him off with the jab. Nice body work by Keyshawn, stabbing that jab to the body, and then shooting the straight right hand to the body beautifully. Keyshawn's got a good jab. That's been his best punch this fight. Another 2-3 jabs, knocking up Madueno's head up with about 30 seconds left. Keyshawn with a good move. Oh, nice left hook by Keyshawn. Keyshawn beginning to pull and counter with one hand up and the other hand firing and doing a good job of it. But there's still leaks that better fighters than Madueno could take advantage of in those moments. But but that's why he's only in his 11th pro fight. Keyshawn lands the left hook, steps over to his left, gets on the corner, slips a right hand, and ties up Madueno immediately. That's definitely a Keyshawn Davis round. So again, just to keep, CCI says Davis needs to stop holding, man. Just to keep explaining, like, Keyshawn does some kind of, he has some uniqueness to the trajectory of his punches too. And he's good at pull countering, but again, that chin is exposed when he, think Jared Anderson a little bit. That chin is exposed a little bit when he pull counters. Terrence Crawford chin could be a little exposed, but not. It's more tucked than Keyshawn, and the way, I don't know, just the way he positions his punches and everything, it protects himself better. Whereas Keyshawn, it's better to punch in between his pull counters right now than someone like a Crawford. You know, obviously Crawford's the best pound for pound, if not top 3. But yeah, so Keyshawn, he's showing us moves that if he can improve them just a little bit, they'd really be something that could translate to a championship elite level. Because right now, even though it's nice pull counters, a better fighter could take advantage of it a little bit. But don't get me wrong, Keyshawn's pulling, he's countering, he's got a good jab, he's moving his head. But at times, still somehow looking a little shaky. Sometimes pulling straight back, sometimes clinching on the inside every single time and not working on the inside. But he has landed 23 jabs and just 3 from Madueno, from CompuBox. So here we are in the 4th. Keyshawn is very creative with his punch. Beautiful right hand he just walked Madueno into. Madueno looks a little buzzed and hurt. Jab to the body and back with a left hook, straight right hand. Real heavy artillery by Keyshawn. Beautiful combinations by Keyshawn. Ripping left hooks and straight right hands. Mixing in some uppercuts and body work. But beautiful fast hands by Keyshawn and throwing punches with bad intentions. Slips in that left uppercut again. It's a short little stylish left uppercut that he throws. And again, his combinations sometimes have unique trajectories on those punches. Nice left hook, double left hook by Keyshawn, finishing up with the right hand. Left hook to the body, left hook up top, straight right hand. Back with the straight right hand. He tries to pull over the top with the right hand. Measures with the jab. Measures with the jab. Comes with the left hook after measuring with that jab. Madueno didn't see that coming and it snuck around his guard. Now Madueno tries to throw 2 left hooks and Keyshawn catches and shoots with the right hand with those left hooks hitting the glove and then coming back with the same right hand that caught him. Good stuff by Keyshawn Davis now. Keyshawn measuring with the jab. 1-2, 1-2. Knocks Madueno back. Madueno tries to reset and re-hold his ground. Madueno punching on the inside with right hands to the body and to the head. Keyshawn catching him a little bit, rolling him on the inside, ties Madueno up. And about 1:15 left in this round. Keyshawn stiff arms with the jab, touches it to the body. Half steps back, parries the jab, rolls some shots on the ropes, steps out to his left to get back in the center of the ring, stabs to the body with the jab, stiff arms with the jab, takes a half step back and tries a pull right hand. 1-2 off the ropes by Keyshawn. Keyshawn pull right hand off the ropes, pull right hand off the ropes again. 2 hard body shots off the ropes by Keyshawn. Right, left. Left hook to the body by Keyshawn. He turns Madueno. Now Madueno's on the ropes for the first time. Keyshawn stabs him to the body and Madueno ties up and punches him a little bit to the top and the back of the head in the clinch. Referee breaks him apart. Good stuff. Good stuff by Keyshawn Davis now. Keyshawn little half steps back, picks his guard up. Measures with the lead hand, sweeps the right hand, shoots the uppercut, on the ropes, rolls some of the shots. Good combination punching by Madueno, even if a lot of it's being a little bit parried and the steam of the shots being rolled off, still letting his hands go. Keyshawn stiff arming him, measuring with the jab, shoots the straight right hand, misses it, and then comes back with the left hook and knocks Madueno's head to the side, and that's it for round 4, and Keyshawn flexes as he walks his way back to the ring. Good stuff by Keyshawn those last 2 rounds. Keyshawn fighting with a certain mean streak and throwing his punches with bad intentions. Not throwing his punches to just win round by round, but he wants to stop Madueno, who is there, is available defensively, is right in front of Keyshawn. Got some heavy hands. And a solid fighter at this stage of his development, but beautiful combination by Keyshawn. And Keyshawn, the way he throws his right hand and his uppercut sometimes is unique, chat. How would you explain it, chat? Left hook, off the left uppercut, measures again, measures, double jab, straight right hand. One kind of sometimes Keyshawn will throw 1-1-2-1. Jab, jab, straight right hand, back on the jab. Sometimes he'll that's that USA boxing, just straightforward punches and combination. But he mixed up the uppercut, he mixed in some body shots. He has a dynamic offensive arsenal. And he can counter with that arsenal too. But again, the chin's up and stuff like that. But if he works on that shit, elite. Keyshawn stepping over to his left, doing a good job all night long with the upper of just beautifully slipping underneath shots. When he pulls back, the chin's up, but he knows how to slip underneath very well already. Round 5, early in this 5th round. Keyshawn tying him up in the center of the ring, starting to increasingly go from back foot to more and more hold his ground, and then sometimes he's taking the lead on the front foot now. He landed 34 punches last round and only let 9 out of 52 land against Madueno. Good CompuBox numbers, landing at only 50% of your shot and less than 20% of his. That's good work. Keyshawn stiff arms him backwards again, gets in his shoulder roll, boom, pull counter with the right uppercut. Madueno nods as if to say, good shot landed, I'm still here. Keyshawn fighting out of the shoulder roll and picking and prodding in between Madueno's work beautifully. Literally picking and prodding. He prodded a right hand in the body in between Madueno's punches out of the shoulder roll doing it. Now the defense is tightening up even better for Keyshawn with the shoulder roll, looking a little less awkward with it in the center of the ring. And Keyshawn just letting Madueno throw and making him miss clean now. Not getting touched like he was on the ropes sometimes on the top of the head. Now he's making him miss clean in the center of the ring. Back in Madueno, doing a nice savvy move where you clinch a little bit to back the aggressor up a little bit. Oh, beautiful shot by Keyshawn. Pulled with the kind of sweeping, almost half right hook, right uppercut, and then came back with a left hook beautifully. Madueno letting his hands go. Nice left hook to the body by Madueno. Missing all his head shots. Just starting to take some of the steam off his own punches to try and just touch Keyshawn. But he did land that left hook to the body. Now back comes Keyshawn with a jab to the body. Touches with the left uppercut, touches with the right hand. Another left hook to the body again by Madueno and a right hand to the body. But Keyshawn isn't weary of the power now. And he's staying on the inside and letting Madueno get his work off because he wants him to be right there for when it's time to get his own work off. Here's double left hook by Madueno. Keyshawn catching it. Madueno letting his hands go, being relentless in the center of the ring. Letting his hands go. Keyshawn just staying composed and slipping a lot of those shots, catching on the elbows and on the arms. Some of those body shots getting in, but nothing up top. Now 25 seconds left in the round. Let's see if Keyshawn finishes with some offensive output here. No Dice says Keyshawn is improving. He is. Definitely. What's up, Lord Vaughn? Keyshawn stiff arming out of that up jab with the shoulder roll kind of look and lands a straight right hand, walks Madueno into it, packs off the ropes, does that kind of like you saw Errol Spence used to do out of southpaw where they kind of stiff arm you there with the lead hand and then just shoot that prodding backhand to the body. Keyshawn did that a minute ago. Now Keyshawn is in control of the fight. I got him up 4-1, maybe 5-0. That second round was close and kind of could have went either way. But Keyshawn very composed, kind of mean in there. And he wants the stoppage. He's looking to make his punches count and hurt Madueno when he lands. Not pepper him and win round after round and pile up a shutout, although he may have to settle for that. But trying to make his punches count. Punch him with bad intentions when he really does open up. Lord Vaughn says, Keyshawn puts them together really well. I agree. He's always been a good combination puncher. He is. Knight Rider 16 says, Keyshawn's just not my cup of tea. I don't know what it is. There's holes there. But there are holes that could be shored up. But sometimes he does look a little awkward and uncomfortable in certain positions, certain movements in there. But then he's got a great jab. He has very capable upper body movement, and he's got good pop, good size at lightweight, and he's a very good combination puncher. Oh, beautiful right hand by Keyshawn. The left hook sets up the straight right hand, knock Madueno's head straight up. Madueno nods and takes it well. Back with a combination by Keyshawn, using the left hook to set up the straight right hand to the head and to the body. Keyshawn steps over to his left, touches with that left hook again, and walks Madueno into a straight right hand again. So that's 3 or 4 straight right hands in the first 30 seconds that knocked Madueno's head up in the 6th round. Keyshawn's landed 93 punches to 40 for Madueno, so he's more than doubled him up. Keyshawn, nice jab, sets up the right hand, dropping that right hand in. Oh, with the left hook to the body. His back is near the ropes, but Keyshawn sat down, anchored his back foot, touched him with the jab twice, and then sat down and anchored that right hand, and then took a half step back. Boom, left hook to the body. Beautiful. Now referee breaks him apart back in the center of the ring. Good shots by Keyshawn. Those are professional style shots where you're not just landing, but you're hurting the man each time you touch him with those shots, and they're clean and snap the head up. Madueno, a little frustrated in there, but very tough, very game, and not tired. Not tired at all. Still got some heavy hands, but a little frustrated. Keyshawn beginning to counter him as the fight has gone on beautifully. Another counter shot by Keyshawn. Keyshawn sometimes doing the pull counter, sometimes doing the catch and shoot. Madueno still coming forward, backing Keyshawn on the ropes, grazes him with a right uppercut, tries to club him to the top of the head with a clubbing right hand on the inside. Keyshawn rolling that shot. Now referee gets him back in the center of the ring, back on the jab of the body. Keyshawn covers up in the high guard for a second, pushes him back with the jab. Nice left hook. Baited him with the jab and then brought the left hook behind it as a counter punch. 2 or 3 left hooks to the body by Keyshawn on the inside. Keyshawn looking to knock this man out with some nasty pulls on the inside. Keyshawn on the ropes, stiff arming him off the ropes, keeping that glove open and on the top of his head for a minute there. Madueno trying to fire to the body, but he's not landing anymore. Keyshawn is swimming without getting wet a little bit here. I say a little bit because he is playing defense and then turning on the offense and then going back defense, but definitely mixing in defense with off. That's what the pull counter is. He's doing that too. Backing up is Keyshawn, steps over to his left, gets back in the center of the ring. Dips underneath the right hand by Madueno, tries to snatch that body and ties Madueno up. 10 seconds left in the 6th round. Good round by Keyshawn Davis. The last couple of rounds, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4, 5, and 6 have been very, very impressive. Good stuff by Keyshawn. That's another round. What's up? My wifey is in the chat. What's going on? Will this go 10 rounds? It's starting to look like it. Kiaksa says he's sharpshooting now. Will it go 10 rounds? It might, because Keyshawn is not he's a good snappy puncher. He doesn't have heavy hands. He's got pop in his hands, not concussive, thudding, heavy-handed power. But he's definitely got some snap and some pop. And the speed generates some good power. And he's definitely not pillow-fisted or got light hands. They're just not, heavy concussive hands. He's got very respectable power at lightweight, but not, definitely not a true puncher. Nope. Madueno would be more affected by some of these clean shots to the head and to the body that Keyshawn's landed if Keyshawn was really a puncher. But he's definitely got respectable pop at lightweight, and he's a pretty good size lightweight too. Little light in the ass, little skinny legged, but I like him. So you can really, Jamal Wilkins says you can really tell how much Key studies Bud. All of them, from Abdullah to Shakur. When you become the preeminent fighter in the game, the young guys are going to look up to you and be influenced by you. So, the referee just got punched by Madueno off the clinch. Damn, the referee got punched off the clinch. He's all right, though. And they're back at it in the 7th round. Madueno is tough. Madueno picks up Keyshawn. He's about to WWF suplex this man. He had him picked up and ready for the body drop. And now the referee is telling Madueno, hey, you punched me in the face. You're trying to do, the atomic drop to Keyshawn Davis. What are we doing here? All right, Davis out of that. Nice right hand on the inside for Keyshawn. But Madueno is walking through the power of Davis. He is. Keyshawn is not truly hurting Madueno, even though he's hit him with some hard shots and sitting down on his punches. A lot of clinching in this fight. Referee breaks him up. 2 minutes left in the 7th. Back on the clinch is Keyshawn. Keyshawn clinching a little bit too much in this fight. I think there's work to be had on the inside. Keyshawn trying to pull right hand twice. Madueno trying to, get countered by that lazy jab out, but Madueno wise enough to dip away and not get hit by those 2 pull right hands. Keyshawn in the center of the ring clinches Madueno again. Madueno leaning his weight on top of Keyshawn. This has been an ugly fight at times. And a pretty fight at times from Davis, but an ugly fight at times too. A work in progress for the 25-year-old. Nice right hand in the body, sets up a left hook. Now a right uppercut up top. Oh, a sweeping right hand by Keyshawn, clubbing Madueno. And now a sweeping right hand, left hook, back on the jab as Keyshawn takes a step back, walks him into a straight right hand counter. Backs up to his left, back on his jab. Jab to the body. Pivots out to his left in the center of the ring. Good angle there off the jab. Catching Madueno's punches. Not a lot of steam on those punches from Madueno. Still coming forward. Keyshawn taking some time here. Ties him back up in the center of the ring. Good sequence by Davis. 50 seconds left in the round. Keyshawn steps back, parrying away with the shoulder roll in the center of the ring. Then ties Madueno up. Let's see Keyshawn keep his foot on the gas here. This guy is there whenever he wants him. Basically, when he lets his hands go, he lands. Davis half step back on the jab, pulls, and comes back with the right hand after jabbing to the body and pulling his weight back, expecting something coming back from that jab to the body. 1-2 up top. Nice left hook to the body by Keyshawn. Beautiful job of touching up top and then digging with the body with the left hook that time against Madueno. 10 seconds left. I don't think Madueno liked that body shot, but he's one of these tough macho guys that's not going to let you know you hurt him. Keyshawn's got a nice left hook on the inside and a sweeping right hand on the inside off the pull. Everything, so much of David, I love pull counters, and so much of Keyshawn's offense comes off the pull counter. And he's made a clinic with Madueno on that tonight. Super chat from my man FMG Films. And what's up, Edgar Coda? Again, Maria C, what's going on? FMG Film says, I wanted to thank you for sharing the Frank Tank sparring story and the Tank Floyd Mayweather story as well the other day. Your passion for the sport is keeping it alive. Love, brother. Much love to you, FMG Films. Thank you, man. Thank you for hopping in and being generous enough to drop the super chat. And we're halfway towards having the Diaz Masvidal fight paid for tonight. So I'm already pretty happy about that. After Keyshawn, I'll check in on the Masvidal card. I don't really care about the main event. I just care about the Amado fight and to a slightly lesser degree Jacobs and Mosley Jr. Intriguing fights, not super meaningful fights. I don't think the winner of Amado and Sean is really going anywhere, but they're decent prospects with some legit amateur backgrounds, some nice talent. So, but here we go, 8th round, 30 seconds into it. Keyshawn in control of this fight. Does he win by decision or does he win by knockout? That's the point of the fight we're in. Davis getting back to the corner and the ropes again. Been very calm and composed throughout. But a little uncomfortable. But, just a little. Ties up Madueno again. And that's why I say a little. Because the excessive clinching, where I think Davis could outfight Madueno on the inside. He doesn't need to clinch this much. He's a good inside fighter. He's got fat. He's a better fighter than Madueno. So yeah, Madueno's still coming forward. Keyshawn half steps back, waiting for the next opportunity to let the heavy artillery come out. Takes a half step back, sweeps the right hand to the body. Keyshawn is good and quick, punching off the pivot, punching off the pull. Take one step out and punch off that step out, that angle. Good at that. Nice straight right hand in the body by Keyshawn. Stiff arm in Madueno and then prodding with the straight right hand of the body in the center of the ring halfway through the 8th. Keyshawn likes to hold his hands in basically a shoulder roll kind of stance. Right hand near the glove, left hand more around the chest. But he has his own twist to it. He's not trying to look like Floyd. He does his own version of his lead hand low shoulder roll and pulling and moving the upper body. So it's not just him trying to be a Mayweather knockoff. Minute left in the round. Keyshawn not as active, not as many combinations this round. Still trying to wait for the right moment. Try to walk in Madueno to a left hook right there. Madueno defensively responsible. Keeps his hands up a lot. And that's why Keyshawn's able to catch the slower Madueno in between his punches. 35 seconds left in this round. Keyshawn not getting off too much this round. Half steps back. Measuring with the jab, sweeps the right hand, gets it blocked. Now the straight right hand splits the high guard of Madueno. Nice jab to the body by Keyshawn. Dips underneath the sweeping right hand. 2 or 3 left hooks by Madueno, but Keyshawn keeping his hand up and catching on the elbow and on the glove. The body shot, the double and triple left hooks there. Do I think Keyshawn's ready for a title fight? He could probably beat Baranchik right now, but Tank and Shakur and Lomachenko, I don't think he beats them right now. No. I think he could beat Baranchik. I think Baranchik's a mark at 35. No offense to Baranchik. That does it for round 8. More trash talk between Madueno and Keyshawn. Madueno does the thrust pump, the pelvic thrust, and that does it. A lot of trash talk and some dirtiness on the inside of this game. Clinching. Both guys picking each other up off their feet in the clinch during this fight. Let's see the replays. Madueno. Yep, that pull in the corner. Keyshawn rolling the shots, and then using that roll to bring the momentum back. Keyshawn a couple of times with his right hand. It's not a right uppercut, and it's not a right hook. He throws something. That's what I mean by the uniqueness on some of the trajectory of his punches. It's unique. He is throwing like a half right, a sweeping shot, half uppercut, half hook, and doing it off the pull, and that's unique stuff. And then I love that not pulling on, not dipping all the way, and then coming back with just a short little dip and a short little uniquely thrown left uppercut. Hasn't thrown that punch in a couple of rounds, but I like it when he does that. Also throws a unique kind of right hook too. I'm not talking about that half uppercut, half right hook. He kind of throws it at it's half hook, half overhand. Just like the other punch I said is half uppercut, half hook. All right, so now here's back Keyshawn, stabbing the body with the jab, measuring, straight right hand, nice jab to the body again. Madueno comes back with a right hook to the body, kind of squares his feet up there on the inside and threw it like a right hook to Keyshawn's body. Referee breaks him apart. Referee is frustrated with the bad blood and the trash, a little bit of the roughhousing on the inside. 2:20 left in the ninth, and Madueno's face is clean. He's been hit by a lot of clean shots, but his face is clean. He's not swollen up. He's not busted up. Keyshawn sticks his tongue out at Madueno, keeps taking his half steps back, inviting him in to walk him into some counters. Good body shots by Keyshawn. Touched with the jab and worked his 2 or 3 body shots that time. He's a good body puncher. Knows how to place those shots. Knows how to throw the jab to the body. Knows how to throw the straight right hand to the body. And knows how to throw those hooks to the body. Another good combination by Keyshawn. I don't think Madueno's liking it to the body. Madueno's got a good chin. Another left hook to the body hurts Madueno. Keyshawn targeting the body in that last combination. Another right uppercut to the body. Madueno doesn't like that body work. Davis needs to stay to the body. So there's half a round left in this ninth. And Madueno, for the first time in his eyes, sheds a little bit of that poker face. Nice combination up top by Keyshawn. Madueno doesn't want to give up the body shot right now. So Keyshawn fired a quick little combination up top and touched him up. Madueno taking deep breaths now, not coming forward. Jab to the body, 2 right, 2 body shots by Keyshawn off the jab. And a 1-2 up top by Keyshawn, splitting the high guard. Jab to the body by Keyshawn. Madueno's the one on the ropes right now, not answering fire. Keyshawn measuring, jab to the body, measuring up top. Straight right hand. Madueno trying to counter with a left hook on that right hand, but too slow. 2 big left hooks by Keyshawn, sitting down on both of them and splitting the guard. And Madueno holds on. Keyshawn, these are break you down type of punches now. Keyshawn steps over to the right, clubs him and dips his weight down on him, and Madueno falls to the canvas and is gripping at Keyshawn's ankles. Referee makes him come back to his feet. 30 seconds left in the ninth. Go back to the body, Keyshawn. Back to the body. Steps back, straight right hand lands nice up top, and Keyshawn ties him up and pushes the back of his head a little bit when Madueno gives his back in the clinch. These two are not going to be friends after this fight. They both work on the inside. Keyshawn giving it better on the inside when they both clinch and are trying to hit each other with the right hand. Keyshawn getting the better of that. 10 seconds left. Davis back on the jab, and then pulls that sweeping right hand uppercut, and then takes another step back, lands the left hook. So he lands the jab, steps back, sweeps that right hand, steps back, walks him into the left hook. Very nice round by Keyshawn Davis. Very nice round. And he jumps up and down in the corner after that to play to the crowd. But a very fun round there by Keyshawn Davis. Good round. AJ says, Sean, are you still doing interviews at fights? Absolutely. Just working from home tonight. Didn't want to take a flight out to Jersey. Didn't want to kind of miss 4th of July weekend with the fam and go to Anaheim for Diaz and Masvidal. You know, it's more of a circus fight. It's not a serious fight. I'm more intrigued by the undercard. Sean Garcia, Amado Vargas, and Jacobs and Mosley. But yeah, no, of course, check the channel, my brother AJ. You know, I got plenty of interviews at the fights. Thanks for asking. When is Sean fighting? Oscar. I'll check. We're about to enter the last round of Keyshawn, and I'll flip over to the FanMio pay-per-view and see how close we are to Sean Garcia and Amado Vargas. We'll take a look. Man, almost 200 people in the chat now. God bless. Thank you. Does he not have enough power, or does Modeno have a crazy chin? Modeno has a chin, tough fighter from Mexico, but Keyshawn doesn't have great fight-changing power. He's got respectable power, but no, not a heavy-handed, concussive puncher at this weight. So we're in the 10th now, about 30 seconds in. Davis circling to his right, stepping over to his right. Now his back touches the ropes. Modeno tries to pin him on the ropes. Keyshawn ties him up and gets rough with him in the clinch, shoves his right forearm into his face a little bit there. Again, these guys have been rough with each other. A little over 2 minutes left in the round, in the fight. Nice left hook to the body by Keyshawn. He slips underneath the return fire by Modeno, who is trying to work on the inside, holding Keyshawn with one hand and working the left hook. Referee warns him for that. Keyshawn with the up jab, and Keyshawn goes to his knees in the clinch. I don't like that. He clinches Modeno and then just goes to his knees, but it's to not let Modeno lean his weight on him. But he's leaning his weight on him because you're tying him up. Straight right hand by Keyshawn, splits the high guard. He's stepping over to his left, rips the sweeping right hand, left hook, and then a right uppercut to the body. Beautiful punches by Keyshawn there, and doing it off the pivot. Doing it while pivoting his feet off on an angle and punching off that angle. Not making the angle and then punching, but simultaneously making the angle and punching off of it all at once. Halfway through the round, Modeno still slinging shots to the body, but not as much steam on him, and he is more worried about what's coming back. He knows the counter's coming back, so sometimes he's not fully committing. Nice body work by Keyshawn. Keyshawn with good accuracy when he rips. In the center of the ring, he was touching him with the right hand, bang, left hook to the body, sitting down on the left hook to the body. Really good body work in this fight by Davis. Minute left in the fight. Modeno can't touch Davis anymore. He was able to touch him at times earlier in the fight, but Keyshawn's defense locked in better and better as we went along. 45 seconds left. This has been all Keyshawn. He's pitched a shutout, maybe lost one round. Maybe the second round, Modeno out-hustled him. This has been all Keyshawn. And he's looked better as the fight's gone on. I was talking about how his pulls, sometimes he'd move straight back a little too much. Sometimes the chin was up. That got better as the fight went on. He took angles and pivoted off and gave angles instead of going straight back. And the chin wasn't as exposed with the pull counters as it was in the earlier rounds. So 15 seconds left. Modeno saying, come on, let's go. Keyshawn pushes him off. Keyshawn says, come on, let's go. 10 seconds left. Keyshawn does the old matador. He says, ole, ole, and then 1-2. And Modeno does the pelvic thrust. Straight right hand by Keyshawn. Dips underneath the work by Modeno. And that is it. Keyshawn smiles at Modeno as if to say, oh, come on. You know we're just fighting. We don't really hate each other. Come on. Let's embrace and hug now, buddy. And now they do embrace and hug. And Keyshawn shows him his other side now that the fight's over. Gives him his respect. Keyshawn tries to dap up the coaches from Mexico. They're a little salty. They don't want to dap them up as much. One of them does. The other doesn't. Bomac shows some love to Modeno. And, you know, Modeno definitely earned his respect from Team Davis, I'm sure, as just a tough motherfucker. As a guy who never got hurt, face never busted up. He took Keyshawn's best and was never in danger. I do think Keyshawn hurt him to the body in the 9th round. And should have just stayed there. There was about a minute opening there where Modeno, to me, was visibly bothered to the body and was even starting to give up headshots because he was keeping the elbows at home to not get hurt to the body again. But whatever. Keyshawn wins this fight 99-91 on my card. Wouldn't be opposed to a 190 clean sweep. And to recap, to give a summary of how he looked, earlier on looked a little more shaky. Sometimes he backed up at straight lines. It was too easy for Madueno. So here's the critiques. It was too easy for Madueno to drive Keyshawn to the ropes, especially in the first half of the fight. He touched Keyshawn in the first half of the fight. Keyshawn, when he tried to pull and dip his body around with the upper body movement, his chin would be exposed. Madueno never made it count because he doesn't have the arsenal and the speed to make Keyshawn pay for it. Keyshawn's a better athlete, a better talent than him, so he got away with it. Certain rounds didn't have his foot on the gas. I think like the 8th round, the second and third, the second round, the 8th round didn't have his foot on the gas. And not a big puncher. Madueno ate all of Keyshawn to the head and to the body, ate his best work, and was never in danger of going down. Again, I think Keyshawn hurt him to the body in the 9th, but he wasn't contemplating taking a knee or anything like that. So overall, a nice, solid B-level performance by Keyshawn Davis. Not an A, not an A-, but a nice, solid B-level performance. The pros, really unique punch arsenal and output, a dynamic offense, a creative offense, good combination puncher, excellent jab to the body and to the head, very good body puncher, very good combination puncher, and got a nice, sweet, developing pull counter game. But you have to balance that with all the critiques I mentioned along with it. So not an A performance by Keyshawn, but a good performance, a good, strong B-level performance by Keyshawn. There will be questions about his power. He hit Madueno with everything, and Madueno looks like you wouldn't even know if he was in a 10-round fight where he got hit with 194 punches by Keyshawn Davis. But, hey, it is what it is. Good stuff. I like watching Keyshawn fight. Genuinely. 99-91, you called it correct. Thank you, DA. Appreciate that. DA says he's disappointed that Keyshawn couldn't stop this dude. Marvelous Irv said body work was superior. L Boogie said good commentary. Appreciate that, L Boog. Appreciate it. Edgar Coda, what's up, Edgar Coda? My bad, man. Didn't get a chance. I was so busy, blah, blah, blah. And always good to see you, Edgar Coda. And my man, Big Worm. I think I see Big Worm somewhere. Where you at, Big Worm? Worm says Keyshawn tired too. He's trying to act like he's not, though. I noticed that too, and that's part of why in moments like where he had him hurt to the body, he didn't follow up with that explosion, that explosiveness. Yeah, the conditioning still could use a little work too. That goes hand in hand with that motor critique I've talked about since he won the silver medal. But I liked it. I still plenty of positives to build off of, and some negatives that can be shored up, that can be fixed a little bit. So, but he is 25. He's not 21. So I like Keyshawn. Right now, to keep it 100, I see Keyshawn as a tweener. And what do I mean by that? He a tweener in many respects. He's a pretty good offensive fighter, but not an electric enough offensive fighter to be that guy. He's got some good defensive moves, but not a great enough defensive fighter to be that guy on defense. He at 25 right now, he looks like a guy that is a tweener in that he's better than just a regular old world champion, right? He's better than a guy that won a belt. He's better than Joe Cordina and the guy who just beat him, Anthony Kakashi. He's better than Lamont Roach. I know I'm talking about 130-pounders, but I'm just speaking in general. He's better than a Lamont Roach, a solid world title holder, guy like that. He's better than Matias, or projects to be better than Matias. But I don't know if I'm quite. It's not out of the question with the pull counters, the long arms, the excellent jab, the combinations. He could be an elite fighter. I'm not counting that out. But right now, I feel like he's trending more towards being better than guys that are world champions, but not as good as the pound-for-pound elite. You know what I mean? If guys like Lamont Roach, Liam Perro, Mario Barrios, who was some other... Hell, even okay, a little bit like Janibek, right? Like, Janibek seems to be the best middleweight in the world. He's a notch above just... It's a very, really weak division. And I think Keyshawn will be better than Janibek a little bit, but, like, again, better than just your average world title holder, but not special like the pound-for-pound elite. Pretty damn good. Pretty good. That's what he's projecting to be right now. But he could still shore up a couple things and be elite. But he's not... He's a really good athlete, but he's not an elite level explosive athlete. Even like Canelo. Like, I know, really? Canelo? Canelo was flat-footed a lot of his career and all. No, Canelo has that, like Tank, like a Inoue. He has that burst, that explosiveness, that mixture of speed and power. He's not just fast, he's powerful with the speed. Keyshawn's not that. He's fast with good pop, but he's not fast with crunching power like Canelo, like Tank, like Inoue. So yeah, he's not quite as gifted as those. He's gifted, but he's not quite as gifted as those. Do you guys get what I'm getting at? He might project to be pretty good, but not special. So we'll see. But I like him because he does a lot of... I love the pull counter game. It's development. It's really fun to watch. And I love the diverse punch arsenal he has when he puts his shots together. So I really like Keyshawn, and I think he's definitely going to be a world champion and may become a unified champ, may become a lineal champ. Is he going to be that guy? Is he going to be special? I don't know about that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, shit, is it so wrong if he retires, with titles in 2 divisions, maybe 3 divisions, and wins, unifies in 1 or 2? No, that's pretty good. That's borderline Hall of Fame, if not Hall of Fame. But so we'll see. We'll see. Marvelous Irv says he has to tuck that chin. I agree. It's not as egregious as what Jared does pulling out with the chin up, but he does have to tuck the chin. And another part of the critique part of it all, he didn't trust himself on the inside enough. He would clinch excessively, and Keyshawn's got a good inside game. That's a little bit of the comfort level in there, but it is what it is. Let me see. Charles N., to put it simply, says he's got to keep working on the craft. I agree. Matt says, what's up, Sean? What's up, Matt? He does got to keep working on the craft, Charles N., but he's 25. He ain't 21. And at 25, you definitely get better fight to fight. But, you can't expect... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, right? Bernard and Terrence got way better. They were way better at 35 than they were at 25. Bernard and Terrence, maybe Keyshawn's a little bit like that. We'll see. But we'll see. Yeah, definitely going to be a world champion. So now they're showing some Oshaki Foster stuff. Let me take a quick look at the Diaz Masvidal pay-per-view, see how far ahead we are. My man Sean Porter, Porterway Podcast. Hope you're having a good broadcast, Sean. Sitting next to Sean O'Malley, who spells his name correctly, unlike my man Sean Porter. So, no. I'm going to start calling the action in the Masvidal card once we get to Mosley and Garcia and Vargas. I got my food here. Danny Jacobs versus Shane Mosley Jr. Who will win tonight? Tough fight to pick because I don't think Danny is really that motivated anymore. He's made a lot of money and has really nice veneers. And he just didn't look hungry against John Ryder. He admitted to us on the Porter Way, like, this is a very winnable fight against this guy. So he thinks he's fighting a kid who's got a name because his dad was a legend. He's not really that good. And he thinks, and also he came in a little overweight. He thinks the power is going to be a big difference. Shane Mosley Jr. has never fought at 68. He's fought at 54 and then 60 in his career. I don't know. I'd have to check again. He may have fought at 68, but he's really a middleweight. He's a middleweight, and Jacobs is grown into super middleweight and well into his 30s. So, but we'll see, man. It's going to be a competitive fight, and Jacobs could lose that fight. It's hard to make a pick because Jacobs isn't really motivated anymore. And Mosley Jr.'s never been on his level. He's never been a championship level fighter. Not really. So we'll see. We'll see. You put a gun to my head, I don't know, man. I might favor Mosley. Like, I really don't think Danny's all that motivated anymore to fight, like, for boxing reasons. He's just doing it because he still keeps himself in shape and was a champion and, could still pick up a payday. Like, I don't think... I know Danny told us on the Port Away he wants to make the Hall of Fame and all that. I don't know, man. I might actually give the edge to Shane Jr. Just off youth and desire a little bit, and he actually has more incentive to win this fight. Jacobs has already made millions of dollars. Shane Jr. hasn't. And Shane Jr., if he wins this fight, even though it's not for a title, even though Jacobs lost to John Ryder already, and this isn't for a title or nothing, it would allow him to legitimize himself as a fighter. Like, I may not have been the best, but, I wasn't a chump. I beat Danny Jacobs, so we'll see. Let me check the odds on that fight. Mosley Jacobs odds. Jacobs is 1-1 to get the job done. Really? Let me see. Oh, it's an even fight. The odds makers have it an even fight. Damn, I thought Jacobs would be this big favorite. I guess they see what I see. Chat. Sean, who do you have winning the Foster fight? Ask Elijah Mitchell. Isn't that the name of the Niners backup running back from McCaffrey? Elijah Mitchell. Shout out. I hope it is you, Elijah Mitchell, from the Niners in the chat. That would be amazing. I got Foster, but out of all the top ranked fights tonight, that's the one that is the most likely to be an upset. I don't think it's going to happen. I like O'Shaquie Foster. He's got to stop fucking around with needing to make I've loved the dramatic late knockouts and knockdowns against Nova and Rocky Hernandez. That was dramatic, thrilling stuff, but you don't want to make it a habit. That could catch up with you with Conceição. If he starts too slow and gets behind against Conceição, he'll probably get upset. So O'Shaquie Foster, knowing that, better start from jump pretty much and fight good all 12 and not just try to, be clutch and save it in the end. Because I think if he needs a late knockout against Conceição, I don't think he's going to get it. So I got Foster, but I could see him getting upset. So Solo Dolo says, salute, Sean. Salute to you too. Ricardo Velez says Jacobs plus 20. See? The booksmakers went through the same thought process I did. I was like, I'll give it to, ladies, close your ears. This is an awful term, but it's what came to mind. I'll give it to Mosley Jr. by a cunt hair. That's an old Brooklyn one. I won't say it again, but I'll give it to him by a hair, and we'll see if we'll see if Mosley does it. But Jacobs at plus 120, that is kind of a good bet. Jacobs might just flatten him in 5 rounds because Mosley's never really been a championship level fighter. We'll see. Sorry, I'm hungry, chat. I gotta eat this. Now they're showing a feature with O'Shaquie Foster. O'Shaquie turned his life around, had to do a prison bid, and he's a guy where, like, literally boxing is saving his life. Where he'd be doing some gangster shit if it wasn't for the sport of boxing. So that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing. I'm happy he was able to turn his life around with the sport. And I think, he might be the best super featherweight in the world. I think he might be, Navarrete has kind of ducked him. Navarrete, when Foster signed last year to Top Rank, is like, oh, obviously they're going to match Navarrete and Foster in the unification. But they probably look at Foster as a guy who can't draw because he can't. And they look at Navarrete as a Mexican fighter that can draw because he can a little bit. He could sell 5,000 to 10,000 seats in Southern California. So they don't want to feed their bigger draw on Navarrete to Foster. But that's kind of bullshit. They're the two best at 130. So Navarrete went up to 35, thought he could hit a lick on Denis Berancek. Showed up fat and sluggish and out of shape and lost the fight. And hopefully he can get back down to 30 and be the Navarrete that beat Oscar Valdez. That Navarrete was a beast. And then that Navarrete might beat Oshaki Foster. A peak form Navarrete might beat Oshaki Foster. But, you know, I suspect Foster has the edge in that matchup. And, you know, so because I think they're the two best super featherweights, and because I think Foster has the edge in that matchup, I think Foster is by a little bit the best fighter in the division, but we'll see. Robson Conceição won that gold medal. He was up with a nice lead on Oscar Valdez halfway through their fight. He wound up losing a close fight in Valdez's hometown or home state of Arizona. Shakur dominated him, but you know he was very nip and tuck, very close with Valdez. Busted Valdez's face up, got off to a strong start, faded late. Let's see how he does tonight with Oshaki Foster. Let's see if third time's the charm. This is the third world title. He's the Brazilian Joet Gonzalez. He's the top-ranked guy that keeps losing title fights and then gets another shot at the title. But actually, it's his fourth shot at the title because he had to settle for a draw with Navarrete, who dropped him twice. But Conceição won a majority of those rounds outside of being draw. It was a good call. It was a good draw. So let's see, man. Fourth time the charm. For Sugar Ray Robson Conceição. Let me see. What's up, Malcolm Emmanuel? Malcolm Emmanuel says, I think I got Robson. It could happen. It could happen. If Shock gets off to a slow start, I don't think he's gonna be able to pull off no late round heroics with Robson Conceição. He's gotta be ready to fight all 12 sharp tonight. Bloody Punches, what's up, Bloody Punches? He says, hey, we got blessed today, champ. Keyshawn, Abdullah, Shakur, Zepeda out in LA, yep. Kermel, Danny Jacobs, Nate Diaz, and more. I can't put Nate Diaz in. Nate Diaz is shot, bro. Like, just listen to the man talk. He shouldn't be fighting anymore. I'm picking Masvidal just off that. Just off how shot Nate Diaz is. How much Nate should not be taking punches to the brain anymore. If Nate fucks him up, cool. I don't care anyways. I don't got nothing against Nate Diaz. You know, I'd smoke weed with him. But I don't think that man should be taking punches anymore. I'm not a UFC guy. I don't know him like that, like in career-wise. But I know a fighter who's had enough and who should go home. And that's Nate Diaz. Even if he wins tonight, he shouldn't be fighting anymore. But, hey, it is his life and he is a warrior. So I don't say that disrespectfully. All right, Foster's in the ring. WBC Super Featherweight Champion. Robson Conceição in the ring. Mark Shunock with the call. Give Mark Shunock your ring name, and he'll call. What song am I doing, chat? It's a horrible song from the mid-2000s, but what song is that referencing? Give Mark Shunock, Jimmy Lennon Jr., and Michael Buffer your ring name. And they'll call. And they'll follow that ass to the mall. All right. So, major props to Sean. Thank you for watching Stevenson so we don't have to. Geez, 662-292. Well, thank you for, being in the chat. Malcolm Emmanuel says, I was surprised Jake couldn't KO Nate, though. Nate, just a fighting spirit. He is. He's a warrior. It doesn't take an MMA expert to see that the guy's a fucking warrior. I could see that. But, What's up, Fleet? Zero trying to say it was the Lil Jon song. No. I was referencing Trillville. I really didn't like that song, but it's never leaving the brain. All these Zero, I think you're referencing the Lil Jon and the East Side Boys song. I was referencing the awful Trillville song with the bed squeaking in the beginning. Anyway, all right, Foster getting his ring introduction. Third title defense, fourth world title fight. Won this belt off Ray Vargas in a slight upset on Showtime, the now deceased late Showtime. Defended that belt by knockout against Rocky Hernandez, about to lose his belt And then in the 12th round in Mexico, in Hernandez's country, knocked him out on the zone. Then fights Abraham Nova, falls behind on the cards, drops him in the 12th, comes on strong, holds on, deservedly holds on to his belt. And again, just to repeat it again, he's got to avoid that tonight with Robson Conceição. So, 662-292 says, seriously, thank you, Sean, for your work. You are clearly passionate for boxing. Oh, thank you, my man. I appreciate it. I'm a boxing lifer. I'll be doing this shit till I die, probably. So, or at least till I'm really old. All right. Foster and Conceição. Here we go. The biggest Brazilian since Popo Freitas, since Acilino Freitas. Just kidding. That's Esquiva Falcao, right? Who is the best Brazilian since Acilino Freitas? Go ahead and drop that in the chat. All right. All right. Shock and Shock and Conceição. This fight came close to being a unification. If Conceição gets that decision against Navarrete, this is a unification. Here we go. All right, Foster, lead hand low, comes out to the center of the ring. He's got good skills, good movement, not excessive movement. Good at taking half steps in and out. Conceição comes with the jab. Foster started with that jab of the body. Conceição with the jab up top. Conceição starting to come forward now, and Foster with good movement, stepping over to his left, not going back in straight lines and then finding a slight angle like Keyshawn did, but just moving out to the left, circling instead of moving back. Foster circling to his left, backs away, makes Conceição fall short with the right hand, and Conceição shakes his head. 1-2 up top by Foster, gets blocked, and back comes Conceição with a jab of the body. Conceição with a jab of the body, Foster trying to make him pay with his own jab for reaching down to the midsection. Now Foster lands a jab to the midsection. Conceição trying to step forward, but Foster with good lateral movement, not going straight back here in round one. Circling to his left. Shoots his jab on Conceição. Conceição catching it. Conceição, the taller, slightly bigger man, it looks like in there. And trying to come forward on Foster, who is a good boxer. Not easy to beat when he's in a rhythm off his back foot. Foster landing that jab, backs away and makes Conceição fall short. He resets in the center of the ring. Double jab up top. Sets up a little touching right hand of the body for Foster. Making Conceição reach in the center of the ring and fall short with his punches halfway through the first. Foster, good feint. Conceição biting on it. Conceição staying in front of Foster. Picks his hands up. Now he gets in close and lands a left hook to the body. And Foster gets his hands up to block the right hand. As that two-piece from Conceição landing to the body, but not to the head. A little over a minute left. Conceição coming forward. Foster now holds his ground for a minute in the center of the ring. Shoots the jab, shoots a straight right hand, but Conceição pulls out of range and gets away from it. Minute left in the round. Now a jab from Conceição sets up a straight right hand of the body as, Foster trying to escape out to his left, but that right hand of the body touching him a little bit. 45 seconds left in the round. Foster with that lead hand low, shoulder roll position. Touches with the jab. Back comes Conceição with two jabs. Foster makes him fall short with that half step out of range. Nice left hook by Foster. Conceição trying to back straight out as both doing the footsies game. One guy taking one step in, one guy taking one step out. When Conceição made that step out, Foster hooked off the jab and landed that left hook. So that was probably the best punch of the round so far. 20 seconds left. Foster holding his ground, feints, steps over to his left, and makes Conceição whiff with a right hand, hit nothing but air. And Foster is a good defensive fighter when he gets in a rhythm off that back foot like he did against Vargas. Not as good defensively against Nova and Hernandez, where he had to come on the front foot as that fight progressed. But, good feeling out round one. Gave a slight edge to Foster because he was able to make Conceição miss clean pretty consistently. Didn't hit Conceição with a whole lot. Touched him with the jab a little bit to the body here and there. Really the best punch of the round was about 30 seconds left where Foster off the jab made Conceição pull out of range. Then he quickly hooked off the jab and popped his head up a little bit. That was the best punch of the round. 10-9 Foster. Chat, I don't know how many people we're going to get in this live. It might just be us hardcores tonight. So thank you for the about 200 of you rocking with your boy. I'll stop eating so much. I'm just hungry. Shakur Stevenson chilling backstage. Got his Kobe Bryant shirt on. Speaking of Kobe Bryant, what I was doing tonight was actually I was covering Team USA basketball out here in Las Vegas earlier. Yep, and on that replay, they show that left hook that snapped around the head of Conceição a little bit. Round 2, Conceição reaching for the jab. Can't quite get in range with his feet. And Foster touches him with the counter right hand as he reaches for his jab to the body. Now Foster's got good footwork. It's not excessive. And he doesn't back straight up into straight lines. He circles you well. And when he does back up, it's just a couple of half steps out to make you fall short, and then he could reset his positioning. Now Conceição gets a Foster in exchange and finally touches him with a left hook, but already Conceição looks very frustrated like he did at times with Shakur. Foster is dictating well in the center of the ring. And Conceição can't land anything early in this fight. And that good jab by O'Shaquie Foster. He's got a great half-step back jab. That gave Ray Vargas all kind of issues when he won the title. He just takes little steps out of range and then walks you into that jab and controls the pace of the fight, outboxing you by doing that. And yeah, Conceição letting his hands go in spots, but not accurate at all, and not able to keep up with the little subtle footwork of Foster. Conceição reaching again for that jab to the body. Foster with a 1-2 over the top, and then doing a little bit of a subtle old school, Black American boxing move where after you land the shot, you just keep your hand on the top of his head a little bit to know where he's at, and then reset your position. That's a little old school tricks of the trade there. Passed down through the American lineage of boxing. So this isn't really exciting stuff, but if you appreciate little subtleties, what Foster's doing is very effective right now early in this fight. Round 2, minute left, he actually holds Conceição there with the jab for a second on the high guard and, came back with the right hand, but just he's sharp defensively right now is Foster. Conceição not able to land anything, and Foster's not super busy, but he's got an accurate jab, and he could set up the right hand behind that. Good jab right now by Foster. He's out-jabbing Conceição. 30 seconds left in the round. Again, not spectacular, not a blowout, dominant round by Foster, but a round he was a step ahead in throughout, and out-jabbed Conceição, and has the superior positioning. Again, if you're a boxing purist, this is stuff you can subtly appreciate. It's not stuff that's going to sell a lot of tickets, but I can appreciate the subtleties of Foster's skills. He won that round without really throwing and landing a whole lot of punches. He touched Conceição here and there, while Conceição didn't even land at all. He's not touching him, not partially landing around the guard. He's not touching O'Shaquie really right now, and he's frustrated. So 20-18, O'Shaquie Foster. They traded right hands, and actually part of an elbow landed for Conceição. That's a round where if judges really just don't like a lack of activity, they may not reward Foster the round. I have it 20-18. So stop eating, says Mike Ortega. All right. I'm sorry. I'm hungry. Can I, let me at least eat when fights aren't happening. I'll stop. Matt Borgeson. What's up, Matt Borgeson? Let me get to the super chat in just a moment. Let's Sean Garcia's coming to the ring, chat. Sean Garcia, and now Amado Vargas is coming to the ring. Chat, all right, I'm going to leave it up to you. What are we calling? Calling, chat. Foster, Robeson, Amado Vargas, Sean Garcia. All right, let it be known, chat. What am I calling? Because now we're about to get the Amado Vargas Sean Garcia fight. I'll go back to Foster because they're still making their way to the ring. Conceição trying to apply some pressure and open up now wide with his punches, but not landing. Oshaki, the sharper, more compact puncher, rips the jab and then comes back a little knife in straight right hand to the body, a little left hook to the body, shorter, sharper, more compact shots, and that jab is killer. Again, he's got a great half-step back jab where you're trying to cut distance with your jab, and you walk right into his as he takes a half-step back. Another half-step back sets up a little clubbing right hand for Foster, and Conceição coming forward, trying to cut the distance, but is in no man's land. Doesn't have the answers or the tools early on to figure out the little subtle movements of Foster. Now he gets closer with the right hand. He shoots the jab to the chest, and that right hand got closer to the chin, following behind that jab to the chest from Conceição. Conceição starting to jab to the chest. That's what De La Hoya had to do to have some success against Mayweather's kind of shoulder roll, to stop aiming to the heads. Conceição getting wild with some of his shots and starting to throw some of those right hands without his eyes up because they're a little bit out of frustration. Foster in the center of the ring. Got to pick up the work rate a little bit, though. Foster measuring with that. Nice left hook by Foster. And that's because of the jab. Conceição can't get out of the way of the jab when Foster is timing him coming forward. So he expects the jab, and the left hook snuck around the guard. Now a good left hook to the body by Conceição. He throws the 1-2 and can't touch Foster, who rolls, does the shoulder roll out of it, but he bangs with the left hook to the body as Foster rolls the shots up top. Minute left in the third. Minute left in the third. Foster not able to let him get close with him with the jab at all. Can't find a home for the jab, can Conceição. And Foster not busy with his jab, but often lands it when he shoots it from the hip. Shoots that up jab from the hip. Very good with that punch. And just sound defensively tonight. Not easy to hit as Oshaki Foster. Back on his jab. 30 seconds left, and Foster's got to be careful here because I think he's doing enough, just enough to win these rounds, but the key word is just enough, and other judges may not appreciate those subtleties as much, and they just see Conceição coming forward a little bit more, taking more chances, and they can reward that in a close, kind of non-eventful round. And that will just about do it for round 3. I got it 30-27 Foster. Oh, nice right hand at the bell by Foster. Set up off that stinging little quick jab. But, if some judges may not love that more conservative style. So, all right, Amado Vargas. It looks like Foster's on his way to a very chess-like decision over Conceição anyways. I don't see that fight heating up too crazy. And I think Foster will win a decision, but let's see. All right, for everyone hopping in, Ryan's in the ring talking shit. Oh, man. Okay, I see the Vargas brothers. Is Ryan there? I'm just flashing over to the Famio pay-per-view now, but it's fight time. Henry Garcia by his son, Sean Garcia. Both guys come in center ring. Amado Vargas. So I know these kids a little bit. Sean Garcia has faster hands. Amado Vargas has a nice right hand. Amado Vargas, I've seen spar. He has he's got some thud in that right hand. That's his best punch. He's got a good right hand. I give the edge to Amado Vargas. Garcia's body doesn't look good, although he's bigger than Vargas because he blew weight by 3 pounds like his brother did against Devin Haney. So he's bigger than Amado. And he has a left hook too, and he has faster hands than Amado and has a better amateur background than Amado, but Amado's in better shape. And Amado has more power in the right hand. So here we go. Round 1 starts, and Amado puts Garcia on his heels a little bit and comes forward, bang into the body. Garcia just covering up in the high guard early on, and ugly, kind of sloppy work by Vargas, winging shots to the body, not placing shots sharp, compact, or accurately, just winging shots. And that's not good. And Garcia just shelled up, backed up, let him shoot his shot a little bit. And just not a whole lot of that work was effective to start by Amado Vargas. Now Sean Garcia picks his hands up, holds his ground in the center of the ring. Early on, I like the positioning of Garcia better. The way he's holding his hands and the balance in his stance is better. And he's feinting, as Amado hasn't let out a feint yet. Garcia now slightly backing up Vargas. Vargas shoots a jab, but Sean Garcia catching out of the high guard. Sean Garcia already showing more looks, dropping the lead hand a little bit, picking it back up, letting a feint go or two. And it looks like Garcia is just setting up Vargas, who doesn't have good balance and isn't compact with the shots. Amado Vargas switching southpaw, pumping the jab, not landing it, not splitting the hard guard, and slow and a little sloppy with some of his punches is Amado Vargas, winging some of those punches wide. Halfway through the round, Garcia's yet to really throw a punch. He's just measuring Amado Vargas, letting him let shots go. Now he lands a southpaw left hand as Vargas backed up into the ropes and tried to walk Garcia into a right hand. Garcia got touched by it, but I thought landed a better southpaw left hand on Vargas. Garcia staying as a southpaw. Jabbed the body by Amado Vargas, but I like the vision from Garcia early on. He's got his eyes open and looks a little more confident and a little more ring aware in there. He was the better amateur than Amado Vargas. Amado getting off first, though, and is the busier fighter, winging shots, winging wide hooks to the body, 2 wide right hooks to the body by Amado Vargas. Those got in. And Garcia may have good positioning, but he's not winning the round right now. He lets go of an overhand left, and Vargas just dips his chin out of the way of that. Back comes Vargas with a couple of, plodding jabs to the body. Now Garcia steps over to his right, picks a big, quick right hook by Sean Garcia, but Vargas dipped his head away from it. Didn't get touched by that shot, but that was a much more fast and sharper punch than the kind of winging, sloppy punches Amado Vargas is letting go of. But Vargas, with 20 seconds left, is on his way to winning this round because Garcia was not active at all this round. 20 seconds left. Garcia short with the 1-2 a moment ago. Vargas steps back in. Vargas doing a lot of switching. Southpaw, orthodox. Not really landing clean out of either stance, but he's busier. And he's getting off first. Now Garcia comes back with an uppercut, but Amado, keeping the hands up, catches it. Jab to the body at the bell for Amado Vargas. 10-9 Amado Vargas. He won that round. He didn't really land much. He landed some body shots. Landed a couple, and they weren't super accurate or bone-crunching body shot, kind of clubbing wide shots. But he got into the body a couple times. Sean Garcia, no real muscle on his body, blew weight, maybe not in great conditioning to take advantage of that, of having better skill and better positioning and a tighter guard and a faster hook. Hardly let his hands go, so he loses the round. 10-9. 10-9 Amado Vargas. Warlando said W says Vargas is slow. Zero said Garcia might KO the guy. Gotta let his hands go to do that. Rufus Collins said you're the best in the business. Matt Borgeson, I got you still on the super chat, brother. Don't worry, it's just coming in. Dude threw up in the corner. Bad news. Who did? Conceição? All right, here we go. Round 2, and Amado doesn't have good balance. But he comes out southpaw, and he lands a left uppercut because he's winging shots, and he's winging shots to the body, and he worked the left uppercut to the head in between all those body shots, and it landed on Sean Garcia, lifted his head up. Garcia now lets go of a sweeping left hand, but Amado catches it on the high guard. Amado switches back orthodox, lets go of his jab, throws little touching shots. Left hook to the body lands for Amado. Another left hook to the body. Amado winging shots to the body and gets countered in between those shots finally by Sean, but he got off about 4 or 5 or 6 body shots. Another left hook to the body by Amado. And again, these are not Canelo Alvarez, Inoue type, beautifully placed under the elbow bodies. These are just winging, clubbing shots, but they're landing. And now Amado kind of tackles Sean to the canvas. Garcia's conditioning might lose him a fight against an inferior fighter. Amado switches southpaw, switches back orthodox, wings those left hooks to the body. Amado left hook to the body again. Amado's in better shape. Right now he's winning this fight because he can let his hands go. And Garcia doesn't trust his conditioning because he's soft around the midsection. Garcia wings a right hook and a left uppercut, but Amado Vargas on the ropes, keeping his hands up. Those shots aren't really getting through. He comes back in the center of the ring and wings a left hook to the body of Sean Garcia. Backing Sean Garcia up near the ropes. Right hook to the body. He gets countered by a sweeping left hand by Sean Garcia, but Garcia needs to work more. Back comes Amado to the body. Backing Garcia up on the ropes. It's sloppy work, but he's getting off more often, and he's ahead in the second round right now. Amado switching southpaw, squares his feet up. Doesn't really cut the ring off, just plods forward, but is letting his hands go. 1, 2, 3 up top by Amado, all blocked. But then he comes back downstairs with a sweeping left hand to the body out of the southpaw stance and lands the body shot. So far, the body shots and the activity and conditioning of Vargas are winning him this fight. Not so much superior skill. 50 seconds left in the second. Garcia has to start punching more, to put it simply. Jab to the body, finally sets up a little straight right hand that splits the high guard a little bit for Amado Vargas. Amado 1, 2, and then left hook to the body. Just, freezing the hands up top of Garcia and then working his body. Back comes Garcia with a double jab, straight left hand, but not committing to those punches. He tries that famous Garcia little check hook, but Amado keeps his hands up and catches it. Back comes Amado. They trade jabs. Garcia getting the better of the jab that time. Out-jabbed Vargas, but back comes Vargas getting off first, backing him up. Nice little combination up top by Vargas, just touching Garcia up top with those shots. Garcia checking him with the hook a little bit, but not clean. As Vargas, now a combination at the bell by Garcia. He's going to need more of that. I got it 20-18, Amado Vargas. Hey, what's up, Mr. Quake? What's going on, Mr. Quake? Good to see you, brother. Ricardo Velez. They got Rampage Jackson, I guess, ringside. Sibley Scholes. I know Sibley Scholes. She covers the Raiders, so shout out to her. She's doing something. Let's see this. Oh, Samantha in the chat. Oh, thank you, Samantha. Letting them know our 4th of July was good. Mr. Quake, you're all good, brother. Ricardo and Mr. Quake, guys are all good, brother. Happy both of you are in the chat. Mr. Quake, that's Mr. Quake, man. He likes to trail off. He likes to talk some video games, some WWF, some old school 90s nostalgia. I'm not mad at it at all. I let Mr. Quake do Mr. Quake. But shout out to Ricardo Velez, too. So I got a 20-18 for Amado Vargas. Based off, and he gets off first in the third, too. Right hook to the body, little left uppercut, lifts up Sean Garcia's face. Garcia backed up on the ropes and not returning fire from the combinations to the body by Amado Vargas. I don't think Garcia's starting to like that body work. Conditioning, letting him down. That soft midsection is getting banged repeatedly by Amado Vargas. Now a short right hook gets in for Sean Garcia. He responds with a combination, and that right hook got in because he threw it in between, punches, putting punches together, not just looking for one punch at a time. He misses the right hook this time. It gets blocked. They're in the center of the ring. He out-jabs Amado Vargas, makes Amado switch back to right-handed. Straight left hand, touching the high guard a little bit by Sean Garcia. Back comes Amado Vargas in the center of the ring. Garcia has to answer that he took a little bit of an onslaught to the body in the first minute of this round. Garcia in this high guard takes that little left hook to the body by Amado too. He's got to time Amado and let his hands go. Amado getting off to the body again with the right hook in the southpaw stance. Backing Sean up. Sean doing too much, faking like he out of the high guard. He's about to explode with that Garcia hook. But oftentimes he's just here in the high guard, and Amado's taking what the defense gives him. He's just banging down low then. And the right hook to the body in the southpaw stance has been the most effective punch of the fight, and it's coming from Amado Vargas. Amado leading with a left hook. Amado just banging the body. He's not really accurate or compact enough to split the high guard when Garcia goes here, so he just clubs shots to the body. And Garcia doesn't have the conditioning to return fire. A straight right hand to the body and a left hook to the body by Amado as he backs Garcia up, who's taking some deep breaths right now. Minute left in the third. This is about to be another Vargas round because Garcia can't get off. Doesn't trust his conditioning. Getting backed up. Blocks the right hand by Vargas. Vargas back in the center. Straight right hand lands up top for Amado Vargas. He hasn't landed a whole lot of clean, effective punches up top, but he got the straight right hand in that time. Goes back to banging the body. Garcia just with one or two punches here and there as Amado will get off and take advantage of it. 30 seconds left in the round. It's Vargas' fight right now. 2 body shots by Vargas off the uppercut, and he clubs 2 body shots and moves his head enough to get out of the way of the counter shot. 2 more body shots and an uppercut and another body shot for Amado. Back comes Garcia with a combination, and Vargas taunts him. He says, I caught everything, and he did. He caught everything. 10 seconds left. Both guys a little tired as the third round comes to a close. 30-27, Amado Vargas. Garcia just not in the right level of conditioning. It's not that Vargas is the more compact puncher, is the fast. It's just that Garcia's hardly letting his hands go because he's not in shape. So 30-27 for Amado Vargas. So here we go. Garcia needs that counter upper, says Bebop Jones. There's some openings there against Amado Vargas. They're there, but he don't trust his conditioning, bro. He's thinking about, it's already the third round. I got to save something for the next 5 rounds in front, or I could get stopped to the body just off of pure exhaustion. That's a very real thing. Even when the guy's not necessarily hurting you or hitting you clean up top, he just keeps banging away at that body in correspondence with you also not being in shape, and you could get stopped off conditioning alone. That could happen. All right, round 4. Garcia's got to take some chances. Got to let his hands go in between the sloppy combinations of Amado Vargas, who begins round 4 with another sloppy combination. And he's landing to the body. Amado finally comes back with a jab and a sweep, and Amado shouts something back at the corner. Sean Garcia starts shouting back at the corner, and he lets go of his hands. Now he steps forward and kind of switches stance for a second and lands a lead right hand, but punching in combination didn't really throw that. He threw the lead right hand. It's a jab, but he sat down on it with some power, but not enough. You got to do more. Left hook to the body inside by Amado, and a right uppercut on the inside lands up top for Amado, and he's getting the better. He's winning the fight. Back comes Sean with a bit of a combination, but he's not touching Vargas. Even though Vargas doesn't look like he's got the best skills, when Garcia does open up, it's few and far between. He's not landing. Back comes Vargas with a combination. He snuck the right hook in up top and punching in combination and swept a little left hand to the body out of southpaw stance. Garcia did land one shot in that sequence, but it's 1 against 4 or 5. And Vargas continues to just invest in the body. Vargas has the high guard in the center of the ring. So does Garcia, and Vargas immediately taps that body. 3 or 4 shots. Another sweeping right hand to the body. Now he switches southpaw. Throws the right hook to the body at southpaw stance. Left uppercut up top. Garcia's hurt. Combination on the ropes for Amado Vargas. Garcia trying that check right hook. Didn't land. Vargas is seeing the hook coming. He knows it's the one thing he can't let land. And Garcia is fatigued. Backed into the corner. Eats a right uppercut. Gets hit by another right uppercut. It's more the lack of conditioning than anything for Garcia. Garcia is tired. Eats that body. Down goes Garcia off a right uppercut. Amado Vargas drops him off the right uppercut. I told you, he's got a decent little right hand. And that right hand was enough to send Garcia down. Garcia's exhausted. He's not in shape. He doesn't have the conditioning for this fight. It looks like he's going to get stopped. Garcia is exhausted. Vargas on top of him, letting his hands go. Garcia clinches. 40 seconds left in the round. Garcia covers up. He's exhausted. Left hook to the body, right hand to the body. Left hook to the body, right hand to the body. Garcia lets go of one left hand, but Vargas is covering up well. Combination by Sean Garcia, and Amado covers up some of those straight left hands, splitting the high guard of Vargas with all that combination punching. That may have been it. That may be all that Garcia had left was that combination. Vargas sticks his tongue out at him. And back to the body. Garcia beginning to give his back. He's exhausted. He's in retreat. 5 seconds left. He has no answer for the body shots. And it's the uppercuts. And that's it. It's all Amado Vargas winning this fight off balls and conditioning as much as any kind of skill. He hasn't really, although it may not be pretty, but he hasn't been really hit. His high guard has been effective. And he's busting up Garcia now. Garcia's exhausted in the corner. He probably wants to quit because he's so fucking tired. And he's got a little bit of a welt on the top of his head. And all fight long, he's threatened out of the high guard. They're threatened, like at any moment, like Canelo or Ryan, he could out of it. But it just hasn't really come. And he spent so long threatening out of the high guard that Amado just kept pounding away to the liver. And now he's exhausted. and looks like he's going to get stopped by Amado Vargas. And that went down on the right uppercut. Yep, didn't see it coming, expecting more body shots, trying to tuck the elbows in, and Amado, boom, right uppercut, sent him on the seat of his pants. Yep. All right, round 5. Garcia in retreat, covering up in the corner. Vargas smelling blood. Right uppercuts along the ropes for Vargas, landing, splitting the high guard a little bit. Back to the body. 2 body shots by Vargas. Back comes Garcia. He gets himself off the ropes, fires his jab twice in a straight left hand, but that's it. Straight left hand, right uppercut, straight left hand by Sean Garcia. Back on his jab, but Vargas is blocking those shots, and he's still on the front foot, banging away to the body. Banging away to the body. And Garcia trying to sweep the left hand around the high guard, but not that effective. He eats a jab, does Garcia. 3, 4 body shots by Vargas. Back comes Garcia with a left hand to the body to at least stop Vargas's onslaught for a second. Vargas hooking off the jab to going to the body with the hook. You know, jabbing up top and then sweeping a couple of hooks to the body. Back in the center of the ring. Both guys in the high guard. Garcia trying to paw his jab out there. He's on the ropes. He eats a left hook to the body on the ropes. Right hook to the body on the ropes. Back in the center of the ring. Gets off the ropes back in the center of the ring. He's trying to show some guts here. Digging deep, even though this fight has totally gotten away from him. Down 5 points probably with only 4 rounds left. Eats a lead right hook by Amado Vargas. A right hook sets up 2 hooks to the body with both hands for Amado Vargas. Backing Sean Garcia up. Now he's starting to throw punches like, what? My daddy's a what? My daddy's a what? What'd you say about my daddy? And now Amado does a little Ali shuffle, turns his back and dances some more, turns his back to Sean Garcia and shakes his ass a little bit, and now he goes back to the left hook to the body. They go back to the left hook of the body. Sean Garcia covering up on the ropes, eating some right hands to the body, tries to counter back with a left hand in between shots, but he's so tired that the steam has probably left most of his punches now too. Sharp right hook, left hand by Garcia off the ropes, but it's blocked by Amado Vargas, who looks very angry now and looks like he's enjoying punishing this guy who had bad things to say about his Hall of Fame fighting father. 45 seconds left. This is all Amado Vargas again. Catching on the high guard. Garcia letting his hands go finally. Jab to the body, left hand up top, but caught on the high guard by Amado Vargas. Not being effective with his work now. Right hook to the body by Vargas. Another right hook to the body. Combinations up top. Garcia tired and just forced to lay on the ropes. Garcia taking these shots well, though, as he's exhausted. He's reacting to them better than he did in the 4th, and I think that's his mental fortitude saying, you know, I can't quit in there. I can't quit in there. This is a guy who did fight Bam Rodriguez as an amateur. He was a good decorated amateur. Good combination by Garcia. Trying to split that high guard of Vargas, but not getting it done. And another left hook to the body makes Garcia wince at the bell. Made him wince at the bell. 5-zip. Amado Vargas, 50-44. You got to add the extra point because of the knockdown in round 4. And right now, I got to give credit to Sean Garcia. He's losing every round. He didn't come in shape. But what's stopping him from wilting, from acquiescing and taking the knee is his heart, is his desire. You know, he knows I can't quit. I can't quit against this guy. It's not my brother against a pound-for-pound elite like Tank. The referee is beginning to look at Garcia in the corner and tell him, it looks like, hey, man, I don't know if you can keep fighting. And Garcia nodding his head, acknowledging that it's not going well in there. And again, Vargas winning this fight off conditioning as much as anything else. He's in better shape. You just got to take one look at both fighters' body, and you see he's the more in shape fighter. So, all right, back in the 6th now. Nice left uppercut. Gets in for Garcia because he punched in combination. Started off the round with a bang. Snuck the uppercut in. Back to the body is Amado Vargas. Back to the body. Straight right hand hurts Garcia along the ropes. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 on the ropes. Vargas just trying to make the referee step in. Garcia turns him and comes back with a combination. Good left uppercut by Sean Garcia. He's exhausted but fighting through it. Left hook to the body by Amado. Forces Garcia to retreat, who's got to take a heavy breath after... right hook to the body. Right hook to the body again. And you could see Garcia's body folding. Referee wants to stop this thing, and he does. A jab knocks Garcia into the ropes. Garcia gets stopped on his feet. He didn't wilt. He didn't quit. And he gets stopped on his feet. But that was a one-sided butt whooping against a sloppy but well-conditioned and hungry Amado Vargas against a underprepared, undertrained, out of shape, technically a little superior Sean Garcia. So Emiliano Vargas is almost crying for his family. The Vargas dynasty, as they call themselves, are very emotional. And look, Amado Vargas isn't going to be a world champion, but this was about pride tonight. Ryan Garcia had disrespected his father, who was, in my eyes, a great fighter before the Trinidad fight, and a Hall of Famer, is in the Hall of Fame. And right now, Fernando Vargas, emotional, very proud of his son. Amado fighting back tears, because you could just be the son of a rich guy, of a famous guy, and not do shit with your life. But to win a fight in front of about 10,000 people where the Ducks play in the NHL in Anaheim, and to shut the mouth of not just a fighter, but a whole family who had a lot of stuff to say about your dad, feels good. Feels good. So he's emotional. And again, Amado, he may not, ever be champion or anything like that, but this fight was about pride and bragging rights. And he showed up with heart and determination, and most importantly, he showed up in shape. And so he dominated Sean Garcia, who was the better amateur, is the more compact puncher, has better form and technique on his punches, has a little bit faster hands, and was the more decorated and better amateur. But Amado Vargas is a dog. He's a tough kid, and he's got some little pop in his right hand, and you saw him drop Sean Garcia in the 4th round with that right hand. So shout out to Amado Vargas, man. Shout out to Amado Vargas. He got it done. Ricardo said very disappointed on Garcia's condition. Well, you just had to see the both guys at the weigh-in to know Garcia ain't in shape. And him blowing the weight by 3 pounds ain't the same. I know people say Ryan wasn't really in shape. He fought in spurts against Devin. He was in a lot better fucking shape than Sean was. And I love that Sean spells his name the right way. But that wasn't enough. Spelling the name the right way wasn't enough to overcome tonight. I still got that super chat from Matt. Matt, are you there, brother? Matt says, I'm here. What do you think about Keyshawn's next fight against George Kambosos? I feel like George is the new gatekeeper of 35. Keyshawn beats George Kambosos hands down. There's no question about that. He beats him. He may stop him. George has probably seen better days. George won in life, though, man. He is an overachiever. Teofimo Lopez is so much more gifted and talented and explosive than he is. George could never dream to have the gifts, the natural God-given gifts that Teo has, and he beat him. And he was the lightweight champion, and he made a shit ton of money his last 4 or 5 fights combined. But Keyshawn Davis would beat him. He wouldn't stop him probably, but he might. Very well might. So, man, boxing's happened everywhere. Sean Garcia being a class act in defeat. Showed up underprepared. He's got to deal with the agony of losing a grudge match. And, but he did show some guts. You could tell his body wanted to quit in the 4th round, but his pedigree as an amateur, as a fighter, he wouldn't let that happen. So he got stopped on his feet. What is Amado saying? Let me hear this for a second. Amado's shooken up like he just won the damn title. All right. So he's giving us a shout. Let's keep it moving around the boxing world, chat. Let's see. Let's check in on Oshaki Foster. And shit, we might need to take a quick look at Willie Zepeda. Let me take a look at Willie Zepeda. Mr. Quake hitting us with the Wu-Tang, the thrill of victory, the agony, defeat. All right. Okay, Zepeda. How's that boy Willie Zepeda looking? Is he putting the beats on Giovanni Cabrera? Matt Borgeson, thank you. Do I think Keyshawn and Andy Cruz will inevitably happen? I do. Because neither guy is super box office. Like Keyshawn, I like Keyshawn. He's not... Oh, damn, Cabrera got stopped by William Zepeda. Let's see. To the body. To the body. Short little left hand on the inside, and then Zepeda followed up with combinations, and he stops Gio Cabrera, who went 12 rounds with Isaac Cruz. Nice win. Gio Cabrera said, man, that Willie Zepeda shit was different. It was different. There was more punches coming at me than it was from Cruz. And he wasn't 4 feet tall with short arms, so I couldn't just pull straight back out of range all night. What round was that Zepeda stopped him? Let me take a look. Round 3. So, Zepeda, offense first fighter. Like that might be an understatement. Not very good defensively. Good power. Not a one-punch power guy. An accumulation, combination knockout artist. He is a knockout artist at 135. Really good offensive fighter, really bad defensive fighter. So, I don't think he's beaten Shakur. He beats Baranchik. So Zepeda is working himself into being one of what I'd call right now one of the 5 money fights for Tank. And unfortunately, even though Tank and Shakur is the best fight at lightweight, I think the business move money fights for Team Tank Davis is Lomachenko, Willie Zepeda, Devin Haney. Devin Haney has headlined some pay-per-views. He's a bigger draw than Tio and Shakur. And there's bad blood there. There's a viral sparring session. There's more there for a promotion of a fight. So, a lot of the world knows Devin Haney now. They may not really like him or it's not really fair to Devin, but they don't really respect what they saw April 20th. They a lot of the public is still siding with Ryan because he tapped into celebrity. But Devin is still one of those money fights for Tank. And then rematches with Cruz and with Garcia. Those are the 5 money fights where they're all really good fights, and they could kind of get away with freezing Shakur out if that's what they want to do. As much as I wouldn't want to see that happen to boxing and to Shakur. Zepeda, Loma, Devin, Ryan, Cruz rematches. And there's your 5. He's got a 6-7 fight deal. You could make those 5 fights and never wind up facing Shakur Stevenson. That would suck, but they could do it. And get away with it. Because those are 5 good fights against 5 good to very good elite level type fighters. So we'll see. All right, back in it. And, we've missed the last several rounds of Foster and Conceição, but it still looks like Foster's doing the same stuff he did in round 1. His half steps back, walking him into the occasional right hand, and being money with the quick piston jab. Not active, not doing a whole lot, but just always a step ahead with the better boxing skills, the subtle footwork, the good defense, and the educated jab, quick hands of O'Shaquie Foster. He has outlanded Conceição 91-58 tonight so far. So yes, to recap, Amado Vargas stops Sean Garcia in a dominant 6-round stoppage against an out-of-shape Sean Garcia. Willie Zepeda folds Gio Cabrera, who went 12 with Cruz, folds him with a body shot, a left hand in the 3rd. And now we're back to O'Shaquie Foster. Damn, Shock, this is not going to put butts in the seat, Shock. I can appreciate it. I love boxing. But a lot of people love fighting. They don't necessarily love always the sweet science. And this ain't fighting. This is nice, clean boxing. Halfway through the 11th, and Foster is back like he was in the Ray Vargas fight. Sharp defense. Oh, nice counter right hand. I think shook up Conceição a little bit. Conceição keeps throwing combinations, and Foster doing a beautiful job defensively. Catch, slip, or roll, just great job. He's got a really good shoulder roll, O'Shaquie Foster. He has a good shoulder roll. Back on his jab is Foster. And about 30 seconds ago, Conceição running his combinations and Foster catching and sliding everything and snuck in a nice kind of like right uppercut, kind of sweeping right hand like Keyshawn was throwing against Madueno. 50 seconds left. Back on the jab. Oh, nice jab. Sets up a hard right hand and finishing up with a little short left hook by Foster, knocking some of the sweat off of Conceição's head there. And yeah, Foster, very economical output. He doesn't, unless he's down and needs to save his title in the championship rounds, he doesn't put a whole lot of combinations together. And very economical. But he's got the hand speed and the skill to put together combos when he wants to. He just did it a second ago. Conceição playing defense, not letting a lot of those shots get through, but nice combo there by Oshaki Foster in the center of the ring. Takes that half step back, touches Conceição. I'd love to ask Conceição, who was more frustrating, Shakur or Foster? 8 seconds left, and it looks like Foster is cruising his way to a unanimous decision tonight. Not too surprising. If you're a boxing purist, you can appreciate some of the subtleties, but for most people, this isn't a style that's going to carry Foster to big, lucrative fights. But someone asked me, do I think Keyshawn and Andy will ever fight? I think they will, because they're not super box office. They're going to have to fight each other because other people don't want to fight them, and they'll sometimes probably struggle to get big, noteworthy, lucrative fights. And while the two of them will probably never be a pay-per-view fight, it'll always be a fight that draws some buzz and intrigue because of their amateur rivalry. So yeah, I do think Keyshawn and Andy will fight in the pros. And as of right now, I hate to say it, I'm proud to be an American. We're just off 4th of July. I'm feeling the patriotic spirit. But I got to go with the Cubanos still. I still got to give the edge to Cruz right now. Let's see. All right, we got some super chats to get to. Let me get to all the super chats after this 12th round of Oshaki Foster and Robeson Conceição. And we'll get to the super chats. Thank you guys so much. 12th and final round here. Conceição letting his hands go in combination, but kind of doing that stuff that won him a gold medal. Just, letting your hands go with quick combinations, but not that professional level of sitting down and placing each shot. Nice little check left hook by Oshaki Foster. Conceição getting sloppy with some of his combinations. Foster may look to punch in between that a little bit. Nice combination by Foster. Conceição cut above the right eye in the center of the ring and picked his gloves up to block the little combination by Foster. But Foster is just a step ahead. He's the ring general tonight. In comparison to Conceição, the master boxer, the teacher, he's schooling him. Not beating him up, but he's touching him up, sharp shooting him in spots, out jabbing him, not letting him land anything. This fight and the Ray Vargas fight, Oshaki Foster really does have a good defense. Stepping over, it wasn't as good against Nova and Hernandez, but against Conceição and Vargas was really good. Like top 10 defense in boxing type good when he's on point with his defense. Halfway through the round, Foster not doing a whole lot offensively, but really beautiful defensive work. I mean, not letting Conceição land anything and landing a couple of pull right hands here. Conceição just throwing combinations. And usually you get some credit for all that work. But Foster's defense is so clearly parrying everything that I don't think he's going to get a whole lot of credit for it. Last 10, 15 seconds, Conceição trying to shoe shine to the body as Foster just kind of chilling on the ropes. That's some decent work for Conceição, but just nothing that effective. Conceição trying to jab to the body, jab up top, right hand, can't touch Foster. Minute left in the fight. Foster just needs to touch him with a couple of shots to ensure he's won this round. It's a close round just because Foster's not really letting his hands go. Foster landing the jab, kind of shooting an uppercut jab, touched with the jab and then shot like an uppercut type jab and landed it. Block, and parries everything from Conceição. Parries the body shots, rolls them off, touches with his own jab. Nice little pull, straight right hand. Not a lot of power on it by Foster, but Foster just rolling and touching, just little touch right hands this round, cruising his way to a decision victory. Comes off the road, making a miss. This is just beautiful defense. It's not a whole lot of offense by Foster, but it is really good defense. It's such good defense, you almost want to score him the round on defense, not on the little touch shots he's landed this round. And that's it. Conceição throws and got nowhere near really landing on the chin of Oshaki Foster that round. That does it. We only caught the first three, all three of which I scored for Foster. But it looks like, judging from CompuBox round to round, judging from how frustrated and ineffective Conceição was in that, it looks like Foster won a wide decision. Let's see if that's the case. And let me get Let me get a super chat again. My man Matt Borgeson said, also, Sean unfortunately doesn't possess the gifts that Ryan has. Ryan would have gotten that guy out of there in a round. He would. Yeah, Ryan would knock Amado Vargas out in a round. Sean doesn't have... He's like a diet version of his brother. Like, he doesn't have his brother's power. He's a little like, he's one of those guys that the punch looks harder than apparently it is. Because he only has like 2 or 3 knockouts. And he has less than a 50% KO ratio. But if you were to watch him let his hands go, it looks like he's got some explosiveness to him, some power and speed, like his brother. But it's a diet version of Ryan. And yeah, he's just like a poor man's version of his brother, who is a very like uber talented fighter with speed and power, and he's tall. But Ryan's not the most technically sound. He is in some ways. Sometimes he does some nice technical things. Don't get me wrong. He couldn't get by on just speed and power alone. He does. He won over like 200 amateur fights, but. To stop being so long-winded, yes, you're right, Matt. Sean doesn't possess the gifts Ryan's has, and he's a poor man's version of Ryan. So, what's up, Giovanni Quintero? Good to see you, brother. Who do I got? Zepeda versus Pitbull? I give the edge to Pitbull because he has a better defense. ESPN had this 11 rounds to 1 for Oshaki Foster. Basically a shutout. So, he's got this. Matt Borgeson hits me with the super chat again. Thank you, bro. He says, ideally, business moves would be Shakur versus Baranchyk next, so Tank and Shakur can unify in Saudi Arabia. If Loma doesn't beat Tank, that is. Why can't they fight in America, Matt Borgeson? I'm not a fan of the Saudi stuff, man. I want this. We're fresh off 4th of July. The Saudi influence in boxing, it's an indictment on the powers that be in American boxing. Al Heyman's PBC, Matchroom USA with Eddie Hearn, Bob Arum's Top Rank. These guys have fumbled the ball and allowed boxing to continue its decline in America so much that, the Kings just got DeMar DeRozan and a sign and trade with the Bulls. Nice for the Kings. But that they're getting bought off one by one by the oil money of the Saudis and Turkey Al-Sheikh, guys who aren't turning a profit, aren't running really a legitimate business in boxing. They're sports washing, but because they're not able to consistently, outside of a Tank Davis, outside of a Canelo, outside of a Haney Lomachenko here and there, outside of guys like that, outside of a handful of cards during the year, if that. They can't consistently put together money-making events in America where you're guaranteeing the fighters the exorbitant guarantees and millions they expect, and your company's still turning a profit. They've allowed that shit to decline so much that now you got to take the oil money from the Saudis because you can't run a super prosperous business in the United States anymore. So, Lester Walnuts, what's good, brother? Said, hey, my man Sean, finally found your channel since Fight Hype. I'm happy you were able to find it, bro. Good to see you. Big Offner. What? Robson Conceição got the decision. That happened because Oshaki doesn't throw a lot of punches per round. And I said earlier in the fight that some judges will not score you the round because you're just not throwing enough. I thought he, I watched the whole fight, but it seemed like he won the fight. But let me go ahead. I got a tweet about that. So was robbed. He got robbed because he allows the rounds to be too close. Great defense tonight. And he could kind of land at will, but he wouldn't open up often, and so the judges robbed. But he wouldn't open up often, and so the judges robbed him. Boxing. And he could have kind of land at will, but he wouldn't open up often, so the judges robbed him. he got into a habit of just nicking rounds. Yeah, he got into a habit of just nicking rounds and not dominating them. And not dominating them or being decisive like he's capable of. Boxing. All right, that's it. Well, that sucks, man. That sucks for Foster. I like O'Shaquie Foster. He could beat the crap out of he could beat the hell out of Conceição in a rematch if he just, you know, you gotta step it up, man. He leaves those. I said in the last round, I said, you know, I said during the Foster stuff, I said I appreciate the subtleties of his body. I have the eyes, you know, to see the subtle little brilliance of his boxing skills. He does got, whether you can appreciate and see those subtleties or not, you gotta let your hands go more, Shock. And because you land at will, bro. Like if I'm talking to O'Shaquie, if you land at will, every time you step back and let the jab go, he does this. So, you know, instead of doing that like once every 30, 45 seconds, like do it more. Do it more because you can. You're not even tired. He's not even hitting you, and you're not even tired. Whoop his ass! I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying it with love. I like O'Shaquie Foster. But yeah, it may not be right, but that's what happened. He was a little complicit in getting fucked over. You can get fucked over in life, and you didn't deserve that, but you could also be complicit in how it went down in a way. So, Adrian Wells, thank you for the super chat, my brother. Adrian Wells hits me with the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, man. Chikian boxing, my man Chikian said that was disgusting. This is horrible. JJ boxing. Chikian, big homie, big little homie. You know I agree. I technically had to watch Amado Vargas beat up Sean Garcia for 6 rounds, but I saw enough of the fight to realize it was a rinse and repeat round after round of Foster outboxing him and being a step ahead. But Shock doesn't let his hands go enough. That's why he got way behind on the cards against inferior fighters like Rocky Hernandez and Abraham Nova. You know what I mean? And that's why tonight he got robbed, because he's winning every round. To people like us that know boxing, you know, he's clearly winning every round by a little bit, right? But some judges don't, you know, like you got to make it a little clearer to their, some of them are old. So you got to make it clearer to their eyes. Especially, this is the key point of frustration for Shock. If you're capable of it, he's more than capable of it. He's more than capable of taking the separation round by round, being like this and making it like this. And he didn't, and it cost him. It may not be right, but it's what happened. Big Offner, I got you, Big Offner. I didn't forget. I was just finishing my spiel here. So Big Offner says, without facing elite competition, why is Shakur considered so elite? Is it just gym talk or amateur work? He's elite because he's accomplished certain traditional goals in the sport. Certain traditional goals in the sport, meaning becoming the best fighter in your division, unifying your division, unifying and becoming not just a world champion, a world title, but being the champion of the division. And Shakur did that at 130. And Tank has a better resume than Shakur. I think Tank's a little bit better than Shakur. I would pick Tank head-to-head to beat Shakur in a fight I would love to see. It'd be a great fight. Shakur could definitely win the fight. I'd give the edge to Davis. But even though Shakur hasn't beaten as many recognizable names as Tank, he's done something that you traditionally have to pay respect and homage to in the sport, which is he became the man in his division. Hold on, let me listen to this from Shock.
I don't know if you're entitled to an automatic rematch, but you do have another fight this year on your contract with
O'Shaquie Foster is tearing up. He's holding back tears.
What do you guys want? Rematch.
He wants that rematch. He didn't touch him. I agree, Coach. I agree, Coach, but it's not enough to just make him miss. You got to make him pay too, Coach. You got to make him pay too. And I thought he did enough to win the fight, hands down. But you know what? You know what? I got to tweet this too. Okay. I gotta tweet this, chat. That was kind of like Whitaker's first fight with Ramirez, where Whitaker clearly got jobbed, but he understood in a rematch that he had to up the offense to not let that happen to him again. Foster. All right, yeah. Chat, where my boxing heads at? Wasn't that a little bit like when Purnell got screwed against Jose Ramirez and Purnell's first loss, where Purnell clearly won, but he gave the judges a sliver of way to fuck him by moving excessively and not staying in the pipe. He was on his bike. If you're not a fan of pure boxing, he stunk the joint out a little bit against Ramirez, even though he won like every round. In the rematch with Jose Luis Ramirez, he just beat the dog shit out of him. He just gave it to him. And that's what I think, if Foster can actually get the rematch with Conceição, that's what he'll do to him. All due respect to Conceição. Big Offner, though, yeah, Shakur is elite because, yes, the amateur pedigree, because he's got one of the best defenses statistically and eye test-wise in boxing. Very, very accurate. Not a puncher. Doesn't hit very hard, but very accurate and sits down on his punches properly. Even if they don't generate a lot of force, he sits down on his shots and places them really well. And unlike Tank, who, again, I'll concede, he's got a better resume than Shakur. He's got more names that we know are recognizable on his record. But Shakur has unified. He's been the man in his division. Tank's never been the man in his division. So stuff like that matters to a lot of it. People like me, it matters. It matters. So Shakur is undefeated. He's got 4 belts in 3 weight classes. He was the man at 130. He beat Valdez when he's undefeated in a belt versus belt unification. You know, would Tank knock out Valdez? Yeah, he'd knock out Valdez. It wouldn't go 12 like it did with Shakur. But, hey, Tank has had all the leverage in the world to have become a unified champ, a lineal champ. It's not on his priorities. You don't really care about that. And so that's all well and good. But Shakur, in accomplishing something he accomplished something he didn't. And so I think that's a big reason why I consider him elite. He's undefeated. He's got 4 belts in 3 weight classes. Never really come close to losing. And he was at and again, unlike Tank, he was the man of a division at one point. You know, overall, I still think Tank's a little bit better. I still think Tank's got the better resume. I'd pick him to win head to head, but you gotta unify and become lineal at some point. More important than unifying, you don't necessarily have to unify to become the man in the division. But Gervonta's got to do that. He's almost 30 and it's never happened. So, and it's certainly not for a lack of ability. Matt Borgeson hits me with the super chat and says, do you think it's inevitable that Kermel Moton will hold a world title? Do you think they will aim for youngest champion in history? He's definitely going to be world champion. Youngest world champion in history? No. Wilfred Benitez did it at 17 at 140 pounds. So that ship sailed. I think he's already older than Wilfred Benitez from Puerto Rico, right? When Benitez won the 140 WBA title at light welterweight. Tyson was 20. Yeah, look, Matt Borgeson, I don't think that's important. I think that's a little gimmicky. Look, my man Leonard Ellerby is a good promoter. He threw that out there. We'll fight Lee Wood right now, right? And I'm not saying he didn't mean it. But just in saying it tickled the imagination of boxing fans. Like, wow, and so it served its real purpose, which was to further get Kermel's name out there. You heard Mayweather's kid, Mayweather's new knockout kid, his new little Tank replica. Kid looks like Tank and punches hard. They're gonna put him in with Lee Wood. He's gonna be world champion before he's 20. Like that. That's the real purpose it served. Again, not saying that they wouldn't necessarily do it. They may very well have just been talking, and push comes to shove, and that contract comes around. I'm not putting my 18-year-old in a 12-round title fight. I was just talking. I was being a promoter. But even though he's not his promoter anymore. Leonard is not with Mayweather Promotions anymore. I don't think, nah. And remember, that was Leonard's kind of idea, and he's not with Mayweather Promotions now. Is that going to be Richard Schaefer and Floyd Mayweather's idea? They got to build this kid right, because Kermel Moulton is the guy, the chip on the table they're using to rebuild Mayweather Promotions from scratch. So you got to guide that prized asset, that foundational asset you hope he is, wisely. So I don't know. He'll definitely be a world champion. He already can't be the youngest world champion because Wilfred Benitez did it at 17. And I don't think he'll do it as early as Iron Mike. I don't think he's going to do it by 20. Michael R. Davis asking me, is it over for PBC? It's not looking good. It's not looking good. They've had 3 cards this year. They were all pay-per-view. I enjoyed all of them. But, like, I liked Canelo Munguia. I liked Zoo and Fundora. I liked Tank and Frank. Benavidez Gavazdik, meh. Puello and Russell was a good fight, though. It was a good card. Well, but, yeah, they're in trouble, and that's why it looks like they're going to have to do what everyone else in boxing is due. And that's acquiesce to Turki Al-Sheikh and the money of the Saudis entering, who have entered boxing. Like, and it's an indictment on them. That's why I all of them, from Al and PBC to Bob and Top Rank to Eddie with Matchroom USA and shit, he don't even got it popping in England anymore. Eddie Hearn made his name by selling out 80, 90,000 seat Wembley Arena, O2 Arena in the UK. That shit doesn't really happen anymore because he sold out to the Saudis because he failed in America. It's not all his fault. He offered American fighters more money a lot of times to fight on DAZN. They said, no, fuck you. We love Al. We're not doing it. All right, that's fine. So the money started to like dry up. Now DAZN ain't just they've lost over $1 billion. So now they're not just handing out that free cash like they did in 2018 when they launched. Maybe some of those guys should have took it. Maybe if they would have took it, DAZN in America would be a little bit more successful. Maybe not. Maybe. But ultimately, Eddie failed with Matchroom USA to this point. No, I mean, he had Canelo fight here, but that's Canelo. That's almost like that don't count. Like, you didn't get anything accomplished with Andrade. Let's see how you do with Boots. Now it's rumored Shakur might go there. But it's like Shakur, if you're paying attention, he hasn't been able to pull off much of anything outside in America outside of Canelo, which I could promote Canelo. And then Arum has downscaled his company. They're fighting in Oklahoma. They got Shakur. They got their 2 best young fighters. American in their prime. You would think burgeoning stars. Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson fighting Steve Claggett and Artem Hardatu. Fighting Frank Martin's leftovers and Steve Claggett. And these are your 2 best young fighters, maybe. And that's the best you can do in the middle of the summer on ESPN. And so, give me a minute here. Because it's a lot. It's got to give the full spectrum here. And Arum only strength. Like, I get Arum's point of view. Like, you're not worth that much money, Shakur. I'm giving you what you're worth. But Shakur, you're adding ammunition to your 25, 26-year-old champion's mind state that you don't really love him like that. You don't really believe in him as a star like that. And you're not exhausting yourself and your company to make him that star. And you lend credence to that train of thought by matching him with Artem Hardatuunian. Oh, you might not re-sign with us. So here, this is all you get. And it's like, gee, that'll really dispel the notion in his mind that you don't always want what's best for him. So, yeah, not Michael R. Davis. PBC got to now you see them sending guys on the card like Pitbull Cruz, right? Because I don't want to cover his I don't want to cover his purse. You cover it. You be the sugar daddy and cover everyone's saying we don't know how to make enough money in America anymore to keep funding some of our operations. So you take it off our hand. You pay for it. And to be fair to them, you can't compete with oil money. But man, when it comes to PBC, man, I don't know. Like they're getting plotted upon from my perspective by the side. And we are about to start Shakur versus Artem Hardatuunian in about 2 minutes. Fighters about to make their way to the ring. But you got all of a sudden now Canelo is looking towards Eubank. Eubank's manager lives in Dubai. Eubank has been fighting overseas in Dubai. Eubank is with Bomac. Bomac and Terrence go back with Daniel Kinahan and MTK, which has gone under now. But Daniel Kinahan hasn't been extradited from Saudi, so that tells me he's still involved in the business of boxing in Saudi Arabia. So they're weakening Heyman's power by sabotaging Canelo Benavidez. Canelo Benavidez is an all-American fight. It's a fight that makes $100 million in one night on American soil without any funding needed by Turkey and the Saudi, oil money. If you make Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to buy up everybody in America. If you make Canelo Benavidez, you're able to make 8, 9. You're able to make $100 million plus in one night on American soil without him. So what's he doing? He's funding the number one competitor, UFC, on Mexican Independence Day, which has always been a boxing day. I know Dana took it last year without the help from, Turkey Al-Sheikh. But he's sponsoring the UFC event on Riyadh season, Mexican Independence Day weekend from the Sphere in Vegas. And now he's doing everything he can to turn Canelo's direction towards Terrence because he controls Terrence. He doesn't control Benavidez. Benavidez is contractually obligated to Al Heyman. So if Benavidez fights Canelo, Al Heyman doesn't need Turkey Al-Sheikh. He can make this super fight without him. If Canelo is complicit and wants to duck David, and then the only way Al Heyman and PBC can compete money-wise for Canelo is if Canelo makes a Benavidez fight. That's the only fight that makes enough money to where they can pay Canelo and still actually make money for their company. Otherwise, if it's Berlanga or Eubank Jr., you need the sugar daddy with the deep pockets because that fight's not really going to turn a profit after you pay Canelo everything that he wants and Eubank. But they don't care because their goal is not to turn a money profit. It's sports washing. So, yes, to answer your question, it's not looking good for PBC. It's not looking. They're all having state property. Get down or lay down. Turkey Al-Sheikh and the Saudis are making them and everybody else do the get down or lay down. And they're kind of sabotaging. You remember, I had the interview. David Benavidez said, yeah, Turkey offered me Terrence at 160. That's a non-offer offer. That's a non-offer offer. That's just another way of showing you, I don't want Canelo Benavidez. I want Canelo Crawford. If Canelo Benavidez happens, PBC and Al Heyman make all the money in America. If Canelo Crawford happens, Canelo's only on a fight-by-fight deal with PBC. If Turkey Al-Sheikh can lure Canelo away from the Benavidez fight towards the Crawford fight by making him fight a Crawford-managed fighter, a Bomac-managed fighter whose manager lives in Dubai, in Eubank Jr., then he'll have effectively frozen out Al Heyman and PBC. And he'll be able to rake in all the money and everything with Canelo and Crawford. And Al Heyman won't get a dime because he doesn't have controlling interest. He only has Canelo fight to fight. He's a free agent, and he don't have Crawford at all. So, yeah, it's not looking good. And that's my spiel on all of that. Hope you guys enjoyed some of that. So let me see. I got a super chat. Michael R. Davis. Got you, Michael R. Davis. I'm sorry you had to send that super chat. I definitely was getting to you, my man. And then Matt Borgenson, thank you for the super chat, says, if Artem stops or beats Shakur, how major of an upset it would be? Big upset. Big upset. Big upset. Upset of the year. I think even if Garcia's win over Haney would have held up, if Ryan's win would have held up, this would still be a bigger upset. Because Artem Hardatunian is not a supremely gifted fighter like Garcia is. Garcia was a head case. It looked like he was doing drugs. He looked like he wasn't training that hard. But at the end of the day, God blessed the man with a great left hook and power and speed. So there was always that. Artem Hardatunian don't have those gifts. And, he didn't lose to Tank Davis. He lost to Tank Davis's conqueror, Frank Martin. Ryan's only loss was to Tank, a legit elite guy. And he was weight trained. So you take into effect that Ryan's always been super talented anyways. He did beat Devin as an amateur. And he was at a healthier weight than he was when he fought Tank. And it's not as shocking as, damn, Artem Hardatunian beat Shakur. yeah, it's a bigger upset than even Ryan and Devin would have been if that would have held up. So Artem Khartounian coming to the ring now, won the bronze medal in the 2016 games, while Shakur won the silver. Might be wrong. Actually, Artem might have won. No, he won bronze in 2016. It wasn't 2020. Even though it feels like he should have won it in 2020 because he's only got 13 pro fights after medaling in 2016. But he captured bronze in Rio de Janeiro. Shakur captured silver. A lot of people thought he was beating Frank Martin heading into the championship rounds. Frank Martin, to his credit, dug deep, won those championship rounds, and then dropped him with a body shot in the 12th, made him take a knee, and rescued that fight and got the Tank fight. He gets the Shakur fight. And I very much feel confident that Shakur will outperform Frank Martin in beating Artem Khartounian. I don't think he stops him, and I don't think he quite convinces non-believers. I think he has a strong, pretty dominant performance, but not electrifying like against Yoshino, who is not as good as Khartounian. Andre Ward and Terrence Crawford are with Shakur Stevenson. Floyd Mayweather joined them last time at T-Mobile. It's in Jersey now, but no Floyd this time, just Terrence Bud Crawford and Andre Ward, two of his mentors. Two of his OGs, two of his big brothers, really. Two of the best fighters of my lifetime. And, walking out Shakur Stevenson, who hopes to ascend to their level of greatness. He's been pegged for it for years now. And now he's at the nutcracking time of his career where he's going to have to deliver on that. And so let's see how he does in this fight. He's heavily favored to win. So Stevenson getting ready to come to the ring. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. On Twitter, they're not understanding what I'm saying about the Foster. They think I'm saying he didn't do enough to win. No, I'm explaining to you why the judges did what they did to him. I'm not saying I didn't think it was enough. Well, that went viral, that tweet. Let's see. I thought Foster. Clearly. But not... I'm not the guys sitting ringside scoring the fight. Sorry, chat. So let's see here. All right, so shock. Sorry, chat. It was just I'm getting lit up a little bit on Twitter because I said because I said what I said about the Foster decision. That he should have won. I thought when I was watching the fight, you heard my commentary. I thought it was beautiful. Like, I appreciate the subtle brilliance. I'm explaining to you why it happened. Not saying it's right, but this is what happened. So anyway, booze in his hometown, says Matt Borgeson. Yikes! Thank you for the super chat, brother. Yeah. So, all right, Shakur is in the ring, about ready to do his thug thizzle, and let's see how it goes. Oh, Carmel Moulton got a knockout earlier in the card. He's definitely gonna be future champion. Elite, I don't know about that. Youngest champion, all that, I don't know. It remains to be seen, but definitely got the talent and will, in all likelihood, be a world champion. So, all right, Shakur Stevenson. Man, thank you guys. Got almost 140 likes in here already. Appreciate that. So, go. So here we go. Top Rank doing those introductions. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. I'm getting drawn. I gotta share how they doing me. So, all right. Hardatunian getting his introduction. Number 7th ranked by the WBC. This was Top Rank just pulling someone off the scrap heap. Like, okay, you're not going to re-up with us. You're definitely not getting Lomachenko. And we're just going to... They're going to the scrap heap. This is like when an NBA team doesn't have any cap space left and they go to the scrap heap and just sign, like... No diss to Artem Hardatunian. He was nip and tuck with Frank Martin. Like, he's a top 10 lightweight. He's a bronze medalist. But, I mean, for Shakur, one of the next great fighters with the WBC title undefeated fighting at home, Stevenson. Yeah, but so, it is what it is. So, all right, Shakur, 21-0, 10 knockouts. Number 8 pound for pound by ESPN, a minus 3,500 favorite. So yeah, Devin Haney was a minus 850, minus 800 favorite against Ryan Garcia. He's quadruple those odds. So yes, Matt Borgeson, this would be a bigger upset than Ryan and Devin if Shakur loses his fight. Matt Borgeson saying, imagine what Teddy Atlas is going to say about this one with Foster. I got a feeling he's going to... He might wig out on the judges a little bit and go, because they clearly don't know what they're watching. Maybe that's the rant I should have done. Maybe instead of explaining why they did the bullshit they did, I should just go Teddy Atlas and just pure call bullshit. But I remember even like Floyd and Canelo, when everybody was shocked that, was it Adelaide Bird or Patricia Morris-Jarman who had it 114? Horrible scorecard. Like, don't get me wrong, horrible scorecard. But Floyd, at times in that fight, other times he did his thing, but at times in that fight, he did what Foster just did with Conceição, where it's like, to anyone who really knows, but you clearly won the round and everything, but you kind of didn't throw a lot of punches, and you kind of won that round off defense and a couple of shots, and another judge who doesn't have that eye like some of us do that really know boxing, they might score it for the guy. They might not have noticed that you made a miss by an inch when you were doing the shoulder roll on the ropes. They might have thought Canelo actually landed that body shot or touched you with that. And, it's sad that some judges don't have those nuanced eyes, but it's a reality, especially if they're not at a good angle. So here we go. They're not watching on TV. So here we go. Round 1 about to start with Shakur Stevenson. What's up, wifey? Round 1, Shakur. All right, here we go. How does Shakur look tonight? He needs to look impressive. And let's see. This could be the last fight for him with Top Rank. Let's see how he does. Stevenson starting off. Taking a little half step back. Hardatunian, more straight up and down kind of style. And Stevenson just measuring with the lead hand a little bit. Got the lead hand by his hip. Left hand by his chin. Hardatunian, high guard. Busy with his feet, feigning a little bit. Good busy feints by Artem Hardatunian. Educated footwork. Trying to apply some intelligent pressure and angles on Stevenson, not just boring in. Short with the left hook is Hardatunian. Stevenson measuring with the lead hand, not popping the jab yet, but just measuring with it. About a minute into this first round of the fight. Stevenson stepping over to his left, back near the ropes. Hardatunian doing a lot of busy work with his motion. Not just coming forward like this, but having a little bounce in his step, a little bit of feints to him. Shoots a straight right hand to the body on Stevenson, trying to set that up with that lead hand feint and then just shoot the straight right hand to the body. Stevenson catching that, though. Stevenson not opening up in the first half of the round, not letting his hands go. Now picks his hands up a little bit, picks that lead hand up a little higher. And the credit to Hardatunian making him do that. Hardatunian missing with a left hook, and Stevenson said, take that little left hand to the body with you after missing that left hook and trying to spin out of range. Center ring. Hardatunian slightly on the front foot, jabs to Shakur's body. Shakur not working yet in the first 2 minutes. Hardatunian busy with his energy, at least with his feints. Stevenson missing with the jab, and back comes Hardatunian with about 3 shots. All of them missed. Stevenson with the good defense, pulling the upper body back in the pocket, not taking steps back, just pulling that upper body back. But Hardatunian maybe on his way to winning round 1. A minute left in this opening round. Stevenson not busy. Stevenson lets go of a jab. They fence each other with their jabs that time, both kind of negating each other's jab. Southpaw versus orthodox fighter. The feints, the busy upper body from Hardatunian trying to close that gap. Gets Shakur on the ropes. Shakur pivots out of the ropes. Gets touched with a little bit of a right hand to the midsection. Nothing serious. Hardatunian trying to jab to the body. Set up the straight right hand up top. Stevenson playing defense. Not letting him touch him, but not getting off in round 1. Straight left hand to the body by Stevenson. Hardatunian reacting with a left hook immediately back up top. Showing some good skill. Olympian versus Olympian. Nice jab to the body by Hardatunian. Hardatunian staying in front and just staying busy with his energy, with his stance. Now he's dipping to the right, trying to give an angle against the southpaw. Goes back to his left. Stevenson paused with the jab. About 5 seconds left. Straight right hand to the chest for Hardatunian. Falls short. And a very uneventful feeling out round. I score it for Artem Hardatunian. He was the guy on the front foot. Nothing landed. One guy was a little busier and trying to push the action a little bit more. I give him the edge in the round. 10-9 Artem Hardatunian. So yeah. We'll see. So yeah. Be business. Okay, my bad. I'm all fascinated by this whole Shockey Foster stuff now. But I got a 10-9 Artem Hardatunian. I got a 10-9 Artem Hardatunian. Shakur did nothing that round. He did nothing. So all right, Shakur, don't do this to yourself. Let's go. Come on, round 2. Shakur, you gotta trust yourself in range a little bit more, man. You got it. This dude, and he probably will. Let's give him some time. 5 total punches landed last round. 3 for Shakur, 2 for Artem. And it's an ESPN, it really means that, might have been 3-2 the other way. All right, so straight left hand gets in for Shakur now. Finally, setting up, waiting on the shot. Timed Artem Hardatunian standing in front of him. Artem rolled it a little bit. Didn't eat it too flush, but that left hand found a home for Stevenson. And now Stevenson blocking shots, staying in front. Artem and Stevenson doing a good job. Artem not wanting to throw as much. Now Artem shoots a straight right hand to the body. Comes back with the left hook. Stevenson's reflex is too good to get away from that left hook. But those 2 right hand, he finishes right hand, left hook, right hand. Those 2 right hands to the body touched Stevenson a little bit. The left hook missed. Stevenson measuring with the lead hand. Hardatunian falling short with the jab. But Hardatunian staying in front. Straight right hand to the body by Hardatunian. Smart by the Olympian. Tough kid to hit up top. Throw the right hand against the southpaw, but throw it to the body. The head moves, but the body's there. Hardatunian pivots out to his left, tries to give an angle, shoots his jab to the body. Shakur comes back with a jab up top. Another kind of De Los Santos type fight early on. It's only halfway through the second. Shakur countering with his jab, little step back jabs, about 2 or 3 of them. Countering with his jab a little bit. Hardatunian short with the right hand as Shakur backs on the ropes. Shakur moves out to his left. Covers up, picks the gloves up. Back is on the ropes. Hardatunian feigning, shoots the straight right hand and the left hook, and Shakur ties him up and in the clinch hits him with a little knifing left uppercut to the body. Now Shakur is back in the center of the ring. Hands held up high, drops the lead hand back down, pause with the jab, takes a half step back. Eyes wide open, high guard, lead hand back down, high guard, back near the ropes, makes Hardatunian fall short with a straight right hand. Back is on the ropes still. Hardatunian trying to feint and set up right hands, can't land them, and Shakur again touches him with a little left hand to the body after he makes him miss about 3 or 4 right hands, kind of clinches him for a second and hits him with the body shot in the middle of that clinch. Back in the center of the ring. Over 30 seconds left. This is Stevenson's round, even though it hasn't been that impressive. He's just been more accurate. Hasn't gotten off much, but a little more accurate than Hardatunian. But this is how O'Shaquie Foster lost his fight. It was just by nicking it and landing a little something here and there and playing defense, and that's what lost him his title tonight. So the judges might not give Stevenson this round. Stevenson, down the stretch of this round, just poking with his jab, not letting go. He's backed into the corner. That's not a good look for Stevenson. There's no reason why Hardatunian should so easily be able to corner him. Straight right hand to the body by Hardatunian, kind of splitting that shoulder roll, punching into the middle of that, where the shoulder roll, you're right here, and he's trying to knife the right hand in between that opening right there. Not a lot happening through 2 rounds. I see this fight as either even or 20-18 Hardatunian. I'd be okay. I wouldn't be outraged by a 2-zip Hardatunian. There wasn't much to choose from that round. And again, he was the one coming forward. Shakur touched him with the jab a couple of times. Gave him a couple of left hands to the body where Shakur would get off the ropes and kind of like clinch him and hit him. Like not a little bullshit one arm's clinch and you just punch him with a nice little left hand he'd knife into the body. But it's like grasping for straws in the first 2 rounds for landed punches. I'll have it 1-1, but again, I'd be okay with 2-zip. Don't do this to yourself, Shakur. You're good. Like, be comfortable in there, man. Trust your skills. Don't be shook in there. Come on, Shakur. Don't let this turn into De Los Santos again. All right, round 3. Stevenson in the high guard. 9 punches landed through 2 rounds to 5 for Hardatunian. So, and only 89 punches thrown between both fighters for 2 rounds. That's not one fighter. That's 2 fighters. And only 14 landed. This is De Los Santos all over again so far. But it's only the 3rd round. All right, 30 seconds into it. Stevenson hasn't let his hands go. Jab to the body by Hardatunian and a couple of body shots by Hardatunian. That jab to the body setting up a couple body shots for Hardatunian. Back with a nice clean jab to the body by Shakur. Shakur picking his hands up, drops it back down, holding his ground in the center of the ring now. Not giving ground, measuring with his lead hand. But he's just defense. Back comes Hardatunian with a right hand, lets his punches go in combination. Shakur pulls out of range and blocks everything, but he's not comfortable enough to stay in the pocket, make him miss, and make him pay. He's timid. He's timid. And I don't get joy out of saying that. Like a lot of content, like people love to do. Like I'm not just, yeah. Jab to the body by Shakur. And the jab up top. Jab up top didn't land, but the jab to the body was accurate. He picks his gloves up. He's holding his ground. It just looks like he's having a hard time being sure of him. Now, straight left hand to the body by Shakur. Little double jab, set up a straight right hand to the body. Back comes Artem with a sweeping right hand to the body. Shakur catching it on the elbow. Straight right hand to the body does land for Artem, and he misses the straight right hand. Shakur pulling out after that straight right hand to the body landed and made him fall short. Halfway through the 3rd round, it's a competitive round. Artem, high guard. Busy, keeping busy. 2 right hands by Artem. Shakur pulls out. They don't really land, but it's activity by Hardatunian as Stevenson isn't doing much. Straight left hand gets blocked for Stevenson. He sweeps the left hand. Hardatunian, high guard, catches it. Stevenson pawn with the jab, getting backed up a little bit. Hardatunian, almost took a nice angle. Hardatunian, jab to the body, sets up a little right hand to the body. Stevenson shooting a sweeping left to the body, a little bit off. Straight left hand up top, a little bit off. Hardatunian comes back, way off. Stevenson makes him fall short. Now straight left hand to the body by Stevenson. Little prodding straight left hand. He sweeps the left hand up top. Measures with the lead hand. Gives the shoulder roll look. Nice straight jab by Shakur Stevenson out of the shoulder roll. Shot it like a piston jab and knocked up Hardatunian's head. 30 seconds left. Straight right hand, the body falls short for Artem Hardatunian. Stevenson, eyes wide open, jab, sweeping left hand, overshoots the mark on Hardatunian, who dips underneath that jab, sweeping left hand attempt. Half steps back by Shakur. Measuring with the lead hand with the half steps back, picks the high guard up, measures with the lead hand again, picks the high guard up. 10 seconds left. Back touches the ropes, moves to his left, feints, but doesn't pull the trigger. Hardatunian punches in combination and misses. Back comes Shakur with one little right hook to the body and a sweeping left hand to the body. And Hardatunian complains that it's low, but it's not low. Shakur is finding something to the body. That was clearly Shakur's round. So 2-1 either way, depending how you scored that second round. But Shakur landed a clean jab, clean 1-2 on Hardatunian in that last 30 seconds, and he touched him with an accurate right hook to the body. And Shakur said Artem doesn't like body shots, and I don't think he did like those body shots. So I got it 29-28 Stevenson. Could be 29-28 Artem. If it's the Foster Conceição judges, it could be 3-0 Artem. So I got a 2-1 Stevenson, but he's nicking these rounds. He definitely won that round, the third. But the first round he didn't do anything. So here we go. Erie Elliott says this dude does the best round by round. Reminds me of 80s radio baseball. Oh, thank you, man. All right, round 4. Stevenson in the high guard takes a step back. Hardatunian shoots to the body. Seeing Stevenson pick those hands up for the high guard, lands a little right hand to the body to start round 4. Hardatunian trying to hook off the jab. Stevenson too good defensively, not letting anything off. Hardatunian keeps trying to take that lead foot positioning, get the orthodox against the southpaw, get to the outside of the lead foot of Stevenson, and he's doing it this round early on. Nice left hook to the body by Artem. He's starting to get that angle on Shakur. Right now he's stepping over to his left, steps over to his right. Decent little first 40 seconds for Artem Hardatunian. 19 punches landed for Shakur through 3 rounds to just 10 for Hardatunian. Shakur measuring with the jab, straight right hand to the body, but Hardatunian not as short and compact with his punches as Stevenson. Stevenson came back with 2 short left hands that knifed him to the midsection. 2 good body shots there by Stevenson. And that's why Stevenson needs to fight on the inside. He's a better inside fighter than Artem. He just has to fight. He can't try to wait for the perfect shot every time and be too cautious. Shakur measuring with the jab, trying to come forward here for a minute, and he has bruised up Artem's eye just a little bit with his jab. Hardatunian moving his head, lands the left hook to the body, but Shakur comes back with a better straight left hand to the body, and then a straight left hand right hook, 2-piece up top for Shakur. 2 clean, accurate shots, knocking some of the sweat off Hardatunian. A short little sweeping left hand on the inside for Shakur. Good little in close range and kind of turned it on the inside. Nice left hand on the inside by Shakur. Now Shakur picking it up a little bit. Now Shakur is on the front foot, stepping to Hardatunian. Hardatunian sweeps the right hand and gets it completely blocked by the left glove of Shakur. Shakur backs away or pulls his body weight back from the left hook. Straight left hand lands for Shakur. Now he's starting to pull in the pocket instead of pull out with his feet. Shakur stepping forward, picks the lead hand up, catches a right hand, beautifully slips an uppercut from too far out by Hardatunian. Straight left hand to the body by Shakur, and he goes, ooh, after landing it. Shakur starting to settle down and be confident in there. Picks the high guard up, walking Artem Hardatunian down. Not busy yet, not pushing that foot on, not letting the punches go too much yet, but he is starting to land to the body when he does open up. Shakur, 30 seconds left, in the pocket, pulling, good defense, pulling with the shoulder roll in the pocket, not letting Artem, straight left hand to the body for Shakur. Shakur just off shoots the straight left hand up top, getting more close and very accurate with his shot. Nice jab lands for Artem. Shakur on the front foot now, so he's able to get that jab in that time. Right hand smothered by Shakur. Just off with a left uppercut to the body, measuring with the jab. 5 seconds left. It's another Stevenson round. The fight has yet to really pick up, but Stevenson, he warmed up a little bit that round. 3-1 for Shakur Stevenson. Could see the fight 2-2. 39-37 Shakur. So, yes. Nobody likes body shots, says Antonio. But that's true. That's true. Some people don't like them more than others, but you're right. Even fighters with great chins, you could hurt them to the body. So, yeah, Gustavo says Shakur opens his mouth with an O when he feels himself. That's a bad habit he's got. That's not good for him if he ever gets caught doing that. I just know that's a habit that had to drive some of his amateur and Olympic coaches crazy. But he gets away with it. He never has been hit while doing it. So, all right, Shakur in the 5th round showed signs of heating the offense up just a little bit in round 4. He can't miss to the body with the straight left hand. So here we go. Round 5. Stevenson starting to gain control of this fight. Stevenson, high guard, step into Hardatunian. I think Shakur may have said to his corner, I'm going to stop him. Stevenson trying to be very economical with his punch output. And ESPN has the same score I have, 39-37 Stevenson. Hardatunian jabbing to the body, not getting anything done. Sweeps a right hand to the body. Straight right hand up top, left hook. Can't touch Stevenson, who's got that good shoulder roll in the pocket. Stevenson coming forward, shoots the jab. Hardatunian, educated, high guard, catching it. Hardatunian might be starting to tire himself out a little bit with the upper body bouncing and the life in his feet. Shakur is just calmly stepping to him, not exerting any energy, and beginning to touch the body of a guy who might be wearing himself out a little bit with all the side steps and all the pivots. And nice left hook for Hardatunian. Nah, not really. He didn't land it. I mean, he threw a nice left hook, but Stevenson pulling back in that southpaw shoulder roll is not getting hit up top at all. Now Stevenson makes that O with his mouth as he sweeps a left hand to the body, sweeps another left hand to the body, and Hardatunian is breaking down a little bit because he's having to expend so much energy to try to set up openings against Stevenson, who is calmly allowing him to shoot his load, to throw his punches and not land anything. And that tires you out a little bit. And even though he's not letting his hands go a whole lot, when he does, he tends to touch this guy. And he's touching him to the body a little bit here and there, helping to sap that energy out that he's wasting trying to create openings. Straight left hand to the body for Shakur. Lands a hard jab that knocks up Hardatunian's head. Shakur not throwing a lot of punches, but looks like he's just letting this guy tire himself out on offense and then move in and finish him off with accurately placed shots, not by a bunch of combinations or wearing him down and beating him down little by little. Shakur looks like he's trying to let him tire himself out and then put him away at that point. Hardatunian blocks the sweeping left hand, but he eats the 1-2 up top, and then Shakur comes back with a sweeping left hand to the body. So the 1-2 setting up another sweeping left hand to the body. Good 3 punches by Shakur. Shakur pops the jab and lands it. He's the one on the front foot right now, holding his ground, staying in front of Hardatunian. 30 seconds left in the round. Stevenson showing one of the best defenses in the game. Shoulder roll, standing right in front, and Hardatunian can't hit him. Ducks underneath the 1-2, smothers him into the ropes, tries to sweep his left hand on Hardatunian. Hardatunian having to expend a lot of energy to keep up with Shakur. 10 seconds left in the round. Shakur didn't do a whole lot offensively, but Hardatunian never really touched him, and he did touch him with a 1-2. Touched him with a couple of bias shots. There's a sweeping left hand on the inside in the last 5 seconds for Shakur. So I got Shakur ahead 49, and Shakur's talking about his arm or something. Something's up. But, I mean, he won the round, but it's not. This is just adding more fuel to the fire for his, non-believers. And he's complaining about his arm or something to his grandpa. Let's see. Let's see. Matt Borgeson hits me with the super chat and says, Shakur needs to do more. It's frustrating to watch. There are so many counter opportunities in this fight that he isn't taking. I want to know it's a mental thing. Like, it's a mental thing, man. Like, I don't know what it is. I mean, he might say after he was injured or something, but he said that after De Los Santos. It's a mental thing. Like, you have the defense and the short, compact punching ability in mid to close range to beat that ass. And he did land a 1-2 and the sweeping left hand to the body. They show that on the replay. He definitely won the 5th round. I got him up 4-1. And he might, if he just steps it up a little bit and continues to let Hardatunian gas himself, then he might stop him still. But let's see. 6th round now. Now, hasn't been an entertaining fight. 29 punches landed by both fighters combined. Oh, no. I'm tripping. Shakur landed 21 punches last round. Only threw 32, but landed 21. That's crazy accurate. Oh, left uppercut for Stevenson just off the mark. He set it up beautifully as a counter shot in between Hardatunian's shots in the center of the ring. Hardatunian, keeping that high guard up, was actually able to catch it, and Stevenson makes a face like, ooh, that could have been the one to finish it. Stevenson, little half step back, Picks the gloves up, takes a half step back inside, catches a left hook, smothers it from Hardatunian, sweeps the left hand to Hardatunian's body. Good timing by Hardatunian, came back with a left hook at the same time. They exchanged there. Hardatunian trying to work on the inside. Shakur too good defensively, but not getting punches off. Hardatunian is at least able to let his hands go. Not able to land, but Stevenson not always letting his hands go either. Halfway through the 6th round, Hardatunian's trying to work. He's letting his... Oh, nice straight left hand to the body. Hardatunian complains that it's low. Shakur setting it up with that jab up top. Shot the straight left hand to the body. Hardatunian can't find the mark with any of his work right now. Center of the ring. A little sweeping right hand gets in for Hardatunian. Sweeps the right hand up top, trying to work the body, and Stevenson comes back with one single body shot, more accurate. Left hook landed for Hardatunian. Stevenson trying to come forward and knife something to the body. Ate a little bit of a left hook to the body. Sweeping right hands by Hardatunian. He's working. He's working. Left hook to the body a little bit there by Hardatunian on the inside, but not super effective. But Stevenson isn't setting the world on fire either. Isn't letting his hands go much. Hardatunian now getting backed up. Shakur licks his lips a little bit, steps forward, picks the gloves up, grins at him, but isn't punching. Now a sweeping left hand to the body by Shakur. Does find the mark. Hardatunian taking a deep breath. Shakur feels like he is slowly, maybe not in the way everybody wants to see it, but he's slowly breaking down Hardatunian, who is complaining that every shot he's getting hit with to the body is low. And another straight left hand to the body made him do that about 5 seconds ago. Sweeping left hands on the inside, little short sweeping left hands on the inside by Shakur, touching the top of the head of Hardatunian. Not super great, flashy work, but better than what Hardatunian's accomplishing. Hardatunian sweeping a right hand to the body, trying to sweep it right in the body. Left hook up top, work different levels with his punches, but not much land, nothing land. Now Shakur steps in, short little right hook, sets up a hard sweeping left hand on the inside in the phone booth for Shakur. Shakur catching on the high guard. And a combination at the bell by Hardatunian. That right hand snuck in a little bit as he punched in combination, but I gave that round to Shakur, but he's headed towards another De Los Santos, man, where he's going to win the fight, but it's going to still it might hurt his stock. Here's some replays. Straight left hand landing up top for Shakur. Straight left hand partially splitting the high guard. That little short sweeping left hand landing. 1-2 landing on the outside. Jab landing by Shakur. There's a montage through 6 rounds. Jab up top, straight left hand to the body, right hook up top. That was a beautiful 3-punch combination on the slow-mo. Total punches through 6 rounds. 160 thrown for Shakur. 74 landed. 195 thrown for Hardatunian. A little busier. Only 31 landed. 27 body shots for Stevenson. 19 for Hardatunian. Again, this, Stevenson, man, is... putting on some brutal CompuBox numbers, but it's okay. 7th round. Here we go. And Shakur picks the high guard up. He's landed 21 punches in back-to-back rounds. I didn't quite see him landing 21 punches last round, but okay. 5th round, fine. 7th round, here we go. Hardatunian does look a little like he's gassing, and he has to spend so much energy as Shakur just doesn't have to waste so much movements with his upper body. He doesn't have to be so frenetic. And he's able to just calmly make his moves. Hardatunian has to do a lot to compete with Shakur. And Tim Bradley said that used to exhaust him with Pacquiao. Pacquiao's just coming forward, sometimes getting touched, fighting in spurts. Meanwhile, Tim is feinting, he's moving, he's doing everything he fucking can just to keep up with this guy. And that's a little bit of what Hardatunian's doing with Shakur. Minute into this, more of the same, where Hardatunian is getting backed up and not able to get anything effective off. Shakur is hardly letting his hands go, but he's much more accurate than Hardatunian right now. Shakur coming forward. Hardatunian wasting a lot of energy on that frenetic movement, trying to set up opening. Shakur with a 1-2, that 2 splitting the high guard just a little bit of Hardatunian, backing him up. Hardatunian throwing 2 straight right hands, sweeps the right hand. Good right hands, but Stevenson's got really good defense with that left glove catching. Not easy to hit him. Sweeping left hand to the body for Shakur, and Hardatunian again complains that it's low. Hardatunian trying to sweep combinations, and Shakur stepping in with the more compact shots with a 2-piece there on the inside. Straight left hand, right hook. Shakur Blocking, catching on the inside. Nice sweeping left hand up top for Shakur. Beautifully timed on the inside in the phone booth. Timed Artem trying to open up and nailed him with a sweeping left hand. Short, compact shot on the inside. Minute left in the round. Good right hand to the body by Hardatunian. Hardatunian trying to sweep the left hook, but back comes Shakur in the southpaw stance with 2 sweeping left hands under that elbow of Hardatunian. Hardatunian not liking that body work by Stevenson. Back comes Hardatunian. Throws a combination. Steps off to his left. And Stevenson replies with just 1 punch, a left hand to the body. And he wins that exchange with just accuracy on 1 punch. Shakur backing him up. Right hook to the body by Shakur. Comes back with a sweeping left hand up top. 1-2 up top. Smiles at Hardatunian. Winning the fight, no doubt about that. Hardatunian tries that left hook to the body. Little left, straight left hand in the body and close by Shakur. Shakur whacking with a right hook up top. Misses the jab. Sweeps the left hands behind it. Gets that left hand. Straight left hand. Short, compact shots from Shakur tonight. Not trying to work on the outside a lot. He wants to be, and that's because Hardatunian likes to catch you on the end of his shots. He's got longer arms than Shakur. And that might have been why Shakur was a little gun shy on the outside. And he feels much more comfortable now getting in closer range to Hardatunian, where Hardatunian isn't a short, compact puncher enough to be effective, and Shakur is. So Shakur wins that 7th round. He walked Hardatunian down. He was accurate. He just wasn't very active at all. But he won the round. So 6 rounds to 1 for Shakur Stevenson. So, yep, 6-1 Shakur. Going so far, he's just adding fuel to the fire for the critics, but he's gonna win. And that is pretty important. It is nice to get out of there unscathed with a WBC belt and an undefeated record too. There are worse things in life, but the crowd is not really feeling it. It seems like that was a beautiful short left hand on the inside by Shakur, and he went ooh after landing it. Timed Artem, nice. Artem trying to open up with his left hook. Shakur catches it and sweeps the short left hand at the same time. Timed him up really well. Some of those right hands are nicking Shakur a little bit from Hardatunian. And again, Shakur has to be wary of what just happened to Foster, man. Like, I'm giving you these rounds because of defense and the superior accuracy, but you're hardly letting your hands go. Maybe some of the judges give Hardatunian more credit for those right hands and combinations he's punching than I am. We're in round 8, and I got Stevenson ahead. Here we go. Well ahead, but here we go. 30 seconds into it. Hardatunian, the guy who's on the back foot now. Role reversal. Early on, he was on the front foot. Stevenson has been backing him up. Straight left hand to the body by Shakur. Made him back straight out with a right hook up top and then followed him out with the body shot. Hardatunian trying to step forward. Throws a 4-punch combination. Can't find this kid. Can't hit this kid. Hardatunian bouncing up and down. Pops the jab. Straight right hand of the body. Straight right hand of the body. None of that effective. Touching with a straight right hand of the body. Shakur coming forward. High guard. Pulls out. Tries to come back with a sweeping left hand of the body. He wasn't effective with that shot that time. Shakur walking Hardatunian down. Straight left hand. Touches Hardatunian. Touches the high guard. Shakur, high guard. Good straight right hand of the body by Artem Hardatunian. Back comes Shakur, though, with a 3-punch combination. Jab up top, right hook to the body, sweeping left hand. Hardatunian backing out of range, so not getting the full brunt of those shots, but some of those body shots following him on his way out. Shakur backing him up, catching the right hand of the body, cornering him, and lands a jab. But Artem circles out, gets back to the center of the ring. Shakur, jab up top, makes him pick his hands up and shoots that straight left hand to the body. That's been his best punch, is that straight left hand to the body tonight. Good defense by Shakur, catching all the offense, catching a few shots with the shoulder roll in the pocket against Hardatunian. Minute left in the round, and Shakur has got Artem on his bike at times a little bit. Now Artem sets his feet. Good right hook to the body by Shakur. Artem had to freeze in place for a second. And Artem trying to work on the inside, but his punches are too long. And Shakur's got the compact, short shots on the inside. Just not let him go a lot. 45 seconds left. Shakur continues to just catch everything coming forward. He is coming forward. There is at least that. Like, he's not giving it. Oh, left hook on the inside. Lands for Artem Hardatunian. Shakur trying to give half his body, depend on that shoulder with the lead hand low. And he ate a left hook inside that time. Shakur on the ropes. Artatunian trying to work his hands. Right hook to the body, out of the clinch by Shakur. And this was a uneventful round for Stevenson. He came forward a lot. He touched the body. This is the kind of round you could let a fight get away from you by, where you feel like, I was backing him up. He's tired. He can't tell. Oh, good body shot. Good finish to the round by Stevenson. He needed that little 3-punch flurry. Those were 3 nice body shots. And now Shakur is saying, he's running. He's running. Shakur. I think he's trying to tell Tim Bradley he's running, and Tim's probably telling him, cut the ring off. But he's not running, Shakur. He's just giving some movement. Anyway. Less talking to the announcers and to the corner and more punching, Shakur. I say that with love. Shakur's smiling in the corner, having conversations with his grandpa. And he's well in control of the fight. I got him up 8-1. 8-1, Shakur. 89-82. Got a super chat from Matt Borgeson. Is Shakur gassing out? Nah, he can't be. Not at this pace. He'll never gas out. No, not gassing out, Matt Borgeson. Jameson Children. Thank you, Matt. Jameson Children said, I think Shakur either needs to be more active on offense or have the kind of power where he can afford to be more economical. Still a better fight than De Los Santos. Jameson Childress giving us a kernel of positivity there. At least better than De Los Santos. You're right. That is a step up. But it's because this guy can't punch like De Los Santos. So here we go. Stevenson on the front foot. Oh, excuse me. I have it 7-1, not 8-1. I have it, what was that, 79-73? Would that be? Yes. All right, so Stevenson coming forward. Straight left hand falling a little short. Artatunian moving out to his right. Sweeping right hand of the body does land for Artatunian, and then he misses the right hand up top, misses the left hook, shoots his combination. Stevenson comes back with just one shot in between all those punches, a little knifing left hand of the body. Now a 2-piece up top makes Artem circle out with his hands picked up, and Shakur digs the right hook to the body. Good body shot. Another good right hook inside by Shakur. Again, Artem throwing combinations, but Shakur catching everything, rolling everything, and then bink, bink to the body. 2 good body shots that time. Backing Artem up. He's got to step on the gas. 2 minutes left in the round. Stevenson trying to sweep the left hand up top and then to the body. Now he does a double right hook, touches up top and goes to the body with it. Artatunian coming back with sweeping right hands. Keeps trying to sweep the right hand across that guard of Shakur when he, does his southpaw shoulder roll. Not able to do it. Shakur, little short right hook on the inside lands. Left uppercut lands on the inside. Artem trying to dig to the body. But Shakur getting the better of it there with those short little head shots on the inside. Shakur, nice power jab by Shakur. Straight left hand by Shakur. Halfway through the 9th. Staying on top of Artatunian. Digs to his body with a sweeping left hand to the body and then an uppercut. Artatunian trying to fight him off. Nice combination by Shakur. He digs that time. Right hook landed up top and now right hook to the body. Artatunian a little bothered and hurt by that body shot. He's on his bike. Sweeps the right hand, tries to clinch Shakur. Shakur hits him with the right hook in the clinch. Nice right hook. Straight left hand to the body, sets up a right hook to the body and a right hook up top for Stevenson. Stevenson on the front foot, catching in the high guard. Shoots a little right uppercut. Catches the body shots back by Artatunian. Artatunian trying to dig because he feels that Shakur's got a chance for a big moment here. 3 sweeping left hands in close by Shakur. He gets caught with a left hook by Artatunian and a right uppercut by Artatunian. Artatunian with a left hook to the body. A right uppercut inside. Left hook to the body. Working his uppercuts. Stevenson got a little overconfident in the phone booth and ate a left hook up top. That got his attention. Back comes Stevenson to the body after not returning fire for about 10-15 seconds there. That was Artatunian's best punch of the fight, that left hook. Stevenson, who trusts that shoulder in the phone booth and tries to punch and curl it like that, got caught doing it. That's the second time this fight that's happened. 10 seconds left in the round. Straight left hand to the body by Shakur. Good combination up top by Shakur, and then he punctuates it with a sweeping left hand to the body. And that'll do it for round 9. Left uppercut on the inside by Shakur, and that'll do it for the round 9. A Stevenson round that did produce one bright moment for Artatunian. Artatunian did catch him with a left hook and followed it up with combinations that touched Stevenson. But Stevenson had a lot of clean, effective work that round. Scored for Stevenson. We head to the championship rounds in the 10th. And Stevenson on my card is clearly ahead. But O'Shaquie Foster got robbed fighting in this style. So we'll see. Anything's possible. We are heading into round 10, my wife. Here we go. Heading into round 10. I'm sorry. I know some of you probably want Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal. That's got to take a backseat to a championship level fight. It just does. Sorry. Here we go. That was the best round of the fight. The only action in the whole fight, says Big Money. I agree. Terrence Crawford even looks a little bored. He's still shouting instructions, though. All right, round 10. Here we go. Round 10. Stevenson, high guard, staying in front of Hardatunian. And I got the same scorecard as Mark Kriegel. 8 rounds to 1 for Stevenson. Round 10 starting. Stevenson staying on the front foot, getting close to Hardatunian, waiting for the perfect moments in his mind to let it go. Sweeping left hand to the body in between Hardatunian, trying to throw a combo. Nicely, great body work when he does go there by Stevenson tonight. 26 punches landed last round for Stevenson. So some of these rounds he's done his thing. Good right hook to the body by Stevenson. Throwing decoy shots up top to dig to the body. Done a good job of that the last couple rounds, several rounds. Stevenson coming forward. Hardatunian bouncing out to his right. Hardatunian, the more tired fighter, for sure. He's had to expend a lot of energy through movement and frenetic upper body movement and feints and all kinds of stuff. Get right uppercut by Hardatunian. Tries to pivot off that right uppercut and get to the body with the left hook. Not quite effective. Stevenson touching with the right hand up top. Digs with the right hook to the body. The body work is getting it done for Stevenson now. Stevenson catching. Does the shoulder roll. Combination by Hardatunian. Most of it missed, but one of those right hands did get in. But back comes Stevenson in close out of that shoulder roll with a straight left hand, right hook. Hardatunian working on the inside, not landing anything. Touching with the left hook to the body. Stevenson is landing the hard shots on the inside. Nice right hook to the body again by Stevenson. Using the right hook up top to set it up. Stevenson lands a hard jab. Staying in front of Hardatunian, trying to walk him down and break him down in these championship rounds. Stevenson, 1, 2, 3. Straight left hand, 4-punch combination. Most of it caught on the high guard, but some of it splitting. Center of the ring for Stevenson. Gives that shoulder roll look. Stays right in front of Hardatunian. Parries his jab. Parries his right hand. Shoots the straight left hand out of it. Pulls straight back to get away from a right hand. Ooh, throws a nice little short left hand to set up a right hook where he really brought his weight back with it. Clean right hook up top for Stevenson. Stevenson measuring. Bending down now. Now bending his waist a little bit. 1-2 by Hardatunian. Ooh, straight left hand by Shakur. Catching him in between his punches. Jab to the body by Shakur. Hardatunian coming back with a jab up top. Hardatunian trying to punch and hold off the momentum of Shakur's forward momentum, but he's not landing anything, and Shakur will just snipe a shot or two in between his punches, usually to the body. 18 seconds left. It's another Stevenson round. Double right hook sets up a straight left hand to the body. A little left uppercut gets in for Hardatunian in between Shakur's shots. 5 seconds left. Another Stevenson round. Another Stevenson round. 9 rounds to 1. Not super impressive, but hey, damn. Didn't I say before the fight chat that I expect Shakur to win like 10 rounds and to have a kind of strong performance? I thought it'd be a little stronger than this. But I said I expect him to pretty much dominate, win 10 rounds, maybe 11. But I said he wasn't going to do enough tonight to convince non-believers. And that's what's going on tonight. He's going to get the W like he always does. But he didn't do anything tonight to convince anybody who doesn't already like or believe in Shakur Stevenson to like or believe in him. And it just is what it is. It's, you know. Matt Borgeson hits me with the super chat, and he says, this tells me everything I need to know. He doesn't beat Tank Davis. You're saying that, and a lot of people in the boxing world are saying that right now. Lester Walnut says, I think Shakur might have injured his left hand, Sean. Fair enough, but that's 2 fights in a row now. That's just not going to hold weight with the public. Like, you know, I could be reasonable enough and hear you out on your hand and all that, but the public doesn't care. The public are savages. Civility is gone. Twitter killed it once and for all. So they don't care. But I hear you. All right. Now through 10 rounds. Punch stats a little healthier for Stevenson now. 147 landed. 355 thrown through 10 rounds, 35 punches around with about a 14-15 connect average. So not terrible now. Much better than the De Los Santos fight on paper now. Shakur staying in front, trying to shoulder roll and come back with a counter in between Artem's punches. Takes a little step back and hits him with the lead right hand. Artem still letting his hands go, still trying to be busy in spots, but just can't get too much done. Artem, case in point, Artem right there, letting his hands go. Trying to touch Stevenson, not really landing anything, but landing a little left hook to the body, but then he eats a straight left hand as soon as he touches with that left hook to the body. Right hook lands for Stevenson, setting it up with a little bit of a decoy 1-2 on the top of Hardatunian's head. Hardatunian stepping over to his left, bouncing up and down. Stevenson in the high guard, drops it down, pulls back, short with the pull, sweeping left hand. Gets his lead right hook blocked, shoots a 1-2 through the center of the high guard of Hardatunian. Backs him up. Hardatunian now holds his ground in the center of the ring. Gets in his high guard. Shakur looking to target that body again with the left hand whenever he goes to the high guard. Hardatunian shooting the right hand, another right hand. Stevenson pulling away from it, coming forward. Nice 1-2 up top, sets up that right hook again to the body for Stevenson. Artem feigning, trying to give different looks out of the high guard. Can't pierce the defense of Shakur Stevenson, whether it's the high guard or whether it's pulling back in the pocket with the southpaw shoulder roll. Stevenson shooting a straight left hand right hook, doesn't find the mark. On the front foot, drops the lead hand to his waist, measures with it, bends down. Now he drops the left hand to his chest, giving a different look. Picks them both up. Sweeps the left hand, doesn't land it. Artem Hardatunian able to keep those gloves up and catch that shot. Shakur jabbing, dips down again, bends down again, and pivots out, straight left hand. Hardatunian, good high guard, catches it. Hardatunian trying to come back with a combination, 4 or 5 punch combination. Shakur dips and slips everything, makes a miss, hit air. Back on the front foot is Stevenson. Trying to set up a home run right hook by throwing a decoy, sweeping left hand just to come back and commit to the right hook. Didn't land it. That's the punch Shakur wants right now. And remember, Shakur's a naturally right-handed fighter fighting southpaw. Looks like he's trying to use that left hand as a decoy to come back home and clean up with that right hook. Can't quite land it on Hardatunian. Now he touches Hardatunian with the jab. 10 seconds left. Not an event, not as fun a round as the previous two. But Stevenson wins it again. Accurate, great defense. And that's that. 10 rounds to 1 for Shakur Stevenson. So yes. The straight back defense not going to cut it with explosive feet Tank. A lot of this isn't going to cut it with explosive feet Tank. Like Tank is, I favor Tank to win the fight. And I'm not someone who loves the business practices of Team Tank Davis. Like, I can understand and kind of I can respect it as a man, but as someone with my prerogative, a boxing purist, a boxing journalist, and still a boxing fan, that doesn't suit my prerogatives. And they're showing people leave the arena before the 12th round in Newark, in Shakur's hometown. They are leaving the arena early. Yeah. So what was I saying? Can't remember. So I think you got where I was headed towards. Matt Borgeson, thank you, brother, for the super chat. And they are ESPN showing a live shot of everybody leaving the arena. That's sad, man. ESPN saying, you don't want us? Well, then this is how we gonna do you. No more spin jobs. We're not giving you any spin jobs. So 160 shots landed for Shakur, 400 thrown. 68 for Artem, 396 thrown. So just much better accuracy from Stevenson. And he's been the guy applying pressure in the second half of the fight. He's winning the fight. You know, the fight is... Can I do my Emmanuel Stewart chat? The fight is going exactly the way I thought it would. So... All right. 30 seconds, 40 seconds into the round. And... Shakur, unanimous decision. It wasn't the funnest fight to watch, but that's okay. All right, minute into the second, and I sang because there wasn't a whole lot going on. 2 minutes left in the fight. Stevenson working his jab, 2, 3 jabs, peppering him a little bit with it. Stevenson takes a nice look, tries to sweep that left hand, tries to set up the right hook up top to shoot the straight left hand to the body. You know, there's some mental hurdles Stevenson may have to climb. And he's not the... Let's just get through this fight. Halfway through the 12th round, Stevenson shoulder rolling, staying in front, tries to sweep the left hand off the mark. Tries to throw the lead right hook off the mark. Catches well. Catches that shoulder roll. Catches any right hand Artem's throwing, whether it's to the body or the head. Got great positioning with his backhand and that shoulder roll. Got touched a couple times with the lead hand low with the left hook, but those right hands can't find a home against that cemented left hand, glued to protect himself from Shakur Stevenson. Shakur coming back with a sweeping left hand to the body and a right hook up top. Nice two-piece sweeping left hand to the body by Shakur. Backs Artem Hardatunyan up. 50 seconds left. Shakur pawing with the jab. Parries the lead right hand of Artem Hardatunyan. Backs away so he doesn't eat the right hand of the body. Makes him fall short with the jab. He falls short with his jab. Tries a right hook to set up a straight left hand. Hardatunyan catching on the high guard. Shakur, they jab against each other. Shakur getting a little bit of the better of that with the jab. Shakur winding down back-to-back, dreadful fights. Fights that nobody would ever want to rewatch again. And that's, it is what it is. He's still going to win. I just got to call it like I see it. I don't do it to rag on the young man. I still think he's an excellent fighter. But I think he's cheating himself a little bit with his timidness. I think he's capable of more, and I think he knows it. And I think he's struggling to find out. He walks back to his corner like, I think he can't put his finger on it. Why? I know I'm good. I know I'm good. I know I believe in myself. So what the fuck is going on? Why am I turning out performances like this? Like, fuck. I feel for him a little bit. I'm not here to rag on him, chat. I'm not here to rag on him. I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass and say he beats Tank. That was amazing. You guys just don't know boxing. You're casuals. What you guys call boring is skill. No. I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass, but I'm not here to shit on the young man either, on the man either. He is an excellent fighter. He did clearly win this fight. He's still an undefeated world champion. But these are just so underwhelming. This was less underwhelming, but still underwhelming. So, Goose, hey, chat, wasn't I? Ooh, Jennifer said Shakur is out of his prime. Jennifer, how could that be possible when he's 25, 26 years old? Never. Why do you say that, Jennifer? Lester Walnuts, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you, my man. I think we may have paid for the Nate Diaz pay-per-view. We never actually wound up covering or watching. All right, let me. He needs to go against someone to bring the best out of him, Raider Reaper. Yeah, because they will sink or swim him. They'll put him in a position where if you don't show up against this fighter we're talking about, this hypothetical fighter, then he's going to run you out the ring. You're not going to be able to coast to a boring decision against him. You'll actually lose. And so then you'll have a decision to make. You'll be forced to make that decision to let your hands go. I agree with you, Raider Reaper. And Willie Zepeda's the perfect opponent. It's just, why? Oscar De La Hoya's not putting him in with Shakur Stevenson. He'll probably lose. And, nobody's going to want to match their fighter with Shakur Stevenson. And he doesn't really have a leg to stand on. He does. Look, I don't care how boring you are. If you're the best in the division, if this is a real sport, you should have to see him at some time. I don't care if his style does suck to some people or whatever. He's undefeated. He's the other top dog in the lightweight division. You got to see him. But honestly, he's not, with performances like this, he's not going to have a leg to stand on. He's not going to have the public cry out sympathy for him and demand that he not be ducked by Loma or Tank. They're too busy ragging on him because, Twitter has killed civility, like Jim Lampley said. So yeah, man. Sean, what do you think Shakur is missing? Ashtarod. It's through the... Well, okay, it's not all through the ears. his athleticism has been a little bit overestimated. He's an Andre Ward level athlete. He's not a Floyd Roy Jones level athlete. He's a good athlete with good speed. He's not a freakish, super gifted athlete. He's a good athlete. He has good reflexes and good speed. Tank is a better athlete. 118, 110. 116, 112. And Shakur wins and is still the undefeated WBC lightweight champion. Still a top 3 lightweight. I still think he beats Zepeda. I still think he beats Murataya. I still think he definitely beats Barenchik. I don't know if he'd have beaten Lomachenko tonight, even though he's much younger than Lomachenko. I don't think he would have beaten Tank. So I think he's a top 3 lightweight, and he's still the WBC champ. He's got the green belt. He's got the sexy belt. But those were not great performances, and ESPN immediately cuts out of his fight. Cuts out of his fight. No inside ESPN boxing with Tim Bradley. They're done. They're on to Sports Center. And that's that for the Shakur Stevenson fight. Shane Mosley Jr. and Danny Jacobs are getting it on. We'll call that action now. I give Shakur a C- D+. A pat. He didn't fail. He didn't lose. He didn't get an F. He gets to go on to the next grade, to the next class, to the next fight with his belt. But that's all he did really was pass. So it is what it is, though, man. But back to, so you were asking, Gerard, what is it holding him back? It's mostly here. I will mention the one thing. Maybe people overestimated his gifts a little bit. He's not gifted like Floyd. He's not as gifted as Crawford. He's got a similar level of. Crawford is a little more explosive than him for sure. He can pretty much match his speed, but he doesn't have that whip, that combination of power and speed, not just the speed to make the shot come out like a snapping whip. He doesn't always quite have that. So he reminds me a lot of Andre Ward athletically. A good but not great athlete. Bernard Hopkins was more of a good and not great athlete, but he was so skilled. And so a little bit of that, and then most of it though it's through here. It's through the ear. It's between the ears. It's something has him timid in there. I don't know if it's confidence, if it's his nervous system doesn't react well to lightweight punching power. He's not as comfortable at 35 as he was, but even against Nakatia at 130, he did this. I don't know. He's got to figure it out. It's a mental hurdle. It's not a skills thing. He's very skilled. Very skilled. He doesn't throw a lot of punches, but his offense is good. He's an accurate guy. He knows how to place body shots. He has a perfect straight left hand. He's got a good right hook. He's got an excellent jab. Like he's got the. It's not that, man. It's between the ears. It's between the ears. It's a confidence thing. So, all right, into the Mosley and Jacobs fight now. And early in the fourth, the hand speed of Shane Mosley on the outside giving Danny Jacobs some issues. Double jab. Jacobs is sluggish for my early impressions of tuning into this. Mosley jumping in with a straight right hand to the body, the left hook up top. Mosley is younger. This fight may just come down to that. Mosley has never been a championship level fighter. Danny Jacobs once upon a time really was, but he looks heavy. He looks a little soft. He looks a little uninspired and sluggish. And Shane Mosley doesn't have that. It isn't as old as him, hasn't been in as many fights as him, and has a lot more to fight for tonight. So Mosley looking like the guy with the advantage in round 4 as we flip over to this fight. Minute left in the fourth. And Mosley just looks like the fresher, younger man. He's got more energy than Jacobs. Jacobs lands a jab there, but Mosley landed a jab a second before. Got his lead hand low, does Mosley. Looks relaxed in there. Jacobs now lands his jab. Back comes Mosley with a straight right hand. Jacobs blocks it. Jacobs backing up, blocks the jab. Danny looks slow on his feet tonight and slow with his hand speed. Shane Mosley, this is your fight to win, man, against an aging champion who kind of just showed up for a check. He don't really really want to box and become that guy anymore. So, and I love Danny. Brooklyn, stand up. I didn't say all that to Danny in the interview. I just asked him, you made a lot of money. Are you still hungry? like you were when you were younger, you know. And he said, yeah, I still want to make the Hall of Fame. He said all the right things, but I didn't feel it, to be honest. Now Jacobs is picking up the pace a little bit, lands his jab, exchanges with Mosley near the end of the bell. And that does it for round 4. All right, we're hopped into this now. Jacobs and Mosley Jr. So, let's see. Kay said Shakur is like Andre Ward, same boring fighter. Andre had superb performances against Chad Dawson, the rematch with Kovalev. He stopped both of them. He stopped them. He had an entertaining fight with Carl Froch and beat him. What he did to Arthur Abraham was entertaining. What he did to Mikhail Kessler was entertaining. Dre tended to win his biggest fights in style. I thought Kovalev should have won the first fight, but he knocked him out in the rematch. So I can't quite agree with that. Dre was fun to watch against Abraham, Kessler, Dawson, Kovalev Part 2, and Froch. All his 5 biggest wins. He was really boring against Paul Smith. He wasn't really boring against Paul Smith. It was okay. He was really boring against Alexander Brand. And he was kind of dull after he had that sweet highlight where he caught with the right hand and then punched off of it immediately against Sullivan Barrera. That was pretty boring. Alexander Brand was pretty boring. Paul Smith was kind of boring, but he did stop him. So Dre's boring performances kind of came in fights that we didn't give a shit about. The fights we gave a shit about, they weren't boring, in my opinion. Mosley lands a right hand now, 30 seconds into the round, jabs to the body. And again, Jacobs just looks, sluggish and heavy and uninspired. And not like Mosley setting the world on fire. Straight right hand lands for Mosley and a jab, and now a jab to the body. Right now, 37 landed for Mosley to 34 for Jacobs. So, good hard jab by Jacobs. Jacobs, though, is probably just looking for a moment or two to capitalize on the flaws of this guy and knock him out. But a left hook and a sweeping right hand by Shane Mosley, and Jacobs trying to punch in between those shots where he sees openings, but an older fighter who's heavy and sluggish, a little too slow to make those openings count right there in that exchange. Halfway through the 5th, Mosley has touched him up with a couple of straight line punches, 1-2, 1-2s. Mosley, lead hand low, pops that up jab on Jacobs. Staying in front of Jacobs. Jacobs is slow and lethargic. Jack Reese breaking him up. Straight right hand to the body by Mosley, touching Jacobs on the outside. Mosley keeping it on the outside where his superior speed tonight gives him the advantage. Left uppercut block, shoots the straight right hand. Try that lead hand all the way low for Shane Mosley. He's popping that up jab and pops up Danny's head a little bit with that up jab. Picks his hand up now. Picks his hands up. Lets the lead hand low again. Deep breath by Mosley. He's not, lead left hook just off the mark by Mosley. Sweeps the right hand behind it. Comes back with a 1-2 up top. Jacobs is tired. Jacobs throws the jab. Even if Jacobs knocks Mosley out, he's done, y'all. Like, he's not being world champion again. Berlanga would beat him tonight. 40 seconds left. And Brooklyn stand up all day. Brownsville. Don't get me wrong. Former IBF middleweight champ. The Miracle Man. Came back from cancer. Fought with big balls against Golovkin. Gave Canelo a good fight. Won about 4 or 5 rounds. Came on pretty strong down the stretch of that fight. That was kind of a boring fight, though. But, yes. Anyway. Mosley. Not a great fight right now. Not an entertaining fight. But Mosley has just got a little bit more energy and youth. He's able to get off first. And Jacobs is sluggish. 10 seconds left in the round. That's a Mosley round. Mosley landing the up jab. Jabs to the body. Jacobs looks so uninspired right now. Looks like an old fighter in many ways. Not that his legs are complete. He just looks heavy and sluggish. And not like he used to. So, no, Berlanga would not beat him. Out of respect, says 0. That's what I'm seeing. I think I thought Berlanga would beat him. I think Berlanga beats him. He's an old man in there. Like he made his money, bro. And I got love for him, but I really do. Shit, New York, stand up. Michael R. Davis says ESPN showing the crowd leaving was orchestrated by Bob Arum. Lester Walnuts, thank you for the super chat, says I didn't agree with ESPN showing the fans leaving. Look, it's hard to okay, the media guy in me, the journalist guy in me, look, Larry Merchant and HBO, when Tiger Woods and people were leaving the arena at the end of Floyd's fight with Baldomir, Larry Merchant told him, HBO was in business with Floyd Mayweather. They'd make a shit ton of money with the Oscar De La Hoya fight next and the Ricky Hatton fight right after it. So HBO likes money, but someone like Larry Merchant, an old school newspaper man, an old school serious journalist, and HBO, who had the decorum of not just being a dick riding broadcast, Larry asked him, you came to the ring dressed like a gladiator, Floyd, but do you think this was particularly thrilling to the audience? I mean, people were leaving by the end of the 9th and 10th round. Tiger Woods left. Of course, Floyd and people that love Floyd, Larry's old and racist and hating. Larry's doing his job. He didn't get up and say, "Hey, Tiger, you should leave the fight. Hey, everyone in the bleachers, Floyd's up 10-zip. You guys can go home now. Hey, Jim, do we got a microphone at ringside? Can I speak over the intercom? Everybody, leave the Floyd Mayweather fight in the 10th round for Carlos Ball." No, that actually happened. That's not Larry's fault. It happened. So he asked Floyd, "You came in with a gladiator outfit and everything, but dude, by the 9th and 10th round, people left. Do you think you thrilled them tonight?" Like it's a little catty. It's spicy, but it's fair. And Floyd, that began the Floyd Larry hatred between the two of them. And sometimes Larry was a little unprofessional with certain things. I won't say he wasn't always right. No one is. So I don't know if I think what's nasty business about it from ESPN Top Rank is if they only did it because it's his last fight with Top Rank. But if they're doing it because, hey, people are leaving the arena, and that's a part of this story, this event that we're broadcasting, then as a media guy, I have no problem with that. That's needed more in sports. There's too much pom-pom waving. So, but it's about it's not about that they did it for me. It's why did you do it? And they probably did do it because it's his last fight with us anyway. Let's put him in his place. Let's show him he ain't hot shit. Look, people are leaving your fight in your hometown. That is kind of fucked up. It is. But from a perspective of just fully telling the truth and keeping it 100 on the broadcast, I'm okay with that. So that's how I look at it. Can I rescore Ward versus Kovalev? JK Production. That'd be fun. Yeah, on a Throwback Thursday that hasn't happened since April, we should definitely rescore Ward Kovalev 1. I remember the smoking gun and that being a bad decision was round 10. One or all three of the judges scored it for Ward when he clearly lost the round. It was a little bit like Dwayne Ford's 12th round in the first Hopkins-Taylor fight. Whether you think Taylor won overall or not, there's no way you thought he won the 12th round. Whether you think Ward won or not against Kovalev, there's no way he won the 10th round. And the judges incorrectly scoring it the 10th for Dre is what gave him the win that I didn't think he deserved that night. Now, he came back twice the fighter. His knee felt better, and he looked way better in the rematch, and he stopped Kovalev. Them shots might have been a little bit borderline or not. He was on his way to stopping Kovalev. He was the better man that night. But yeah, I would love to reschedule the first fight. So I will get back to Jacobs and Mosley, but I had some super chats I had to answer. So Matt Borgeson with another super chat said, if I were to make a guess, Tank would stop Shakur in the rounds between 9 and 12. He cannot ever fight in the pocket with Tank. Yeah, you saw how long, Matt, it took him to work up the comfort to stay in the pocket with Artur Tunian, who is a 7 knockout and 12 fights fighter. Doesn't have a third of the dynamite that Tank has. And it took him midway through the fight to stay in front of him and work in the pocket. And even then, he didn't let his hands go that much. So yeah, man, against Tank, how's that going to work? It doesn't add up. If you do look at the data, it doesn't add up to a Shakur win that night. So right now, Tank's the favorite. Let's see. So here we go. Artem took no risk. What do you think Shakur could have done better? Artem did take risks. That's not true. Artem threw combinations at different points in the fight. He gave Shakur his sharpshooting, counterpunching opportunities. A number of times, Shakur would just slip 4 or 5 or 6 shots and then wait for the perfect. He waited too much. Waiting for the perfect opening. Yes, it's easier from where I'm sitting to say that. But that's what a great coach, I think, would tell him. You're waiting for the perfect opening too much. Emmanuel Stewart would be pulling his fucking hair out. Emmanuel didn't even care if you were winning every round. If you weren't fighting to the best of your abilities and didn't have your foot on the pedal, exhausting yourself to try to produce something really strong that night, he wasn't satisfied. So, yes, he won almost every round. He's an excellent fighter. I still think he deserves a shot to fight Loma or Tank. Obviously, he's an undefeated world champion in the division, but he didn't do himself too many favors tonight with the public. So, all right, Jacobs in round 7 with Mosley halfway through. Jacobs switches southpaw. He was pretty good at that back in the day. He could get switch and fight out of both stances. Mosley coming forward, and I just see Mosley winning this fight as we've tuned in since round 4. Just youth. That's all. Shane Jr. wasn't ever better than Danny Jacobs when Danny Jacobs was really Danny Jacobs, but against a bloated, sluggish, lethargic, probably not that inspired or motivated Danny Jacobs coming off a long layoff, Shane Mosley Jr. is getting the job done. And Mosley just got the hand speed advantage tonight. He's always had good hand speed. Mosley not blowing the door, straight right hand by Mosley. And Jacobs is just too tired. Too sluggish tonight. Same with Ryder. He's actually worse than he was in even the Ryder fight. But it happens. Fighters do get old. Fighters make money. 1-2, 1-2 by Mosley. Backs up Jacobs. Straight right hand by Mosley. Jacobs too slow on the right hook counter. Jacobs backing up with both hands down. And before this would have been some nice cooked dinner. Some barbecue chicken for Danny Jacobs, but he doesn't have that in his bag anymore. He gets backed into the ropes, tries to pull away. Big sign that a fighter's tired. Pulling away with both hands down. Tries to pull away and just slip. One of the right hands catches him, knocks his head up a little bit, and that's it through 7. Looks like Mosley's going to win this fight. Worm says, I think Shakur got KO'd in a sparring session. He's too timid when punches fly his way since De Los Santos. All right, Worm. You prompted something out of me. Oh, God, I can't. I don't even want. They're gonna clip me. I can't do it, Worm. I wish I could DM you something that I heard, Worm. Tell you what, Worm. I'll sneak it in like 5 to 10 minutes from now. I'll go, Worm, and I'll just shout it out real quick. Something that I heard throughout Vegas that you brought up that reminds me of things that people in Vegas have told me as it pertains to what you mentioned in your comment, Worm. Stand by. Give me a couple minutes to where people aren't ready to clip it. These motherfuckers be clipping me out of context, Big Worm. And it results very badly for your boys sometimes. So you make me want to touch on a point. So, all right, back to round 8 with Mosley and Jacobs. Oh, it's 2 straight right hands by Mosley. Jacobs backing up into the ropes, hands down, just trying to slip shots. And, that's, again, a big sign that you are tired. Jacobs trying to pick those hands up. Southpaw stand, move to his right. Here comes Mosley with a combination. Sweeping his right hand, making him back up in a straight line and hitting him with the left hook. So important. Oh, nice up jab by Shane. Knocks up that head. Shane feinting a little bit, shoots a little straight right hand to the body. Jacobs so tired, so sluggish. Eats a jab by Mosley. Mosley peppering with the jab. Remember his dad used to do that little peppering, pawing jab repeatedly. Straight right to the body by Shane. And Jacobs is just sluggish and tired. Steps out to his right in the southpaw stance. Just doesn't have the hand speed tonight. Straight right hand lands for Shane Mosley. Clash of heads. Yep. I remember I said earlier in the live, I give the edge to Mosley just on youth. That's it. And that's what's happening. And a bad cut for Danny Jacobs. Bad from a headbutt. Lots of blood gushing out of his left eye in a bad spot right here. Blood coming down. It was a straight, oh no, it was a straight right hand and a headbutt. It was the headbutt that did it, but Mosley did land a straight right hand right before that headbutt also connected. That was the great Bernard Hopkins combo back in the day when he got old. Once Bernard got about 40 at middleweight and he was killing himself to make middleweight, that was his go-to. Lead right hand, headbutt. Now, prime Bernard at middleweight will put them combinations together and just beat your ass, executioner style. But aging Bernard, killing himself to make 60 with his ribs showing, straight right hand headbutt. That Bernard. That era Bernard. Jermaine Taylor era Bernard. Shout out to Jermaine, but like Tito Trinidad Bernard would have cooked his ass. DC3, thank you for the super chat, said Foster got robbed. Kerr don't let his hands go enough. Agreed and agreed. If only Foster had Shakur's judges. Judges that, like, you know, give you credit for your defense and not rob you. So here we go. Mosley letting his hands go with Jacobs around across the ropes. Jacobs too tired to try to counter in between those shots, those quick little shots of Mosley. He's too tired and too sluggish with the hand speed. Walking around the ring, literally walking, not bouncing or, you know. Mosley gets him in the corner, just lets his quick hands go. Jacobs nods at him, kind of doing that. Yeah, I'm going to lose this fight tonight, but I still got my pride in my balls. No bitch. That kind of thing. Zab Judah, also from Brooklyn, used to do that sometimes. Oh, good two-piece by Shane Mosley. Let Jacobs come to him a little bit and swept the right hand and the left hook, walked him into a nice two-piece. Mosley not a puncher at all and really a natural middleweight, so none of these punches are affecting Jacobs, but he's hitting him consistently round after round with quicker hands, just being the younger man. 40 seconds left in the eighth. Mosley just misses a right hand, catches Jacobs with a left hook. Jacobs not responding and starting some of those shots, snapping his head around a little bit, taking more damage the last 2 or 3 shots Mosley's landing on Jacobs. Touches him with a straight right hand to the body. Jacobs just can't get off. Can't get off. Whether it's front foot, back foot, southpaw, orthodox, can't get off. 20 seconds left. Mosley continuing to get off first. Be first. With the 1-2, straight right hand. And that's it for the eighth. Sweeping right hand by Mosley. Mosley trying to sit down on some of these shots here and there in between the little quick shot, jab in the body, straight right hand up top, pops up Jacobs' head, and that's it for round 8. So let me see what the... let's see. So here we go. I'm just reading what they're saying. I gotta start sharing what they're saying to me on Twitter, man, because I sparked an interesting conversation about shock. I feel like people that really know their shit and really understand what I'm saying get what I'm saying, but all right. So, all right, back in the 9th with Danny Jacobs. Thank you for the super chat again, DC3. All right, 9th round. Mosley's about to win this fight, it would definitely appear. Jacobs shuffling to his right, moving to his right, hands low. Moves to his right, southpaw stance, pops the up jab, trying to generate some life in these last 2 rounds from the former world middleweight champion from Brownsville. They never run, they never will. But, looking like an old man tonight in the ring. Just sluggish and uninspired. That's just the words I have to keep using. But still tough. Not laying down. It's just this is what his body can produce after almost, well over a year off and everything. Right hand lands for Mosley, peppering Jacobs with the jab in the center of the ring. The up jab from the hip. Jacobs shoots his jab back. Straight right hand for Mosley, touching with the jab, measuring with the jab. Gets his 1-2 blocked by Jacobs. But he's just got better. He's got more speed than Jacobs tonight. More speed and youth. Jacobs trying to shoot the right hand over the top of Mosley's jab, just a little too slow. Lands his jab. It's clear that Jacobs does have the power to crack Mosley hard, but he's just too slow. He can't find the mark. And he doesn't have the energy to keep trying to find the mark. He's only got a couple attempts in him every round, and they're slow, sluggish attempts that aren't getting there. Halfway through the ninth, again, Jacobs trying to sit down on some big right hands that if they did land would definitely hurt Mosley. You could tell just from the weight in his punches, he's that much heavier puncher than Shane, but he can't touch him. He's too slow. Shane is just touching him up with quick little right hands, quick little jabs. Not getting too greedy is Shane Mosley Jr. either. Knows if he tries to sit down on something too bad, that's that extra split second it takes to sit down on the shot and not just ping it out there could be the extra split second Jacobs needs to catch up to him. Not doing that. Jab to the body by Shane Mosley Jr. Jab back up top, straight right hand to the body by Shane Mosley Jr. Oh, tries to sell out on the ugly, back foot check left hook. Swings and misses wildly, this Mosley Jr. I said he wasn't getting greedy, but that he tried to get a little greedy there. Double left hook by Shane Mosley. Lead double left hook. Now a straight left hand back by Danny Jacobs and a jab behind it out of the southpaw stance, but just too slow. He eats a straight right hand. Shane Jr. just quicker on the draw, able to find the mark first, and sometimes punch in between those slow punches of Jacobs too. Now a sweeping, right hand to the body for Jacobs. Jacobs trying to muster that heat, throw some heat on his shots, but Mosley able to step out of range, get out away from it. And I do think Jacobs is going to give it a shot in this 10th round. Whatever's left, he's going to try and let it hang out. And Mosley might want to be a little more conservative this round. And not necessarily conservative, but don't get greedy. Don't try to have us, big, close the show with a bang. Just get this win if you're Shane Jr., because he still has the power to hurt you, but you got to stand there a split second extra or try to sit down on a shot a split second extra for that to give him the time he needs to connect. And so just do what you got to do to win the round. Even if you don't win the round, don't get greedy if you're Mosley Jr. Looks like he's going to get this win. Did Sean Garcia win Tony A? What's up, Tony Ayo? No. You got to stop. Worm Big, I heard Liam Perro may have done it in the gym. That was word on the street for a minute there. In reference to what you chatted 10 minutes ago. And that's all I'll say. That was floating around. Anyway. Did you hear me, Big Worm? I leaked it out. I hope you peeped it. And that's that. Can't say it again. All right. Mosley and Jacobs in round 10. Shane Mosley Jr. about to get the best win of his career. Jabs to the body. Jabs up top. Jacobs is going to look to load up and hope that this kid makes a big fatal mistake. Because Jacobs still has the power in there. I could see it. Jacobs orthodox, high guard, letting Shane Mosley run his hands to start the round because he wants Mosley to stay there and get a little greedy. That's what the veteran is looking for. I don't think he'll get it, but that's what he's looking for. Jacobs not letting his hands go, staying in range, catching out of the high guard. And again, he wants Shane Jr. to fuck up, to make a big mistake and get greedy. Minute into the 10th, Jacobs he's pumped a jab once or twice, hasn't been able. Mosley's being smart. He's not being greedy. He's being quick with his shots, not sitting down too much on anything. Now he shoots a straight right hand and a left hook. And Jacobs trying to let go of his left hook in his right hand. Can't quite find the mark. He had a chance there. Nice straight jab to the body by Shane Mosley Jr. Stabbing the gut with that jab to the body. Straight right hand to the body. Little stab. Straight right hand to the body. Not sitting down on it. Just touching and poking and prodding with it. Jab up top by Shane again. Shane got the longer arms and the quicker hands. And actually has something to fight for tonight. Halfway through the 10th. Jacobs. Too sluggish. Too slow. Pumps his jab. Shoots a big 1-2. That right hand landed on Shane Mosley Jr. Mosley forced to move out of range for a minute there. That right hand finally did get in for Jacobs. Mosley, lead hand low. Takes a jab. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Jacobs switches southpaw. Mosley staying in front of him. Lead hand low. Straight right hand to the body by Mosley. Jacobs, oh, he let it go. He landed it, but Mosley took it. He came over the top with a sweeping overhand left, and Mosley ate it. Mosley ate it. That's all she wrote. That's the shot that Jacobs was looking for. He landed it. It didn't change the fight. Lands a jab too. Does Jacobs. Lands another jab. Does Jacobs. Back comes Mosley with a jab. Shoves him off. Straight right hand. Oh, Jacobs trying to counter with the left hook. Can't get it in. 15 seconds left. Jacobs too slow over top of the left hook. Left hook sets up a right hand. Ooh, right hand lands for Shane Mosley Jr. Taking chances still in the 10th round, trying to punch in between Jacobs' bombs, and he backs Jacobs up. Nice right hand there, and that'll do it. Looks like, I mean, we came in late, chat, and we talked a lot, so we weren't dialed in every single round, but looks to me that Shane Mosley Jr. got that fight. All right. I gotta eat something. I think Danny knows he lost the fight. Shane takes the top turnbuckle. Lester Walnut said, Sean, those casuals are having a time with that tweet you tweeted. Sheesh. I can't let them change me, right? Like, you guys know I was enjoying O'Shaquie Foster the whole fight. I didn't mind. I appreciate his subtle skills. I was actually appreciating his fight a little more than Shakur, but I know what the judges. I know why the judges did him like that. I've seen it happen before. They will penalize you if you're keeping the rounds too close, and they will give credit to a guy who's not landing if he's coming forward and you're not throwing a lot. And he's getting off sometimes. Sometimes you're back on the rope, but Shaq was hardly never on the ropes. But yeah, I don't know. They fucked him. I was just trying to explain in part why he got fucked. You know, not that it's okay, but the reality of it. Let me see. So. So yeah. All right, so 99-91 and 100-90, basically a clean sweep for Shane Mosley Jr. Shane Mosley Jr. wins the fight. He beats Danny Jacobs. He turned down Adames at 60 for the belt to fight Jacobs at 68. Good decision. He probably wouldn't have beat Carlos Adames. He beat Danny Jacobs, best win of his career, former champion. Good night for Shane Mosley Jr. I'm sure his legendary father very happy with that. And all we got left now is the circus. All the real boxing's done. Now it's time to call this bullshit. Masvidal and Diaz. Let's go. Let's go. So yes. Maria says Twitter isn't known for reading comprehension skills. Jim Lampley had the best quote on it, Maria. He's like, I think that Twitter in many ways is the death of civility, which unfortunately may ultimately lead to the end of civilization. Well, so I foresee lots of negative things falling out because of the repercussions of that when I have long since left and departed this world. And I said, damn. Even if that is a little doom and gloom, and I thought it was a good quote by Jim Lampley. The man said Twitter is killing civility, which is eventually means they can kill civilization. And like I get what he meant. It was deep. Might be a little bit much. Might not be. So yes. Zero says MMA is a product of mashup culture. It's the Beatles over a trap beat. Well, Dana had the image of the UFC firmly entrenched in the late 2000s, early to mid 2010s. You know, let the bodies hit the flow, and affliction t-shirts and tap out t-shirts and bro dudes and all that. But MMA has expanded since then, and a lot of their best fighters, you know, they're not the mohawked white guys like Chuck Liddell back in the day, and they're not. They come from all around the world now. Africa, Brazil, Mexico, still obviously the United States. So it's a more diverse sport now than it was then. And Dana has had to change some of the marketing behind it because not everybody tuning into these fights now are bro dudes, you know, pounding Budweiser with tap out shirts. So, you know, it's changed. MMA's changed, and their fighters have gotten a lot better and a lot more athletic and a lot quicker with their punches. I mean, they still can't beat boxers in boxing, obviously, but I just don't care about MMA. It's not my thing. Boxing's my thing. But I do respect the evolution of their sport and how much those guys are crazy warriors. And, you know, they definitely got my respect. You know, it's just I'm a boxing guy. This is the side I'm on, and I'm staying here. But they're boxing tonight, these MMA guys. So here we are. And we're going to watch it, and we're going to call it, and it'll probably be fun. It might be the worst fight of the night while also being the best fight of the night. Does that make sense? Because so far, the best fighter of the night was Abdullah Mason. The best fight of the night was Sean Garcia and Amado Vargas. That was the best fight of the night. This might just be good, sloppy fun. I'm picking Masvidal. I know Masvidal has no boxing background. But just like I did with Shane Mosley Jr. and Jacobs, I picked Shane Mosley because I think Jacobs is shot. Not so much shot, uninspired, not really having a purpose in boxing like that anymore. He's came from Brownsville, beat cancer, become world champion, and made millions of dollars. He's good. And he's coming off a long layoff. Super middleweight's not really his best weight, you know. He's just an older guy and can't get down to 60 anymore. But basically, I favored Shane because of how much, you know, Jacobs may have declined. Same reason why I'm picking Masvidal. I know Nate used to spar Andre Ward. Nate is the boxing background guy, not Masvidal. But I think Nate is shot, man. So, let's see. Hold on, I got a call from my wife. Let's hear what this is all about. She's about to... Oh, you need me to open the door?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll be right back. Hold on, I got to play the Jeopardy music. 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Can't just leave.
No, of course not. Just run up there.
I'm professionals.
No.
I'm professionals.
Yes.
Are they asleep?
Yeah, both of them.
Do you want to watch this circus fight with me?
Let's do it.
All right. Let me bring. We're gonna have a color commentator tonight, chat. All right, love you. Let me open the door. Hold on. I'm back. Everyone can calm down. Everything's okay. Let's not freak out. All right. You could tell the stream is devolving a little bit. We're at like the 5-hour mark, and we're about to watch Jorge Masvidal and Nate Diaz box. So forgive me if I'm not, you know, the most professional right now. But so, anyways, let's see. Daily double. Yep. Let me see. Let's see. We're all dads, says Zero. Nate embarrassed himself versus Jake Paul like he did in the Masvidal MMA fight. I mean, that happens when you're old and keep fighting. Like it's usually when you're past your prime and not even past your prime when you're shot, it's not going to go well. And like I don't know dick about MMA, but Nate Diaz talks with such a slur these days. I actually asked him that when they announced this fight here in Vegas. One of the PR people, they wanted a boxing guy to ask a boxing question. So I went up there, got on the mic, and I said, Nate, obviously you're a warrior. You've been in so many wars. How much do you really have left in the tank? And he was like, tank's full, and it's just like, nah, man, it's not, man. I could hear you talk, brother. Like, you're a warrior. I'm not trying to disrespect you, but why are all these people letting you fight? You clearly shouldn't be fighting anymore. I mean, you're a grown-ass man. If you want to get paid, it's your life. If you want to get paid and, do your thing, that it is what it is. I'm not saying I don't respect it, but I'm just keeping it real. Like, you don't sound good, brother. And I don't know why if all these people care about you, then why are they letting you do this? Why am I the only one telling you this? Is this something you haven't been told before? But so I think Masvidal is going to win because I think Diaz is like a shot fighter. So I don't even know dick about Masvidal. I just know when I had to sit through their fight in UFC because I was at the Canelo Kovalev fight and they like put it on in the arena and made us all wait for Canelo Kovalev. Remember that? So I saw it, but I don't know Masvidal like that. I just see a guy who's still so much fresher and meaner and hungrier, and he had just that vitality in his veins and in his body and his eyes is there. And for Diaz, it's really not. Maybe he wins anyways because it's two MMA guys boxing, and Nate Diaz used to spar great fighters like Andre Ward, and all those great fighters compliment him and say he's nice with the hands, but that was a long time ago. Andre's been retired since 2017, so I got Masvidal. We'll see. Great call on the Jacobs versus Mosley Jr. fight. Oh, thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate that. Sean, I need those Gamma Blue 11s you wore on the Porter Way, says Jordan Michael. I need them to re-release them because my pair is starting to get a little rough. Like I need a new release of the Gamma 11s. I'm definitely getting the Columbias for Christmas. That's my own Christmas present. I'm getting myself 2 Christmas presents. A PC, portable handheld, and the Columbias. Spoiling myself. So here we go. Masvidal, they're playing the national anthem as we await main event time. And I want to thank everybody who comes and hangs out and supports in the chat. I really do want to thank you guys. Thank you. So, Big Worm says, I'm out, folks. Gonna check this out before bed. Still a good night of boxing, though. These kids got to stop saying they're dogs because they're not. Select few in the sport today. Respect Shanzi. Respect Big Worm. Thank you, brother. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. What's up, Hakeem Steele says, what's up, Sean? Big ups. Hakeem, I saw your man LeBron today. I was at the Team USA practice and saw your boy LeBron make some free throws, do an interview with the media after. I saw him. I was there, covered it. Steph Curry hit some half-court threes from the logo like nothing. That was fun. LeBron and Joel Embiid were talking shit to each other about something. I couldn't quite make it out. That was fun. So, yes, shout out to Hakeem. And I did see the leader of your Lakers today at the Thomas and Mack. So, they need to legalize kidney punches, man. The angles fighters could use to land those punches would be awesome. Didn't Sugar Ray used to throw that right hand a little bit to the kidney? Sometimes Sugar Ray Robinson had that beautiful, nasty-ass, looping, sweeping right hand that he'd almost place right there. He would almost place it to your kidneys. Adam Hurley says, knock Nate through the ropes, Jorge. Tech 316 says, Shakur can't handle anybody with power. If they catch him, he will run. The fight to make is Shakur versus Tio. I think the fight to make for Shakur, it's not going to happen because why would Golden Boy do it, would be Zepeda. That would be the guy that would bring the best out of him, stylistically, would be Zepeda. Because Shakur would have no choice but to fight. He'd either have to fight and win or get ran out of the ring because Zepeda won't stop throwing. No matter how well you slip the first 4 or 5 punches, he'll just keep going and going and going. And if you're being too timid, waiting for the perfect spot, some of those body shots are going to start getting through, and he's going to start putting a dent in you. So I think it would force Shakur to open up, and I think he would open up, and I think he'd beat Zepeda, but that would be perfect. Shakur and Tio, there's no demand for that. It doesn't even really make sense because they're two separate weight classes. Neither one of their stock is very high right now. It'd be great if Shakur could get Zepeda, man. That'd be the one. He'll beat Baranchyk, but it won't be sexy. Baranchyk is a pivoter, Ukrainian style. Shakur will outpoint him. The guy it'd just be great if Shakur could get Zepeda, man. That fight would change things for him, I think. Because once Zepeda forces him to open up, and he does open up, I think going forward after that moment, it would benefit Shakur big time. Now he wouldn't have such a problem opening up because he got taken to that place and he did it. Or he wouldn't in that scenario. He'd actually lose Zepeda, but yeah. Martin 9400 says Shakur would run versus Zepeda and hope for a close decision. I don't think Zepeda would let him. I think Zepeda would be on his ass, and you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win the fight if that's your plan. Then, so Shakur faced with lose the O and lose the belt, or I have to fight. I have to work in the pocket. I think he would work in the pocket. Maybe I'm wrong. Tony Yaya says Shakur dominates Zepeda. I think he beats him for sure. Zepeda, relentless combination puncher, super fun fighter to fight, no defense. And I think you can't have no defense against somebody like Shakur Stevenson. Gotta have, that's going to cost you. Even if he doesn't throw a lot. He's so accurate, and you're right but I don't know. We're not going to see it anyways. Giovanni Quintero, Oscar De La Hoya said he wants that fight for Zepeda. Look, I love Oscar De La Hoya, Giovanni. Probably like you do. 6th division champ, El Nino de Oro. Oscar says a lot of things. I remember, I was there, Giovanni. I asked him about Zepeda and Shakur, like at the end of last year, early this year. Yeah. Why not? That's the next fight. That's the next fight. And then sure enough, Zepeda folded a guy in Vegas earlier this year. I covered it. And right away, Oscar's tweeting, maybe in 1 or 2 fights, Shakur. Like right away, nah, almost like you're stupid, Shakur. You know better. You know I was just talking. You know I'm not going to put Zepeda in there with you. So I know De La Hoya says that, but I think it's bullshit. De La Hoya is a businessman, and the business move with William Zepeda is to keep him undefeated and to pick up a belt against the weakest champion, Baranchyk, and then fight Tank for a shitload of money because you're an undefeated Mexican fighter with that has an exciting style that's going to sell against Tank. It's not going to do 500, 600,000 buy, but it's going to sell. They'll be able to do their Tank pay-per-view ordinary numbers and keep it going. That's the business move for De La Hoya. You keep them unbeaten and you get a strap on them. You don't need the WBC strap. You get the Baranchyk strap, and then you feed him to Davis. You make the Davis fight because you can make a lot of money in that fight. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Tony Yayo, saying that. Titus says, I don't know why people don't appreciate Shakur's hit and don't get hit style. I just don't get it. Is power all they want? No, it's not. Titus, that's a oversimplification of the criticism of him. I think a lot of the people that are criticizing Shakur very much enjoyed Floyd Mayweather's hit and don't get hit style. But Titus, you said it yourself. Hit and don't get hit. Hit and don't get hit. Hit and don't get hit. Not don't get hit and hit them sometimes. That's what people have a problem with. Anybody who loves boxing loves hit and don't get hit. They love Pernell Whitaker. They love Floyd when he was on point. Pretty boy Floyd. Some money Mayweather fights. They love Bernard before he got old and started the right hand head. But prime Bernard hit and don't get hit. People love that stuff. People love Willie Pep, and they don't get hit and hit sometimes. That's what they don't. They don't. Defense first at the cost of much of your offenses. And that's not as skilled. If you're that skilled, you can get off and get out of the way. Make them miss by an inch, make them pay. If you're lacking a little something, maybe, then whether it's skills, whether it's confidence, then I can only play defense. And now when I'm comfortable and I feel like I see the right opening, now offense. The best of the best. Defense, offense, defense. Using offense as defense. Using defense to set up offense. So Titus, I love you. You're the moderator. You could put me in timeout. You're the moderator around here these days. But I think, respectfully, that's an oversimplification. Every time someone turns in a dull performance, and this performance wasn't as dull as De Los Santos, but you can't oversimplify it by, well, you just don't appreciate pure boxing. You know what I mean? That's not quite it, That's just my take. How big is the interest in free agent Shakur? He was getting booed in his hometown and people left the fight early. That's all true. But if you're a promoter for the right price, you're going to want Shakur Stevenson. I mean, 21-0, 25, 26-year-old, 3-division undefeated champions that are very hard to beat. They don't grow off trees. And you can do something with a winner. It may not be as easy as doing something with a sexy superstar, but a winner, a guy that could win a lot of fights, you could do something with that long term. You got to put some effort. You got to match them right. And maybe that's why, I don't know, man. Maybe Shakur does need to change the scenery. I don't really want him to leave Top Rank because Matchroom's not going to give you anything better. And I'd like the PBC move if you're going to get Tank. Like that's the fight I still want to see. But you're not going to get that fight right away. There's more lucrative fights for their business than fighting you. And you're risky. He could lose that fight. I think Tank's the favorite right now, but he could conceivably still lose. So I'm almost like, just stay with Top Rank, bro. Like you're still, just wait it, just work it out. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, Shakur. That is some bullshit that they gave you, Hardatunian off the scrap heap, and but I don't know. This still might be your best option, at least for the next 2-3 years. I don't know. That's his decision. I'm not a great businessman, so. What's up, baby? What's up, baby girl? I still got the money. You want some? Have it. It's been sitting there. I can't eat it.
Oh, the mukbang or whatever.
I got everybody mad at me. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you, chat. As we are now getting ready for Diaz and Masvidal. They blowing me up about this.
Okay, I was listening to you.
They blowing me up about this. Oh.
What did you say?
I said O'Shaquie Foster was robbed.
Okay.
But he got robbed because he allows the rounds to be too close. Great defense tonight. And he could kind of land at will. But he wouldn't open up often. And so the judges robbed him. He got into a habit of just nicking rounds. Everyone's taking that and saying, he won the fight. As if I didn't say 1, 2. 2 times he got robbed. Mm-hmm. Like, no, I'm not arguing the premise that he deserved to win the fight. I'm explaining why he got fucked. Yeah. Like sometimes we get screwed over in life and it's not fair, but we still have to look at, well, how was I possibly at some point a little complicit in allowing this to happen to me?
Right. Sometimes there's a reason.
Yeah, not that it's right, but you still have to examine it and be like, okay, I mean, I still feel like X, Y, and Z, but I guess I could have done D.
Right.
Shouldn't have had to, but I guess I could have still, just to take it on, to look inward what you could have done. But
I guess at this point it's just kind of hard.
So anyway, Nate Diaz and Jorge Masvidal. Here we go. Let's go. Who's ready for this live round by round? We got the lovely Sammy Zittel. She has my last name now, but all right, let's go. Who do you got in this fight? I got Masvidal because I think he's done.
I'm not familiar. I'm not too familiar, but
neither am I. That didn't stop me from making a pick.
That's right. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, let me look at their faces.
Thank you, Titus. Titus said, beautiful family, Sean. Love to see it. Samantha's a loyal woman. God bless y'all. Thank you, my man. All right, so Diaz, both 39.
Diaz is taller.
Yeah, by an inch, and their arm length is the same.
Same age, but Diaz looks
same
like
age, 1 inch for Diaz. Well, Diaz, just listen to him talk. He's a warrior. Like every time the dude fought, it was balls to the wall. I even know that about him, and it caught up with him. Like giving.
Masvidal's a fresh 39.
Fresher,
yeah.
Yeah. They don't get much less fresh at 39 than what Diaz has been through. So, okay. Leo Diaz says 1:12 a.m. watching from Florida. Thank you, sir. Martin, 9,400. Masvidal, TKO in the 6th. Jackie Olden, Jorge looked fat. I hope he wins. Marvelous Irv says, last hurrah. Boxing analyst, someone's behind you. I know it's Samantha sneaking up to kill me. All right, here we go.
Who's in his corner? Masvidal has.
Masvidal has Capetillo.
That's our.
He got our guy. That's our boy.
dude.
That's our boy, Jorge Capetillo. Shout out.
Diaz has.
Oh, Diaz has Stitch though. That's our dude. Shout out to Stitch.
What do we do now?
The trainer's more important than the cut man, Capetillo.
Absolutely.
You gotta go with Masvidal. Don't ever cut your hair again, Sean. When it was longer, it was so badass looking. It'll be back. I agree.
Constantly badass looking.
No, he's right.
He's right.
But the thing is, he's got to be cut. It gets cut to this length so that I have time to let it do its thing again. Because anyway, it's got to be shaped, brother. So there's a process to getting it to that full-grown mane, that iconic SZ. Okay, I'll stop.
I'm not gonna do your mistake. They really don't like it when you eat or drink on your lap.
No, you could eat. They just don't want me to do it.
They don't want
You
me
could
to
do it. Capetillo was throwing hands too, said it's cute. He did. How many rounds is this? Says Mr. Foreplay. I think 10. Nate needs to quit smoking before a training camp. He ain't doing that. All right, Masvidal out of Miami. Rocking the MAGA hat. Yeah, most Cubans from Miami vote Republican, so nothing too crazy there.
Nothing too crazy.
Oh,
they're booing him.
They're booing him. They're like, fuck you, bro. We love Nate. Nate's the baby face.
Got it.
Nate's the A side.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Capetillo, my little homie La Manaza. Titus says you remind him of Jessica Biel. I've heard a lot of men are very fond of Jessica Biel. It sounds like a compliment. Yeah. All right, Masvidal gets his ring introduction. Now over to the A side.
Be real.
Nate Diaz, tough son of a bitch, down to earth guy.
I wish I knew what he looked like.
Been in a lot of wars. He's brought. Look at that crowd he drew in Anaheim. It's over 10 o'clock. It's 1:15 on the East Coast, and that place has got 10,000 people in there in Anaheim. He's a star. He's a star. Fought Conor McGregor 3 times.
They look like. I mean, I'm not familiar, but they look like they're ready just to like proudly carry him out.
Yep.
Like
send him off.
Send him off.
We showed up. We love you. Yeah. We showed up tonight in Anaheim. I mean, no, they all think he's really gonna win, but
yeah, they're clapping.
But what they don't realize is they're sending him off tonight, probably.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Again, totally unfamiliar.
Yeah. Well, we tend to read these things well. Let's see. Sydney, Australia in the house. What's going on? Malcolm X Box says they're shilling crypto meme coins on the broadcast. It's not even MAGA. It's MAGA. Oh, got you. It's a crypto coin. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Malcolm X Box.
I saw the double A's. Australia. Bluey. Big Bluey.
Bluey.
fans.
Yeah, Bluey. Bluey in the house. Best kids show.
The Heelers.
All right. Nate Diaz comes in with his usual swagger to the center of the ring. He's softer than Masvidal. Both guys got like a little bit of a gut, but Masvidal's is a more muscular gut. And let's see. Maybe all that bullshit I just said is about to fly out the window. And Nate Diaz, because he's, sparred world champions and he's about to do his thing.
Boxed before?
Masvidal was 1-0 as a boxer, but he doesn't have the decorated sparring accolades and background that Nate Diaz has. Andre Ward showered him with praise when they used to spar 10 years ago.
And Nate's a little taller as well?
Yeah, I know. I know that the stats show that they have equal reach, but Nate has like these weird, freakish long arms. So let's see. Nate starts off with a jab to the body, comes forward. It's a 10-rounder. So here we go. Both southpaws. Good little short left hand on the inside and a right hook followed up by Masvidal to get him started. Jab to the body by Masvidal. He backs out of range. Diaz coming forward with that lead hand low. Masvidal picks them both up. Right hook a little short by Masvidal. Masvidal on the back foot to start. Lands a jab to the body. Touches up top a little bit. Diaz coming forward. Right hook, straight left hand. Slow by Diaz, but punching at Masvidal. Cornering him now. Landing that jab to the body. Right hook slow by Diaz. Back comes Masvidal with 2 right hooks to the body. That first one had a little bit of zip on it. Second one was a touched right hook. Now Masvidal's out of the corner. Works a little 1-2. Tries to punch over the top of Nate's low lead hand. Nate trying to give half of his body. Getting low. Now Masvidal's back. Touches the ropes. Touches Nate with a jab to the body. Steps over to his left. Touches Nate with a little left hand to the body. Tries to bring that left hand back up top. Diaz coming forward. Oh, a little buffering here.
Retro buffering.
Little buffering here. I mean, they must be crashing the stream. Everybody's watching this fight now. Let's see. Come on now. Damn, we got the buffering going.
Oh,
Come on,
no.
Famio. Sorry ass stream.
This is the first time.
This is sorry ass stream. Bootleg ass pay-per-view. Sorry. All right. No, everyone. It's exciting. Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal. Wait, what the fuck? What just happened?
Stay on.
What just happened? I have the pay-per-view.
Buy now. What?
I have the pay-per-view. What is going on?
Go to your emails.
I already... Why are they doing me like this? Now they're saying me to buy it. I bought it. What are we doing? Hold on. Get the pay-per-view. I bought the pay-per-view. Punk-ass Famio? All right, hold on. Let me try it on my laptop then.
Technical difficulties.
Is it?
No. I'm just saying.
Why are they telling me to get the pay? I got the pay-per-view. Buy now. I bought it.
View your order. Just go to your Gmail and view your order.
All right. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Gotta get this stream.
Delay.
Famio. Okay, order confirmed. View your order. View events. Watch. Okay. All right, here we are. Into the first round still. Diaz has Masvidal on the ropes. Masvidal smiling on the ropes. Looks like Diaz might have had a moment there. All right, 45 seconds left in the first. Diaz coming with clubbing shots over the top, getting a little bit of the better of that exchange. Just letting his hands go. And that's it at the end of the round. We've lost about half the round, so sorry about that, chat. But let's take a look at the slow-mos and see what they show us on the slow-mos.
Bootleg site. Yeah. It's buffering again.
It's all right. Let's see. Let's see. We're waiting for this stream to buffer again. This is what I get for buying a fucking Jorge Masvidal Nate Diaz boxing match. This is what I get.
I wonder if it's happening to everybody.
Oh. No, this is the boxing gods punishing me for doing this. View your order. View events. Watch. Enter event. Come on now. All right, let's go. Sorry, chat. Our stream just started buffering down on us, and it's killing us right now. We trying. Come on, man. Scumbags.
Is Famio through?
Who knows? Can't get the fight to rebuffer.
Man, it can't. Sean's trying to get the fight.
Want my money back.
It can't. It's not happening.
Is this happening to everybody out in the world?
I'm trying to look at Twitter.
I can't believe they're doing this to you. They are. It's the boxing gods, man. They're like, what's wrong with you buying this fight? We're punishing you.
Doing this to you.
This don't make sense. This don't make sense. All right, let's try the laptop again. God damn.
Maybe it's because you are running it through both.
I'm not.
Oh.
It's just. Hold on. Yeah, I'm getting my money back for sure. Yeah, this is already money back territory. I don't give a fuck if it does work after a minute. All right, I'll try it on the laptop. View your order. Nah, they just
We just got scammed.
They just kicked me out.
Why?
Maybe they saw I was doing a round by round and they killed it. Well, chat, I'm sorry. I have lost stream. Thank you, Kenny Powers.
Kenny Powers.
Boxing analyst is trolling me. He's like, Nate Diaz just got iced. Oh, did he? Huge fan of the work you do and your integrity as a journalist. Thank you, Ramsey Williams. I don't feel worthy of it right now because we're totally dropping the ball. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ramsey Williams.
Oh, that is so nice. Coolest wife and husband. Okay.
Bro, this is not cute.
No. Not cute.
This is not cute. What's the opposite of...
Can you watch it on your phone? Try your phone.
No, they're just being dicks. Hold on. All right, phone.
Last resort.
This is ridiculous. I think they may have seen that the big SZ man was doing a stream and they just shut my shit down.
They might.
They might have. It's a conspiracy.
It's very on brand for us.
Let me see this. We don't get it on the damn phone. I'll fuck around and show it on the phone. Talk boxing with the fans.
What do you guys think of the last of Shakur?
Get the pay-per-view. They like legit.
They got rid of it.
They rescinded my pay-per-view buy. Huh.
Sold out? No.
Chat, like they rescinded my. They're like, buy the pay-per-view. I bought it. We were watching it. Damn. Did they see me doing a round by round and cut it off or something? My events. Okay. Yeah.
I know.
Is it
Better than my already proved the first
Is
time.
it?
No one's gonna work as hard as me, and no one's gonna fight
Chat.
as hard as me.
Ioka versus Fernando Puma Martinez. I got Ioka. Yeah, I don't know, man. Refund for sure. Yeah, this might be it, chat.
What did you do?
I'll try one more time, but I don't. They kicked my ass out or something. I mean, I got here. Check this out, chat. I have the order confirmation right here. Your order is confirmed. Customer information, all that. Here's my address.
No, I was like, is there an address on there? Oh, no.
My pack. Look, they're like, no, you didn't buy it. Yeah, look, get the pay-per-view. I got the pay-per-view. Buy now. It was bought.
Can I see?
Go ahead. Charles then said Illuminati.
All through your body.
Man.
Maybe sign out and sign back in. Sign out of the other ones.
If this was...
How do I stop this screen share, though?
What if this fight mattered, Famio? What if it wasn't Diaz versus Masvidal and you did this bullshit?
How do you stop the screen sharing?
Who cares at this point? Your event is now live? Okay, watch. All right, chat. We're back. This has been the greatest round by round ever. It's right up there with Fury and Usyk. Sign out and sign in again. That's brilliant boxing analyst. That's exactly what Samantha did.
Something told me.
But it's still not loading.
No.
Look, it's still not loading. Still won't do it. Press watch. It won't do it. Hold on.
Restart computer.
Man. No, they just effed your boy, chat. That's all.
Is it happening everywhere? It's got to be only happening to us.
Let me try this again, then. Let me try it on the laptop one last time.
Let's sign out of this one, then. Because maybe it thinks you're, like, robbing them.
Right. No, they decided that at main event time. They could have... All right. Turn that off, and I'm going to try it on my laptop. Here we go. This is the loyalist chat ever.
Yeah, they're the best.
Chiquian's like, gotcha, Chiquian. Won't repeat that. Ours is messed up too? Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's like a message from God. Like, don't watch this.
Fanmio.
Don't do this.
What is Fanmio?
Let's look up, chat, who owns Fanmio.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Then they take down a
Let's
stream.
get to the bottom of this shit. Who owns Fanmio? Is it Fanmio?
CBS.
That can't be bit.
No.
Fanmio company. Solomon Ingle. Okay. All right, Solomon Ingle. What do you do? Oh, oops. Ingle. Excuse me. Fanmio CA details putting together. Floyd. I'll do this on my own time.
Yeah.
But I'll do this on my own time. Yeah, that's it. They're saying like you're screwed, bro. We're not letting you watch this fight. So
I highly doubt that they
cracked my stream.
Yeah, I mean I can't.
I know, right? With 300 people, we're not exactly killing your pay-per-view buys. Chikian said, "It's definitely a message, Sean." So who do you have winning, Cold Trick? Masvidal, because I picked him before the fight. Oh.
I mean, I have it on.
Enter event. You have it what? Oh, now it's saying you can't because... What the fuck? You want to try it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why would they care about a round-by-round bosses? I don't know. You know, that's my own self-importance talking, paranoia. There's no real logic behind it.
It's because we're on multiple devices on accident.
Because we're on multiple devices, but that's all bullshit.
Just sign out of all of them.
All right. It's 2-1 Masvidal right now. Good. So all that matters is that I'm going to wind up being
Sean's
right. Yes. That's all that ever matters. All right, hold on. Get out of here. I'll try it one more time. Try right here. I feel like going Ryan Garcia. Don't drink Prime. Don't watch Fanmio. Don't watch Fanmio.
Not cute. Not cute right now.
Oh, right. Yeah. I know. I've been saying he's not cool this whole time.
Okay, the same thing happened to me. I got audio but no video.
All right. Well, I'm the audio. I don't need
Right.
your audio. I need video.
This is terrible.
It's kind of par of the course for Diaz, Masvidal, in a boxing ring.
It's
though,
like we're not meant to watch this. Like
That's
the
what I
UFC
say.
at all.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Yeah, this is it. I don't got shit. All right. One last try. And then we'll just call it a night at this point if it doesn't work.
Round 3 just finished.
How do you know?
That's what the chat said.
Okay. I was like, did you find something? All right.
I'm stealing all the Wi-Fi with my phone. Okay. I'll turn off.
Okay, I'll turn on my. Yeah.
I really think it's just me.
I don't think. No, it might just be glitching. I don't know. This is the part of the stream where people are actually tuning in to their pay-per-view and maybe the bandwidth. I don't know.
I think part of it too is like once we logged out, we try to log in.
Your event is now live. I know. Tell me about it. Bro, I'm about to just call this a day.
I cannot
go crazy over this. Let me see.
Uppercut your display, somebody said that might work.
Do what?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Uppercut your display.
Oh, okay. Well. Alright. I'm about to give up. Fanmio, let me try this. Let me log out one more time. Sign out. Sign in. Just get our money back.
Just
Just get our money back. All right. It's funny because tomorrow on the show, Sean worked the show.
Oh, this one?
So he's not going to want to disparage. So when I get on the show, it's like, what'd you think of the fight? I'll be like, well, you know, Famio sucks, and I totally couldn't see the fight, so.
Oh, no.
No, but
We won't say that.
I'll just say it was a great fight. It was great.
It was a great fight.
It was a great fight. It was great. Yeah, no, it was...
Even this funny thing happened.
The website won't let me watch it either. Okay. Roscoe's, okay.
Carl Bo Macford.
Boycott Famio. What exactly does being expelled by the WBC mean? Ask Molly Mall. I don't know. Like, nothing really. They're just saying the guy that's suspended already, we suspend him too. After trying to kiss up to him and have his back and everything, and then he said he went one step finally too far, and Ryan Garcia is not with the WBC. The WBC does not condone the language and the things that Ryan Garcia said. Yes, he is a young man who needs help, and we want to help him, but we do not excuse and condone. The WBC does not condone or excuse what Ryan Garcia has said. So, to answer the question, Molly Mall, it doesn't really mean anything. So, it doesn't.
You know, what I like about you is to give somebody value, though.
Yeah.
It's just like I could just say nothing, or I could give you a whole impersonation.
Yeah, I really like Mauricio Suleiman as a nice person, great family. Just don't agree with all his boxing decisions. All right, it ain't working. It's not working, chat. Hold on. Let me. This is only time for one thing now. Hold on.
We're gonna have to change the thumbnail.
Hold on.
Young man, you've been found guilty by a jury of your peers. The crime you've committed was very serious. And before I sentence you, I'd like to say a few words about your arrest record. What the hell?
Yo, the sign is real simple, B. It says back it up. Back that shit up, B.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Hey, you want some too? You better wrap it up. You better wrap that gavel up, B.
Game over here!
Fuck that shit up, E.
I'm talking about, that's what I was telling you.
That's the best part. He literally did that to a girl.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man. It might be wrap it up time, chat. It might be. Yeah. I'm a bounce. Everyone, God bless you. Sorry that we couldn't call the Diaz Masvidal. We tried, but we did call Shakur, Amado and Sean, Mosley and Jacobs, Foster, and Abdullah Mason. So the important stuff got talked about. Ricardo Vela says the fight was garbage anyways. No, I can't believe that. This guy had to be the best fight ever. All right. You guys have a great rest of the night. God bless. Happy 4th of July weekend, and I'll see you later. Oh, my God. Oh.